Right on. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2. Test.
Check 1, 2, check.
Welcome all of you to day 3 of the Turning the Tide 9/11 Justice in 2025. I'm Clayton Morris. This is a 3-day conference being held in Washington, D.C. to mark the 24th anniversary of September 11th, 2001. And we here at Redacted are honored to be playing our part in live streaming this historic gathering to those of you watching all over the world. Now, if you weren't able to tune into last night's event, I strongly encourage you to go back, watch the many exhilarating speeches delivered by 9/11 family members, firefighters, legal advocates, courageous whistleblowers, former members of Congress, including Kurt Weldon, Dana Rohrabacher, and truly historic remarks from Dennis Kucinich last night. So please go back and check those out. Now, in the coming weeks, we will be releasing all of these talks as individual videos. But in the meantime, you can find all of them in yesterday's archived video of the full conference. So that's full for day 1 and day 2, which included truly inspirational remarks by U.S. Senator Ron Johnson on day 1, who laid out his vision for holding upcoming 9/11 hearings in the Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, and presentations of cutting-edge evidence by leading researchers and advocates in the 9/11 truth movement. So today, we will have a day-long examination of the Pentagon attack by multiple leading researchers of the question, what did or did not strike the Pentagon on that day? This is a topic I'm deeply, deeply interested in. I'm very much looking forward to what I think will be a very stimulating and educational series of talks and discussions today on this day 3. So no matter what your view on the Pentagon attack may be, I think you're going to learn something today. So once again, thank you for tuning in and being part of this historic gathering here at Redacted, which may prove to be a turning point in the pursuit of 9/11 truth and justice. So let's start the final day of this conference, and I'm going to turn it over to Washington, D.C. I can't wait to watch. Thank you, guys.
Okay, I'd like to welcome everybody today who's joining us, both here and on the live stream, and introduce the wider audience to the Pentagon discussion debate that we're having today. My name is Dr. Piers Robinson. I'm the Research Director at the International Center for 9/11 Justice. Now, to be clear, the purpose of today is to provide an opportunity for a number of long-standing researchers, all prominent within the 9/11 research community, to present their central arguments regarding the question of whether or not a large plane hit the Pentagon. Now, as some of you are aware, I'm sure, over the years, this topic has become a source of heated controversy within the 9/11 truth movement. Strongly and passionately held positions have led to divisive and sometimes destructive debates over this issue. These have at times hampered efforts to educate the wider public about 9/11 and the deceptions used to propagandize us in relation to 9/11. So with this in mind, I think it is important at the outset of today's proceedings to be clear that arguments over the Pentagon should not obscure the large areas of consensus that exist within the 9/11 truth movement. For example, we all agree that the official 9/11 narrative claiming that the US was attacked by Islamic fundamentalist terrorists on 9/11 is essentially false. We all agree that the buildings destroyed in New York could only have been reduced to rubble through pre-planned deliberate destruction, and which would have required years of planning, as well as the involvement of significant numbers of deep state actors. We also agree, or most of us agree, that multiple state-level officials and agents are criminally culpable for the events of 9/11. And most of us agree that 9/11 served, first and foremost, as a pretext to start aggressive wars in the international system under the cover of the global war on terror, while simultaneously rolling back domestic democratic norms via policies such as the Patriot Act. I could go on and document many other areas where careful and steady research has helped consolidate our knowledge and understanding of 9/11 as a state crime against democracy, to use Lance DeHaven Smith, or in Peter Dale Scott's terms, a structural deep event. And I think the events of this week and the Turning the Tide conference are testimony to the progress that has been made over the last 20 years. A process of steady accumulation of solid evidence and argumentation is now helping break through the barriers of official and elite silence with respect to the 9/11 crime. Bottom line here is that there is much more to unite us than there is to divide us. And I hope that is clear to everyone here and everyone in the wider audience. So let's keep that in mind as we go through the presentations and the discussion today on the issue of what happened at the Pentagon on 9/11. Now, today we're going to be hearing detailed presentations from 4 researchers, Xander, Craig McKee, Barbara Honegger, and David Chandler, all of whom have devoted significant effort towards enhancing our understanding of events surrounding the Pentagon. We will also be joined later in the day by 2 further 9/11 researchers, Dr. Niels Harrit and Wayne Coste, who will help explore some of the issues raised during the presentations and to offer their own inputs into this debate. Now, we will be providing an opportunity for them all to engage with each other, identify key issues which they believe require resolution, and to facilitate a degree of discussion regarding these issues. Aim here is to try and educate and present the arguments which reflect the positions of various arguments regarding the Pentagon. We're also going to invite questions from the audience, and myself, Richard Ellefritz, and Sandra Laratonda, with whom I will be moderating the discussion later on in the day. We will provide an opportunity during the lunch period for members of the audience to put questions, which we can then put to the presenters later in the day. And I want to be very clear, the aim of today is not for either side to win the debate or for there to be a resolution to what has been a complex and long-standing debate. Rather, the purpose is to allow both sides in this controversy to educate the wider public about their work and for the key issues which they think need to be highlighted and discussed. This is an educational process of trying to get people to understand what the issues are. We're not looking for winners or losers today. And of course, it should also be clear that no one here today supports the official narrative. Yeah? Nor does the official narrative guide any of the research which is being presented here today. As the late Professor David Ray Griffin explained many years ago, people can endorse the 757 large plane view whilst fully rejecting the official narrative regarding 9/11. And I trust and I hope that in the spirit of rational dialogue, and given our shared understanding regarding the falsity of the official 9/11 narrative and the need to get the historical record straight, that the presentations and the dialogue will remain civil and respectful throughout. We are all on the same side in this. Now, when we move to the discussions and the questions later in the day, and even during the presentations as well, I want to encourage the audience not to cheer or applause or try to intervene in any way, okay? Because that's simply going to disrupt a clear articulation of the various arguments that we're going to have today. Now, without further ado, before we get to the presentations, and I guess maybe just to give it a little bit of a kind of a picture of how the day works, we have 4 formal presentations. We'll then have a lunch break, and then we'll return to the discussion phase of the day, and then that will take us through to the end. So that's the basic overall structure of what we have today. Before we get to that, we have Mick Harrison of the Lawyers Committee for 9/11 Inquiry, and he is going to be talking through the use of FOIA requests and subpoenas as part of investigating the Pentagon event. So I believe he's been connected by live stream. He wasn't able to come today because he's poorly, but he is connecting by live stream, which I understand we're going to hook him up right now.
I'm the litigation director for the Lawyers Committee for 9/11 Inquiry. I'm a public interest lawyer, 32 years experience representing plaintiffs in whistleblower protection cases, government oversight matters, Freedom of Information Act litigation, environmental protection, and generally other public interest litigation. I've been involved in 9/11 investigation for 15 years or more, 10 years with the Lawyers Committee. As you know from Barbara's presentation yesterday, the Lawyers Committee is a nonprofit. Our mission is transparency and accountability regarding the matters of 9/11, including what happened at the Pentagon. Now, the Lawyers Committee has been scrupulous to this point and not taking a position on a preferred theory for explaining what happened at the Pentagon, so we don't endorse or disagree with any of the presenters today. We're going to listen carefully to the evidence, evaluate it, and we're going to evaluate it with something very important in mind, given what we heard yesterday from Senator Johnson and the congressman, which I found very significant for the movement. And that is, we're going to listen not to so much determine who we agree with or disagree with, but because the evidence regarding what happened at the Pentagon has not been fully disclosed. There's still a lot of it being concealed by the government. It's not really possible to come up with a definitive, comprehensive theory from the Lawyers Committee's point of view until more of that evidence gets released. So as we listen to the presenters today, we're going to listen not just to see what points we might agree with or disagree with, but we're listening for indications of where our future investigation may go and should go using the Freedom of Information Act, using subpoenas. We'll talk about how subpoenas might be used in a moment. And so we're looking for essentially hints to the roadmap for completing this investigation. We hope to have opportunities of working with Congress. Certainly yesterday was encouraging in that regard. And so as you listen to the presenters, sort of listen as I do as a teacher. I taught mathematics for 10 years. I look for disagreements and for mistakes, not in terms of something to be criticized or as a negative. I look at those events as opportunities to learn. And I think the points of disagreement of the speakers today are really important for us to focus on, because they're going to point us in directions where our investigation needs to go to resolve these ongoing disputes. And so it's actually the differences in these presentations that may be good roadmaps for our future investigation. So I'm going to try to give you an outline of a roadmap to investigate the Pentagon going forward. There are three major components to that roadmap: logic, law, and factual evidence. And I'm going to focus on the first two. And the factual evidence you're going to hear from the presenters to follow. So the first question you might ask is, 24 years later, why do we still need to investigate the Pentagon? I've sort of answered that already, and you'll hear from the speakers a lot of details for why that is still necessary. The big picture is key evidence is still being concealed. We have some FOIA requests pending. I'll talk about those briefly in a moment. And a lot of key evidence is still being concealed. The second reason we need further investigation is that we have competing theories based on good faith professional evaluations of the evidence. And to get closure on those areas of disagreement, we need to get the rest of that evidence. The third reason is there continue to be significant red flags regarding what happened at the Pentagon based on what has been revealed. Those include evidence of explosions, ambiguous videos that have been released, the yet to be explained failure of the air defenses, the very limited information on plane parts and the identity of the plane parts in the planes, the unusual flight pattern evidence, and differences in eyewitness accounts. So there's plenty of reason to still be looking at the Pentagon as an area of further investigation. And I add, not the least of which is the perpetrators, or at least significant portions of the perpetrators, are still at large and have not been held accountable. And lastly, and to me, one of the most significant factors for continuing this work is that the victims of the Pentagon attacks, their families still have a need to know and a right to know the full truth. Now, I have represented the Lawyers Committee for 9/11 inquiry and certain legal actions. We've talked about some of those in other events, but a couple of those do cover the Pentagon, and that may not be fully understood by some in the audience. We do have a FOIA lawsuit pending in the U.S. District Court in Washington, D.C., And we did ask for the FBI's major bombings cases files. Some of you may not know that the Pentagon 9/11 attacks, along with the Trade Center attacks, are included by the FBI in what they call their major bombings cases. And you might wonder why the FBI would include the 9/11 attacks in a file called major bombings when they don't admit to any explosives being used. And we're trying to get to the bottom of that. But the bottom line is that is what they called their files. So they decided to archive a large portion of their files on their major bombings cases. David Cole, a longtime 9/11 investigator, FOIA researcher that I've worked with and represented, brought to our attention the fact that the FBI was going to archive all these records. So we asked the FBI through a FOIA request to give us a copy of all their major bombings cases related to the Pentagon and to the Trade Center. And their first response was, it'll cost you several $1,000s. Our response back was, we'll pay it. And their response back then was, oh, sorry, we can't give you any of these records because they are still law enforcement confidential. There's still a investigation or prosecution or legal action that is pending regarding 9/11 that prevents us from releasing these files, even though they told the National Archives they didn't need those files anymore for their work. So that was an interesting contradiction. So we're suing them to produce those records. The district court has directed the FBI to review all those records for exemptions, including the law enforcement exemption. That process has been ongoing for several months now and is continuing. Thus far, the FBI claims every one of these many thousands of pages of records and photographs are exempt from disclosure because of the law enforcement exemption, but they won't tell us what proceeding they're relying on to say that there's still an active investigation or prosecution. We suspect it's the prosecution of the alleged 9/11 conspirators that's been going on for years and years. Folks are still in custody. There was some recent announcements of plea deals in those cases of the Guantanamo defendants. But it appears those plea deals have been rejected eventually by a higher court. So that case is still going on, but they won't tell us whether that's what they're relying on or not. And this evidence is more than 20 years old now, so it's not very clear why there would be a need for continued secrecy. So we're continuing to litigate that. The second major legal action the Lawyers Committee engaged in to try to get the Pentagon evidence was our lawsuit against the FBI and the Department of Justice regarding the 9/11 Review Commission. Barbara mentioned that briefly. This was not the original commission. It was a later 2014-2015 era mandate from Congress that many folks still don't know about, which required the FBI to look at all 9/11 evidence. That should have included all the Pentagon evidence. What we got, as Barbara mentioned, was a cover-up from the new commission. They didn't really look at the new evidence at all. So we did bring a lawsuit seeking to compel the FBI to do what Congress mandated. That lawsuit did not succeed, not because we were wrong about the evidence that was ignored, but because the district court and the Court of Appeals decided that the plaintiffs, including first responders, 9/11 family members, and nonprofits, such as the Lawyers Committee, don't have legal standing to compel that compliance. There was also a finding that Congress only put the requirement for this evidence to be reviewed in legislative history and not in the statute. That, by the way, is a problem Congress could fix at any time fairly readily by a one-page amendment to the legislation. So if we do get support from Congress, this is an area we should talk about. So those efforts have not solved the problem. We still need to get that additional information. Now, Jean Laratonda, who's one of the organizers here, and Sandra Jelmy have, with my assistance, pursued a FOIA request and are contemplating a FOIA lawsuit for the Pentagon videos. When Jean first asked for the Pentagon evidence, they indicated that there were some videos that existed, but they would have to edit them, and it would cost some money to get the records released. we did a new FOIA, which basically said, you've identified these 100 videos. We would like you to produce all of them in their entirety. At which point they said it would cost $28,000 to produce them, even though they could be put on DVDs or a hard drive. And it would take about 77 months before they could complete the response. So we're still, Sandra and Gene and I are still strategizing on how to proceed on that case. You'll hear more about that hopefully shortly. So we also did, as most of you know, a petition to the U.S. Attorney in New York through the Lawyers Committee with a lot of support from you, and asked for a grand jury to look at all the evidence on 9/11 that was focused on the Trade Center. But inevitably, once the thread starts to be pulled by a grand jury, that inquiry would lead to the Pentagon and Shanksville as well. That process is ongoing to try to get a grand jury. We'll keep you more updated on that. Other folks have sought Pentagon records. David Cole, I mentioned, is one who's done some FOIA requests. There was a lawsuit earlier that many of you know about on behalf of April Gallup, one of the victims. That lawsuit did not succeed. And there has been a book written by Elias Davidson that talks about some aspects of the Pentagon evidence, including the limited evidence of the plane parts and identity of the planes, which is a significant issue for this ongoing investigation. So the details, some of the details of what we do know, you'll be getting from the speakers, but as you listen to them, also listen with an eye towards what we don't know and how that might guide our future Freedom of Information requests. I'm prepared, and the Lawyers Committee is prepared to do additional FOIA requests. So if you do have recommendations for the Pentagon, for what evidence you might want to get through FOIA, send it to us. We're crafting that new FOIA campaign now, and it will be proceeding shortly. The FOIA continues to be a valuable tool. Some people may get discouraged for reasons, a couple of which I mentioned: the delay it takes, the cost, the legal defenses that the agencies come up with. But still, some of our FOIA litigation has been successful. We had a partially successful lawsuit for David Cole recently, which I represented David in with support from the Lawyers Committee. We had thousands of pages of documents released regarding the building performance study by FEMA regarding the Trade Center. And David has, over the years, gotten thousands and thousands of pages of 9/11 records released. And David Cole's effort should be appreciated and recognized in that regard. He continues to seek Pentagon records, and I've committed to help him in future litigation to do that. So obvious targets for FOIA requests, without getting into all the details, which I think we'll get more from the speakers on. The videos at the Pentagon, the videos near the Pentagon, satellite photos and video on the day of 9/11. These are obvious targets. The records regarding the wreckage from the planes, the identity of the planes and their parts. There's also some ongoing issues regarding identity of the hijackers. And that's actually an example of a productive FOIA request. My former colleague, David Meiswinkle, who was with the Lawyers Committee, did a Pennsylvania records request similar to the FOIA on the Shanksville incident. And that was negotiated successfully. I helped David actually review a lot of the records at the coroner's office. And to make a long story short, one of those records indicated that the FBI told the coroner not to request death certificates for the hijackers because they might be using assumed identities. That was the FBI saying that. Subpoenas are another key component of this roadmap for investigating the Pentagon. You might wonder why we're talking about subpoenas being a citizens organization. Well, there are 4 ways subpoenas can come into play here. One is, if we do get a congressional investigation, and Congress has broad subpoena power, and all they need is a legitimate legislative purpose, which would be abundant on 9/11, and they can subpoena records. A new presidential commission could do so. A grand jury has broad subpoena power. And yes, even citizens can, in an appropriate civil lawsuit, What we need to do is bring a civil lawsuit that gets past a motion to dismiss on the procedural defenses like standing. Some of you may not know, a couple of weeks ago, the U.S. District Court in New York denied the Saudis' motion to dismiss in the 9/11 families lawsuit against the Saudis. That case is now going to go to discovery and trial, and so those folks should have subpoena power. So there is one additional strategy for investigating the Pentagon. It's somewhat non-traditional, although it's traditional for my colleagues and I who represent whistleblowers, and that is to develop a program to encourage whistleblowers to come forward and to support them if they do come forward. You heard from some whistleblowers over the last couple of days. So Congress could provide a forum for whistleblower testimony. Whistleblowers could testify to Congress, including on some matters that they may not be allowed to release publicly. And as some of you know from my work on the 28 pages, there is a body of law that protects Congresspeople. It's called the Speech or Debate Clause, and the case law interpreting it. So a Congress member who got something secret from a whistleblower as part of their official inquiry could actually disclose it, like the Pentagon papers were disclosed years ago, and they're protected from prosecution for doing so. The Congress members are by the Speech or Debate Clause. So keep in mind, whistleblowers are still a valuable ally. So to get close to the conclusion of my presentation, I want to suggest for how the truth movement should proceed as we listen to these presentations today. Think of them as opportunities to learn. Think of the areas of disagreement as not something to be criticized, but to embrace as an opportunity to guide our investigation. Each of the speakers is doing what they can to put the limited evidence available into a coherent theory. So treat them with respect. They're united in the search for truth, and we don't have to all have a consensus on the details to be united in that search for truth. The reason we still have those competing theories isn't any deficiency on the part of the theorists. It's because the government continues to conceal key material evidence that could help us reach a consensus. So for that reason, we expect to continue our investigation using FOIA, using subpoena power. So I thank all of you for attending. Thanks to the members of Congress that were so inspiring yesterday. Thanks to Redacted for hosting this event and supporting us. This ends my presentation, and thank you all for your attention.
I will just rapidly add, we are on a very tight schedule today. We have a lot of presentations to get through and questions and so on and responses. So we will be pretty strict on the time and so on. So let's start off. First presentation is from Xander looking at the Pentagon and issues related to the deconstructing the alleged Pentagon flight path based on video analysis and energy calculations. The floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you, Piers.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to the committee for putting this on. Honored to be here today. It's good to be home in DC. I grew up not far from here, graduating from Walt Whitman in Bethesda. And why are you listening to me today? Well, my expertise is in clinical healthcare. I don't have a PhD after my name. I am a 2001 truther, and what that means is I have known that we have endured a massive false flag attack for now 24 years, and you can imagine the effect that that has on one's being. I got involved in 9/11 Truth many years ago, participating in organizations like Architects and Engineers. I was a lead verifier for them, so I have personally interacted with the testimony of tens of thousands of Americans and foreigners with respect to their opinions and impressions on the events of that day. In more recent history, I have been involved with work with the International Center for 9/11 Justice, moving my work more towards research-related activities, and have had, I think, great effect in the Debated Topics Forum. So I'd encourage everybody to read, review in material in the Debated Topics Forum. And I've been an advocate participating in street action events, you know, showing up in New York City at the 20th anniversary, and in Arizona where I live, participating in community events and interacting with engineering students at ASU and other sorts of things like that over the years. So I've been involved. And I've applied an analytical approach to the events of the day. I would like to remind the audience, and you know, thank you to everybody who might be watching this live, but also later on the recording, that my allegiance is to our Constitution. And so, you know, I've sworn allegiance to our Constitution, and it is to the Republic of the United States and not to particular people who may have been in power at one point in our history. Okay, so that's important. This is a whistleblower disclosure slide, and as to Mick's point, you know, whistleblowers are protected. And so if you are somebody out there who understands the severity of what we're going to be discussing and the implications with respect to the safety and life of human beings in our federal service and our military and what have you, you are protected from making those disclosures. To the point of today's discussion, a large plane did not impact the building. Okay, so this is what I'm going to be presenting on. We're going to look at camera evidence, physical evidence, path evidence, and precedents. Looking at this event is kind of like looking through a keyhole to resolve a murder. It's challenging. We weren't there. We didn't have access to the scene. We look at evidence that's available in our public domain. And in doing so, we were all provided this camera footage that came from 2 security stanchions that were just a little bit north on the lawn there on the west side of the building. The image on the left is the first sequence of imagery that was released to the public in 2002. It was leaked. And then in 2006, the images on the right were released via FOIA responses and introduced in the Moussaoui trial. So this is the full sequence of the initial camera, and here we see a police car moving through the security gate complex. And as the police car travels through, there's going to be a little bit of a pause, and then you will see what we are told was American Airlines 77 impacting the building. You'll see its tail or a tail feature kind of appearing behind that camera stanchion. There it is. And then a large explosion at the E-ring of our Pentagon. So looking at this camera footage for analysis over the years, I've determined that the object depicted is too small to be a 757. The argument hinges on this key feature. We are told that it impacted these light poles that fell along the cloverleaf of the highway there. And because these light poles were all downed in a particular location, that sets the trajectory at a very particular point in space. There's that clover leaf right there. You can see it highlighted on the slide. It's to the west of the lawn there, and we're told that a large aircraft intersected that clover leaf and then transitioned into the building, impacting it at column 14. So this is the size of N644AA, and that is the actual aircraft that we're told impacted the building. It is 155 feet long. Using modern technology, we can put a 155-foot long jet along the lawn, and we can align it with that trajectory to see how it may have appeared to the cameras. This is an actual picture of those camera stanchions, and so that is the security gate complex. And when we look at the view from the camera, we see on the right-hand side that you cannot see the farthest edge of that right curb, and you cannot see more than 3 white lines on the left side. So that sets the field of view for this image. When we look at that field of view in plan, we can see that this is the field of view. This is all of the light that could have been captured by these cameras. Right there. Zooming out a little bit, we see that it creates about a 99-degree field of view. All of my measurements and assessments, I attempt to be favorable to the official story. Obviously, it is an uncomfortable position to have that, you know, this is not what we've been told. And thus, I always will try to lean my measurements towards disproving myself, so to speak. Here it is zoomed way out, and you can see that that is all the camera could see that morning. This is from another vantage point. You see there's the field of view. That's what the camera could see. Look at the size of this jet. It's a large aircraft, so we can use the Pentagon itself as like a measuring tool. Those columns are offset at 10-foot centers, and so in this rendering, the jet would actually be even larger than I depicted it, but I'm not using advanced software. This is a PowerPoint presentation, so there were limitations with what I could do with respect to the rendering. So this is the view from the camera again, and what we're going to do in making this assessment is attempt to remove the distortion. I used the police car itself to remove the distortion. So looking at the frames with the police car, I was able to remove some of the barrel effect, and in that way make a more accurate measurement of the angular field of view. So if we were to draw vertical lines through this field of view, each section would create a subfield or an area we could measure. This object is behind the camera stanchion. I call it an SCO, a security camera object. I do not call it American 77 because it is not. Therefore, when I look at this SCO and what it did, I try to determine how big it is in the field of view by graphing it right there. So we see the tail on the right, we see the nose of the object on the left. There is a little sun visor coming out of that stanchion, and that is not the tip of an aircraft, that is a sun visor. And so the object is completely restricted behind that stanchion. Noting on the right-hand side that it is roughly an equivalent distance within the field of view. This means that when we look at the plan, we can place it on the map and we can determine where it was. You'll note that there's a small space to the right. That means that a little bit more of that object could fit in that area. And on the left, you can see that 2 more objects could fit in that space. So now we have greater than 4 objects able to fit in that field of view. So we go to plan. All right, the orange line is the trajectory indicated by the clover leaf and the column. So that's the flight path that we know this object had to have traveled if the official story is true. When we place the aircraft along that flight plan, it has to align with that flight plan. We now need to see at least 1 object's worth of its own width within the field of view. And that places that object right there. Now, there was a little bit of margin on the right. For the interest of time, I do not have time to dissect this slide. Please pause the video later, review it, assess it, but there's my due diligence. We now place a 3rd object, and we note that we can actually only see 3 1/3 aircraft in this camera's field of view. This is set by the radius from the camera. So the distance of an object from the lens of a camera sets the actual scale of the object. So this sets the size of it. This is how we prove that we're doing correct measurements here. The light all reaches the image receptor at the exact point in time because of this radius here. And when we compare that to the elevation view, we see that in reality we should have 3, but on the camera images we were all presented, we have 4. So this is a glaring discrepancy. And what it means the object on the right-hand side there, what we were all shown and told was American Airlines 77, is in fact too small to actually be a 757. It cannot be American Airlines 77. So the next step in this analysis is to ask ourselves, well, what might an actual 757 have looked like from this vantage point? And we can do that by looking at the angle of incident angle of the aircraft and how wide it would have appeared to the viewer. And I determined it was a little greater than 70-degree reduction based on its angle of approach. And so that sets the scale of that aircraft to be about that size, okay? When I say about, it is my belief that we're talking within a few pixels here, and that degree of error is a limitation in these PowerPoint slides, and how resolved one little arrow click can move something like this. But here we have a really very large looking aircraft, and it should be poking way out in front of that stanchion. Here it is again. That's what we're told showed up on the scene, and this is at least the size of what a 757 would have looked like. Again, it's PowerPoint. I don't have the nose looking larger as it's coming towards the viewer, but I did what I could with the tools available. Curiously, this on the top is the Moussaoui trial footage. So that's the raw video that was introduced by federal prosecutors in the Moussaoui trial. And below, they simultaneously introduced the special HD variant. So this is like an improved image quality, I suppose. And it's just interesting how this purple coloration has kind of shown up. I don't know where those hues came from. The tail is really crisp right here, yet we're told this thing was traveling at 530 miles per hour. How is it not blurred? We have just a very strange set of circumstances where now this purple coloration is appearing in front of the stanchion before the object even arrives, and then after. So that's a little strange. And this is the original clip that was released to the public in 2002. And you can see that there isn't a purple anything poking out in front of that stanchion. There is no object in front of that stanchion. So anything that is later analyzed must be reconciled with this original footage. I'd also like to note the public has never been given the official timestamps from this video, not in the Massawi trial or in any other venue. And to the Lawyers Committee, that's certainly something worth pursuing. So yes, the SCO really is that small. What I mean by that is using pixel analysis, I've determined that the size of the object rendered here is identical in both of these cameras, and that's a curious finding. The second camera on the right would have been closer to the object. And so all of this tells me that this object is too small to be a 757, and this cannot be American Airlines 77. Okay, we're going to look at a lot more than that. The impossibility of a large plane impact. All right, so, even within the truth movement, there have been many folks who have argued that maybe a large plane did impact. And we're going to see that that cannot be true. The first thing we're going to look at is column 18. This image is probably one of the most important images ever taken in the history of the United States. I make that argument because Corporal Jason Ingersoll, he captured this image before the E-ring collapsed. And when you look at it, you'll note that this is an aircraft-defying image. You're going to see column 18 perfectly intact right there. That's a 21-inch reinforced box column. It has not endured an impact from anything. And if you would consider that a stick of dynamite contains about a megajoule of energy, okay? And it would take about 5 megajoules to obliterate the limestone cladding that sat in front of that column. And it would take 10 megajoules to absolutely obliterate that column, to decimate it, to destroy it, to render it effectively invisible. I mean, gone, ripped through. Yet there's that column there. And the thing is that the portion of a right wing of a 757 traveling at the velocity we're told it impacted that column would impact it with over 100 megajoules. So we're orders of magnitude out of bounds here. The column should not be there. The threshold for column failure is low like that, about 10 megajoules, which is actually an immense amount of energy. And it should just fail by a threshold alone. But let's say hypothetically, we're saying, well, there's some probability that perhaps it survived, some miraculous distribution of events. And, maybe on the far end, it did somehow survive. I asked a modern LLM to run that calculation for me, and determined that the odds are about 1 in 20,000. So okay, I suppose it's possible in some distribution. This is the wing of the aircraft where it would impact. You can see column 18 right there. Look at the scale of that aircraft, and there it is, still standing. Right here, adjacent to that column, many have argued that this looks like a kinetic impact of some sort. It looks like something has struck or hit the wall right there. That is a stairwell that to me looks like was collapsed or blown out and perhaps pulled features of that E-ring inward. So that could be an explanation for that pile. And it looks like all of the cladding is dispersed right there in front of the building. Over here to the right, we have the E-ring facade completely missing. There's no cladding there at all. It is gone. Yet look at where this aircraft would have hit if it were there. It didn't impact that portion of the building at all. So how is all of that cladding missing? You can see the alignment created by the left engine on the muret of that little retaining wall, which we were told happened. So going forward, we're going to look at some other features. We're going to look at the left wall, column 6 through 8. You can see column 6 through 8 flashing there towards the up of the screen. And the left wing would have impacted those columns. And so as we look at where they would have impacted, that's that portion of the building right there. and the left wing would have impacted with an immense amount of energy. And therefore, we should not be seeing that portion of the wall intact. You can see that there has been some minor damage. Some of that 3-inch limestone cladding has fallen or been knocked off of the building, but that is not consistent with the impact of the left wing of an aircraft. And the reason for that is the energy. Okay, so left wing of an aircraft, you know, it's going to have its dry weight, it's going to perhaps have some fuel on board, it's going to come with a certain amount of mass, but critically, the velocity, kinetic energy is 1/2 times the mass times velocity squared. The velocity is the key. We're told 530 miles per hour. That delivers so much energy, that wall cannot stand. It is impossible. So over 200 megajoules of energy, delivered in the left wing tip alone. We're not even talking the left wing. We're just talking in that portion right there. So that would have absolutely obliterated that portion of the building. Using, you know, what you put into these models, of course, the results are going to vary. But justification, I used, you know, information that I gleaned from the Pentagon Memorial website, in which, you know, they officially say that, you know, most of the fuel was still in the wings. Okay. You know, in this instance, I used Grok, but I've run these through Perplexity, ChatGPT, several, and we're talking physics here. So physics is the same no matter what you use. And little caveat to the audience, if you want to have an audience participation moment, if you're going to run these calculations, it is often useful to not tell the LLM that you're running an analysis on the Pentagon, but rather to tell it that you're running the analysis on and then describe the features of the building, describe an aircraft. Don't label it as 77. If you do so, the LLMs will often then lean towards very heavily weighted sources that will not allow you to get the correct information. But if you put the attributes of the correct information in, then you will get a true response. And in this instance, we see that once that left wing impacted, you still have a substantial amount of energy that would have endured and kept going through the building, delivering more destruction. Yet there, that wall stands. That did not happen. No left wing tip hit that wall. Okay, columns 9AA and 9A. The AA means it's on the exterior feature of the wall. It's right there in front. To me, that looks like it's bent inward. I'm looking at it a little from the left. It looks like it's bent to the left. But wait, in this view, it looks like it's bent a little to the right. And so what that means is it's actually bent truly directly into the building. This is like columnar illusion, okay, or tower illusion, depending on what angle you're looking at. It looks this way, it looks this way. Well, that means it's really this way. So that direction that it's truly bent is not the direction that we're told this aircraft hit. So a kinetic impact would have moved it in a different direction. Fencing blown outward. So there's all this fencing that is blown up top of these cars here. That's that fence right there. Look at that sucker. The aircraft would have flown right through it. Yet there's this intact fence blown outward and actually intact. It hasn't been hit by anything other than perhaps an overpressure wave, which has blown it backwards outside of the building. Column 13AB, this one's a doozy. So many focus on column 14, AA, and I'm going to use the trailing letter B to indicate that it's on the second floor, so AAB. Column 14 was damaged and is perhaps reduced in scale and size, but just behind that is column 13AB, the B to indicate the second floor. And if you look at column 13AB, you'll see that it is right there. It is directly in the alleged path of this large aircraft, yet there it is, intact. It is not damaged. It has not been hit by anything. It looks just like a brand new 21-inch reinforced box column. This is taken from within our Pentagon. And you might note that the slab was not impacted by a large engine in any way, shape, or form, and therefore the aircraft would have had to have been on some sort of, a roll rotation, which would have raised the height of the fuselage, which would mean that the fuselage would have to impact higher up in the second floor, which means that much of that aircraft would have been hitting that column, yet the column was not touched by it didn't endure an energetic impact at all. Look at this curious graphic. We heard earlier in the conference about the notion of a fix. Well, just like in New York, where the ASCE published the erroneous findings of Bezant the day or two after the terrible tragedy there, This official report has this graphic to the right, which is effectively fraudulent. They went to great length to create this graphic, which does not depict the true size of a 757. Do you note how narrow the fuselage is in this rendering? It is thin and it is short. The ratio of tail to fuselage is a quarter in the ASCE graphic, yet available from Boeing at the time, they could have readily used the true graphic, which shows that the fuselage is a third of that size. Why did they go to great length to create their own graphic, which depicts this aircraft as being thinner and narrower than it truly is? That is a question worth asking. And I wonder if perhaps it was to try to fit that thinner, narrower feature below the second story slab and the remnet column 13AB, which clearly had not been struck. Cylindrical columns, this is a brand new, I think, I've not heard this before in all of my years of 9/11 truth argument, and the argument goes as such. These columns have been reduced to their spiral core, okay? And so they have had a force impacting with effectively the tensile strength of the concrete. It has sheared off all of the outer concrete from the box column, and it has bent these columns. And to do this, you need overpressure that far exceeds the kilopascal overpressure produced by deflagration of a jet fuel explosion from an aircraft impact. You're talking megapascals of energy. So that's an order of magnitude more energy to reduce these columns to this state. Also, please note that the column to the right there, 9C, is bent directly inward into the building, so that's not in the vector of approach. That is, looks like a blast came and kind of pushed the thing inward to the building, and those other two columns, 11D there, even worse, they're bent to the south. There's no kinetic impactor that would have pushed those columns in that direction. They are bent that direction. That means a large overpressure wave or propagation moved those columns in that manner. And you don't see crushing defects. You don't see the sort of crushing that you would have had from a kinetic impact. Instead, you see this blast pressure, which has produced this. If you look closely at the ASCE reports, they reveal this decomposition to this cylindrical state. This should have been a clue to everybody in that building investigating that bombs were used. It's no wonder the FBI had a bombing investigation. This is a telltale sign of bombs deployed within the building, and it's pervasive. These columns are rendered like this throughout the structure. Look at this column here. This is, I think it's 15A, perhaps, but it's up front, you know, towards the perimeter, and it's got this reduced to the cylindrical core, you know, all along. There's no crushing there. It's not bent or crushed. There's a massive overpressure in the megapascal range, which has reduced this concrete to this state. And we can only achieve megapascal overpressure from ordnance. This column here, you'll see spalling on the backside. The concrete's kind of blown off the back, but again, no crushing in the front. So overpressure wave. I use the word wave. I don't know if that's the correct formal terminology for it, but I hope you understand that. I could tell you all about gamma rays and photons, but I'm pretty sure wave gets the point across. This is a column that has a piece of that box feature. So you can see how it's basically been spalled all the way around, and that uniform spalling is the clue. You shouldn't have uniform spalling like that without the use of bombs. These columns here, they're particularly, well, these are the C columns. Okay, so they're blown right to the cage. And they're here, but this next group of columns, check this out. I mean, look at that. That is blown right down to the rebar shell. There's nothing left of the concrete. It's been obliterated. They're bent, and curiously, they're right by an elevator bank, deep in the building. Where have we seen elevator banks blown out before? This is not a kinetic impactor producing that effect. Okay, third story in the tall tail. Well, 757 has a tall tail, 44 feet tall, if I remember correctly. And look at that third floor. It's not been impacted by anything. It is intact. The windows are largely in place, but the cladding is not even damaged. The tail would have had to have impacted that portion of the building. Now, some have argued that the tail was actually shifted or moved to the north that because of impact with a generator. And so then the aircraft was kind of knocked offline. I wanted to test that theory, and so I did run this through. Again, I used Grok in this instance, but your mileage may vary. You could use any of the advanced calculators. And putting in the mass of the aircraft and the velocity and what have you, determined that it might have yawed or kind of shifted clockwise about 1 degree, and that much of yaw would only move it about 1.5 feet to the north. So it hasn't, been swung wildly out of alignment, which makes sense because if you think about the momentum that this vehicle would have had, and just how fast it's going, it doesn't have time to move. We're talking fractions of a second before it's impacting this building. It can't swing wildly. It's not like it's plundering in, the forces are just enormous. And so as we look at that third floor there, that third story, perfect. So a little bit of errata. I recently published in Debated Topics Forum and did use the wrong amount for mass of the tail of the aircraft. Just, kind of working through it, was using the weight of the overall tail, the side wings and the tail, the body of it and everything else. And I should have just used the mass of the actual tail fin. So this is an adjustment there. We're talking about roughly 25 megajoules of energy as opposed to 100. But that's why we do this and why we have these discussions, so we can kind of suss out these details. At any rate, 25 megajoules, what's that do? Well, it should have done a lot more than that. 25 megajoules right there would have just absolutely eviscerated this third floor. We should have seen it cleaved, cut all the way through. A semi truck, hitting this building at 60 miles an hour would have delivered 5 megajoules. Now you get an idea of what a megajoule is. It's an enormous amount of energy. So this 60 mile an hour truck impacting this limestone cladding and brick backed wall, we're now talking 5 times that energy. Where's the damage? It's not there. And that means it didn't happen. All right, impossible roll. We've also been told that this aircraft impacted this generator trailer, and that induced a rotation around its center of gravity. And in fact, the physics of such, it would have induced a leftward roll, but could it induce that much roll that fast? And what I mean by that is the distance between that little mirror or divot in that concrete retaining wall and where that generator is, it's just all too close. The amount of torque that would have needed to have been applied, the rotation, the energy is just insane to actually make the aircraft pivot that much, that quickly. It's got all this velocity traveling towards the building. Ran that one through an LLM, and it told me that, yeah, your instincts are right. It would have dropped about 6.5 inches, but the difference in drop there is about 6 feet. So that's 10 times as much. So we have a big problem there. It couldn't have dropped that much. The generator itself, I think a lot of us intuitively have understood that there's something kind of fishy about this generator. I look at the generator as like a breadcrumb. When you see it, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. A plane hit there and then it hit the building. But let's look at this generator. The plane, we're told, impacted it right there. You can see that little flashing line of where that generator trailer was, that the right engine would have impacted it. This is a very important picture. This is an NTSB image, and we see that the generator is actually tilted offline by about 22 degrees. It's rotated. Well, this is a heavy generator, so it has a lot of inertia. And its moment of inertia is such that it would take an enormous amount of torque to rotate it. And in fact, it wouldn't have rotated in that direction. I made this argument in 2024 in the Debated Topics Forum. And then, as things should go in this world, I got some pushback and then reevaluated and took a look at it and ran the calcs. And it turns out that the rotation is bizarre. It shouldn't have moved in that direction. It's moved to the south, and it shouldn't have been. Plugging some assumptions in, the weight of the aircraft, the speed, the weight of the generator. In this instance, I used an Enercon 40,000 pound generator, which is, I think, a trailer-sized, apparatus with all the alternator equipment in it and whatnot. And I prescribed the 22-degree rotation, meaning force fit it. Say, you got to come up with this calculation and make it do a 22-degree rotation. Well, it says the odds of that happening are far less than 1%. And it's because of the orders of magnitude of torque that are required to move the thing. It just couldn't do it. If you think about the generator itself, the weight of the generator is on the trailer floor of the generator, right? And so the shell is actually just thin steel. It's thin supports, thin steel. It's effectively weather coverage. And so something hitting that shell is just going to rip and tear through the shell. It's not going to move the whole feature and the weight and the inertia of the generator itself. It's just going to rip through the shell. So that big swinging rotation, it's not consistent with physics. And so if you don't prescribe the 22-degree rotation, we find that in fact it should have, if anything, kind of been ripped and pulled in the direction of travel there, and that it would have moved at about 7 feet per second to the northeast. So it would have kind of been pushed and slid a little bit more towards the building, and not even moved much for that matter. So problems with the generator. If we look at the generator itself, and we look at where it was and look at where it ended up, that just doesn't make sense. It would have had to have been probably hit lower in its center of gravity, like more, at the level of the flatbed portion of it. And so I proposed in my writings that would be consistent with like a large truck, perhaps like pushing it or bumping it offline. Look at the generator. It is blown apart. The whole back side of it is all ripped to shreds there. And I argue explosively that damage over there on that side is not consistent with the vector of approach. And look at that large cabinet feature, which appears to just kind of be like knocked over in there or just fallen over. But clearly that was not hit with the nacelle of a 757, or the turbine blades of a 757. It's not even scratched. It's just fallen over. And if you set it upright, it would have been right in the path of what we're told was a large jet. How about the path problems? Okay, so there's our Pentagon, and this is the official flight trajectory going right over that clover leaf, again, because of the felled light poles. Yet, on the ground witnesses all testify, or predominantly testified, that they observed an aircraft flying along this second path to the north of a Citgo gas station. We got this information by two heroic men, Aldo McKee and Craig Ranke, and they went out on the scene on their own volition in, I want to say, 2005, 2006, to do on-the-ground interviews with folks who had seen the day. And those witnesses testified to that blue path right there. They said they saw a jet fly over in that direction. And I believe we'll probably talk more about that a little bit later. But to the right there, you have these downed light poles, and they're not consistent with the path described by the witnesses. So looking at those light poles, we just don't have the time. It would take another 45 minutes to delve into that, but in the face of the energy incongruities on the ear-ring wall, I would make the argument that they were staged. At the cloverleaf, there's a couple things that I personally have wondered about. Right there is this kind of curious feature in a tree, and yeah, I'm curious about that. What is that? You can see that right there. It almost looks like a cutout of some sort. But when I looked at FOIA released video footage from the area, from camcorder footage, there's these trees in that area, and this is not that tree. This is a different tree. And look at that similar kind of like discoloration up at the top. It almost looks like a growth pattern on the vegetation itself. So does that mean that an engine hit here, or perhaps here or there? I think that we're reading into this tree perhaps too much. And when I really zoom in on the tree, it doesn't look to me like it's been shredded or cut. I'm not quite sure what it is I'm seeing, but it might be a useful approach in our, to identify this tree. Is it an alder? What is it? Let's talk to Virginia Transportation Authority to figure out what it is. Does it do this kind of growth? It's worth looking at. Over there on the right, you're going to see a large, I don't know if it's a camera pole or a light pole, what have you, but it's a pole. And looking closely at it, it's got this like abrasion right there. But to me, that looks man-made. That's just way too uniform. It almost looks like a patch of some sort, like maybe they did some welding and some surface finishing on that patch. To me, that doesn't look like a wingtip strike. It just looks like human intervention on that thing, and who knows when that happened. This is important. Thank you, Air Force. This is the 84th Radies Division. And so this is a radar defense evaluation squadron. And the Radies data itself conflicts the official story. So the Radies data, when you plot this, when you render it, you can see that this trajectory, the radar evidence shows that an aircraft traveled north of the Citgo gas station, consistent with all of the witnesses, including Pentagon police officers, and here north of the cloverleaf. So not capable of impacting any light poles. This radar data shows an object that's traveling there to the north. And that information is available for your own review at that little URL right there. So, path problems. That other circle is the Arlington Cemetery workers who also all testified to seeing an aircraft flying, over the hotel north of the Citgo, and then approaching the building and with a little bit of a banking maneuver. And here we're going to listen to Rob Balsamo. Hopefully the audio works. Earlier founder of Pilots for 9/11 Truth. May he rest in peace. Good man. Put a lot of work in. And his website is actually restored, I believe, but you can also watch these videos at that URL there.
On the left, we have the NTSB animation. And on the right, the 9/11 Commission Report animation. Let's see if they match. As it comes up to the Navy Annex, it appears they conflict. One is north, one is south. Let's continue. There's the Citgo gas station. The NTSB report has it on the north side, the 9/11 Commission report on the south side.
So glaring incongruities in the data. The North Path witnesses extensively documented by a citizens investigation team. They've got an active website. You can go review, support, take away your own impression from it. But this is a fantastic note, and this is a letter of appreciation from the non-commissioned officer in charge saying, hey, CIT, thank you for your work. And your work is going to pay off, and I believe it is. Thank you, CIT. Implication of a north-of-Citgo approach means flyover by syllogism. The damage in the building is not consistent with the impact of an aircraft, not on that trajectory. This proves that an aircraft flew over the building. So, can we disprove it or prove it based on the camera footage? Actually, we cannot. The reason for that is twofold. One, the cameras were only capturing images once every second, so depending on the velocity of the flyover aircraft, it may have just moved through the field of view in between shots. But the other reason is right here, this strange obscuring in the images themselves prevent us from being able to make a dispositive interpretation on these images alone right there. So that's camera 1 and camera 2, and we can't say whether there's a plane there or not. To do so would be argument from ignorance. C-ring breaching hole. This is troubling. So this is a map, this is DMOR data of all of the alleged fatalities within the building. This is location of DNA or other human remains recovered. And clearly there were many murdered people in that building that day. And yet we're told that the majority of the passengers from the plane were found in this location here. This is the Defense Intelligence Agency, and this is where the C-ring breaching hole was. And if you look at this image here, look at the vast amount of water that is flooding out of the building. There's water everywhere. So we should probably ask experts in forensic pathology and evidence collection whether they could actually get ascertainable DNA from a situation like this, where you have water just flooding through. And frankly, I don't see an indication that there are scores of people in this material there. We know based on the spray paint on the wall or lack thereof that this was an early image. So this is before more human intervention in this location. And we then might ask ourselves, well, what happened here? On a street action activity around 2012-ish, I believe, I was speaking with the OIF veteran, and his expertise was in breaching in Iraq. And I was curious about something. I was really trying to figure out what this was. I showed him the image on the left without any text or other indicators to tell him where the picture came from. And I said, what is this? Is this an entrance or an exit hole? And he said, well, clearly it's an entrance hole. And I said, why do you say that? He said, do you see on the left-hand side how the masonry is intact there on the inner aspect? He goes, that's a sign that the explosive was used on the outside. It was to breach the building. I said, okay, curious. I said, did you know this is from our Pentagon C-ring? And his face went white. How could this biological data, interfere with a proper investigation by who were clearly patriots, right, up at Dover and elsewhere? And that would just simply be a problem with the chain of custody. And so this doesn't, insinuate that those that were good scientists doing good work to determine what happened to who they believed were those good passengers. It doesn't mean that they did anything wrong per se. We have some witnesses to no aircraft within. Early witness April Gallup, she should be celebrated. Thank you, April, for all of your courage in those early years. More recently, we have Adam Eisenberg. So Adam's a fantastic human being, 3rd Army Infantry. He was a first responder at the Pentagon that day. And Adam, this is a fantastic interview that you guys can watch. He's got a great story to tell. He's really been focused, more recently, not just on what happened, but perhaps on who was involved. And Adam's work is worth listening to. He later became a sort of expert in airplane parts because of a coincidental serendipitous turn of events in which he worked with Pratt & Whitney aircraft parts, and his story is absolutely fascinating. Thank you, Adam. And friend Jeremy Sladen over there on the left conducted a really great interview that day. Also official historical witnesses to explosives within the building. We have, many testimonies of what they interpreted to be bombs, 2-part explosions, things that were not consistent with an aircraft. Those are all available at our own Naval Historical website. And is there precedence? Because bombs within the building would be diabolical. Well, we've heard from Chris Joya and others about Operation Northwoods. Yes, there was precedence. And so just to look at that briefly, 1962, we have, situations where they said that they would conduct funerals for mock victims. Okay, so let's think about that. Is it that far-fetched to think that maybe there were no passengers on this 77? I mean, right here, we have precedents of such behavior. And so a false flag, remember the Vane event, these are tactical decisions. And, frankly, as somebody who likes to win games, I understand the use of tactics, but, when we're in a situation where the information available to the public is in glaring contradiction, you're effectively gaslighting an entire population to have us believe otherwise. It's not okay. We have lost so much time. The United States has lost so much time, a generation of time lost, not to mention the lives lost. So we really need to be moving forward in a different manner. And again, not restrict ourselves to the mythology created now 25 years ago. When you look at the details of Northwoods, it's really shocking, but it's consistent with what we believe may have happened in 2001. You had CIA proprietary aircraft that were swapped out, for drones, aircraft flown as drones. 1962, hello folks, now 50 years later, could they have done it? Of course. And this last little slide here is, we're going to just kind of fly through as we approach the 45-minute mark. The pilots would be swapped out, the tail numbers would be swapped out. They can make a large aircraft disappear if they want to. And who is they? I'm not saying necessarily that it was the US government or anything else. We need somebody to ask that question and investigate. It could have been contractors, it could have been corporate interests, it could have been a foreign power. We need to know. If you note that last slide, it talked about dispersing aircraft parts at the scene to paint the stage. So is that possible? Yes, it is. And then curiously, the day before 9/11, SecDef declared war on bureaucracy from within the Pentagon. Declared war. So the odds of all of that happening, 1 in a trillion, that's just kind of off the cuff calculation, but could the generator rotator, the column 18 remained intact and the 3rd floor have been damaged? No, 1 in a trillion, folks. And so therefore a large plane did not impact the building. And thank you for your attention. This means that without
Okay, I just wanted a tiny bit of housekeeping. Now, as I mentioned at the start of today, that we're going to make sure that we give the opportunity for people in the audience to raise questions, which we as moderators can then put to the panelists later in the day. And I said that during the lunch break, the moderators, and I want to point out all of us to you, the moderators, Richard Ellefritz, do you want to stand up, Richard? Richard Ellefritz, and then Sandra are going to be hanging around whilst you're having lunch, but feel free to approach us. And if you've got specific questions, we will then write them down and make sure that we can't guarantee that all the questions can be asked and so on, but we will make an attempt, at least in the last hour and a half, in order to put those questions to the panelists. Okay, let's get to the next presentation. It's my pleasure to introduce Craig McKee, who's going to be giving his presentation today. Craig. Thank you very much, and the stage is yours.
Right. So just click the arrow, right? Okay. Yeah. Okay, great. Well, thank you, everybody. Am I being well heard? I'm almost tempted to say that after Xander's presentation that we should all just pack up and go home, because as far as I'm concerned, he's pretty much nailed it. But I'm going to try to fill in some other aspects of this. First of all, a few little introductory remarks just about how I got to where I am. I really only began to question the 9/11 lie back in 2007 when a friend told me about Building 7. And I remember saying at the time that there's no way that could be true because the media would have told us about it. I was very naive back in 2007. But watching a video of 7 coming down kind of started me on my journey, which really began with reading the systematic dismantling of the official story by David Ray Griffin, who I'm sure everyone here knows. It wasn't until 2010 when I started my blog, Truth and Shadows, that I began to make contact with other people in the truth movement. And I actually got the chance to meet David Griffin in 2010 at the Toronto hearings. And I remember being very much in awe of him at the time, but I rallied the courage to go up and introduce myself and to, in a sort of shameless play for his approval, I told him that I owned 7 of his books. And he smiled at me and he said, "Why don't you have them all?" "I'm working on it," I responded. In those early days of my 9/11 education, I learned a lot about the World Trade Center evidence, including the impossible free fall of Building 7. I learned about the incredible, some might say a better word would be idiotic, claim that a Flight 93 crashed in an open field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, and buried itself completely under the ground, with the hole filling itself in before investigators could arrive. As I soaked up all the knowledge I could find about 9/11, I came across a documentary film called National Security Alert by a duo, two men from California, Aldo Marquis and Craig Ranke, and you heard Xander mention them already. They made this film in 2009. They made a bunch of videos, but this was kind of a synthesis of all their work. Watching that film really changed everything for me. It's the reason really that I'm standing here today. I was blown away by the initiative they had taken in flying across the country on their own dime to seek out witnesses to the event. But even where I was stunned about the implications of what they learned from those witnesses, they were able to show that the plane that flew towards the Pentagon did so on a flight path that doesn't match the damage. In other words, the crash scene was staged, and Xander gave you a great deal of great information towards that, and the plane did not hit the building. And this, more than any other element of the 9/11 narrative, proves government complicity in this false flag attack. And that's why the Pentagon is important. And that's why sometimes I get frustrated when we talk about, well, you know, we don't really know enough and we've got to just keep researching and keep, you know, when they release the information, then we'll know. Well, I think we know enough. I think we know enough to know that the official story is a lie. And that's the most important thing. Xander mentioned his first loyalty being to the Constitution. I guess we have our own Constitution. So I guess, but I'm really devoted to not just the truth, because people use that word very loosely. I'm seeking the truth. But I'm devoted, in the case of 9/11, to exposing lies and exposing deception. It's not enough to sort of endlessly academically sort of research things and sort of, keep things as if they're in a state of never being resolved. I believe we can prove that the story is a lie. We don't know everything about it. We don't know everything about the World Trade Center, frankly. There are elements of that in terms of how it was done, the explosive mechanisms. We don't know everything. So I'm going to get to my slides here. I guess you've all looked at this by now. I've been standing here for a while. Now, why is this not going? What am I doing wrong here? Okay, I'm clicking the arrow and nothing is happening. Oh, there we go. Okay. Anyway, this is the scene of the crime. This is the Pentagon. Ground was broken on this building, some of you may know, on September the 11th, 1941, 60 years to the day before 9/11. I don't know what that means, but it's certainly intriguing. Now this, you could argue, is one of the most secure buildings in the world, and an attack on this building would be seen not just as a crime, but as an act of war, giving the government an opportunity to respond in a way that it would not with many other targets. Okay, now, whoops, how do I go back? Okay, sorry, getting the hang of this. Okay, now here we are again. Okay, so this is a view looking, you see that red arrow? The red arrow is approximately, the best I could make it, the official flight path. You can see there are 3 other landmarks in there. Encircled in blue is the Navy Annex. You saw that in Xander's presentation. Circled in yellow is the Citgo gas station. Now, why does a gas station matter? Well, it matters because it's a landmark that allowed witnesses to locate the plane in relation to it. Then we have, in green, we have the Arlington National Cemetery. That's the cemetery entirely to the right there, which is north, and you'll need to know north and south in this. But the maintenance buildings are important because there were several witnesses who were at the maintenance buildings who talked about what they saw. And you're going to hear clips of what they saw. And you have to me, either these people all have to be lying or they all have to be mistaken in the same incredible way, or they're telling the truth. And that plane was not on the official flight path, which means it didn't make the damage. Now, here we are. So there's an overhead, and you can see the red circle there is the alleged impact point. And that just gives you a chance to locate those 3 landmarks again. And here, I just put that in there just to show you what the path actually is supposed to be. The path has to be entirely south of the Navy Annex at all times. Nothing can even go over that building and still remain on the official path. So now this is sort of a part of the photo that Xander used, and it really is dramatic. The problem with the photos that day is that they were shooting a foam at the building all day long. So it's really hard to get a look at that hole. And you'll see in a minute, I guess I might as well just go to it. So in this thing, I mean, I'm not really going to get into explosives or the government video because I think Xander nailed that. But I am going to show some anomalies where the lack of debris and the lack of appropriate damage to the building are really some highlights. And then I'm going to focus on the flight path and the actual witnesses. Now, this is just a little kind of an intro to what the scene looked like on the ground. You'll see that whole section of the building that appears to have collapsed. That only happened about half an hour after the initial event. That whole part of the building was intact for the first half hour. One might wonder whether it was supposed to come down at the time of the initial impact. Not impact, sorry. The explosion, it was not an impact. Now there's another view. Now I'm going to get to other slides. Don't worry, I'm not suggesting there was no debris. I'm sure people would want to jump on me if I did that. Here's now there was a lot of stuff strewn on the ground, a lot of pieces of something. I suspect things from inside the building were blown out. There are branches from trees. But it's not a 757, which is really the main thing. It doesn't really matter, whether there's a piece of a filing cabinet on the lawn. Now, and this is another shot sort of looking backwards from across the helipad. And this is the side that Xander used earlier, showing that official path. And again, it has to be there because the official story says that the plane hit 5 light poles. Incidentally, no one says there's no one who says, I saw it hit 5 light poles. You won't find that witness anywhere. You'll get some people who will say, oh yeah, I saw it hit a pole, or they think it hit a pole, but there's nobody that says, yeah, it hit 5 in a row. So if the plane that approached the Pentagon on 9/11 didn't follow the official flight path precisely, as I said, then it couldn't create the damage, and that means the plane didn't hit the building. Now, and if and this is the big one, if the flight path is wrong, then 9/11 is an inside job. So that's why I'm motivated to continue on this evidence. All right. Now there were a lot of witnesses that day who were all over the place. There were people that said they saw the plane cartwheel across the lawn. There are people that say they saw the left wing drag across the lawn, but there's no marks on the lawn. There's some people that were actually inside the building. There are people who were high-level people at the Pentagon. And frankly, if I were doing this operation, I would have made sure there were a lot of people out there to have the right account for the official story. So I'm just mentioning that in a kind of general way to contrast it really with the witnesses that the CIT guys that were mentioned earlier that they spoke to. Now, this is a video that Ken Jenkins, who's an associate of Mr. Chandler and Mr. Coste, he did this compilation of witnesses who were interviewed in the mainstream media, many of whom appear to back up the official story. But as you can see, this is the very first one, and first of all we know is Janet. This is Janet's opinion. We don't know who Janet is. But then she admits she didn't see the impact anyway. So that's not a very strong witness. First of all, if somebody wanted to verify that Janet was a strong witness, they would go and find her and interview her on camera, the way Ranke and McKee did. Now here's a guy who gives an account, Steve Doherty. He says he saw the plane at the building from 3/4 of a mile away. That's from his balcony. And see that arrow? See that little beige thing there? That's the Pentagon. Not only does he claim that he saw the plane hit the Pentagon, but he says he saw people walking around on the plane through the windows of the plane. So that's the kind of witness that some people are trying to argue that we should be impressed by. Okay, now we're going to get to the real witnesses, very credible witnesses that McKee and Ranke interviewed. They interviewed quite a few people, at least, more than 24 probably, but about 13 key ones that can place the plane on the north path. When we say the north path, we say north of Citgo. People wouldn't know what that means, but it just means that the plane was north of the Citgo gas station. It couldn't be north and make all the damage. If it's north of the gas station, then it didn't hit the building. It's simple as that. Now, so as I say, now there has been criticism of them, unfair criticism, I feel, and we're going to be talking about that later today. I'm quite certain of that. But these are the best interviews we've got of witnesses. Now, are they perfect? No, they're not perfect. But they're very, very revealing and very important. Now, Massimo Mazzucca, I don't know how many people know Massimo. He did a tremendous film called September 11th, The New Pearl Harbor. And it's about a 5.5 hour, very detailed thing. This is what he thinks. He says, the work of Craig Ranke and Aldo McKee of CIT, the work they have done on the witnesses for the North Path is some of the most solid, irrefutable evidence that one could ever assemble on 9/11, period. And he's right. The witnesses, and here's the key thing, the witnesses that CIT interviewed, when they were giving this path, They didn't know they were contradicting the official story. So you would think if they knew, then that would, excuse me, that could have affected their testimony. But they just said, the plane hit the building, and here's where it was. Now, mind you, they weren't very close to the Pentagon, any of them, except one. We're going to meet him in a minute. So this is sort of an overhead. These are some of the names you're gonna be hearing from. Well, maybe not everyone on that list, but most of them, because just for time. And this is their approximate vantage points. You can see those ones, that long list at the top there. Those are people that were at the Arlington Cemetery.
Where did you see the plane coming from exactly? What direction? Did you see it approaching?
Well, I saw it, like I said, if you look here where Arlington Cemetery is, right about where those transformers are, that's the first place I saw it. It cleared all these lampposts, or cleared all the light posts.
So it was heading towards you, coming from Arlington Cemetery, over there?
No. It was heading from left to right. It came from two areas.
So you're saying it was it came from to the north side of the Navy Annex, even?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, what it did before those transformers, I don't know, because that's the first place I really saw it, was right there. But it was not coming towards me. It was coming from left to right, or from east, or from west to east.
That stone fence that we just zoomed in on over there is the fence to the Arlington National Cemetery.
Yes.
And as far as you could tell, the fuselage was over that.
Yeah, best guess estimate, that's about where the fuselage
And
is.
how high was it at that time?
About 150 feet AGL.
All right, now how sure are you that the plane was to the north, coming from the north side of the Navy Annex? You're saying it was pretty much between the Navy Annex and Arlington Cemetery? How certain are you of that?
100%. Bet my life on it. 100%. Bet my life on it.
Okay, so that's Pentagon police officer, William Legacy. You'll hear discussion of him later, and there have been attempts to discredit him. But that's him standing at the gas station. He's at the north. He's looking north when he's making that whole description. He couldn't actually see the plane if it were on the official path, because the canopy of the gas station would have blocked his view. So it would have disappeared from view. So this whole description he's giving would not even be possible if it was on the south path. So and he's looking towards the cemetery. So he's very clear. There's no question about it. And there's going to be more from him in a second. And now we're going to look at a second police officer, Pentagon police officer, who was in a slightly different location, but very close to the gas station. And that's Chadwick Brooks.
What side of the station did you see the plane fly over?
Okay, actually from the front of the station. Exactly where we were at earlier, where the yellow Jersey barrier.
Okay, was it more on the, when we're facing the station, more on the north side or to the left?
No, it was more to the left.
More to the left, okay. And was the plane, the entire plane to the left of the station, or maybe portion of it over the canopy of the station?
No, it was more towards the left.
It was, the entire plane was to the left station, the wing and everything?
Correct. During this point right here, we were able to see everything.
Right.
When that plane came descending across here.
Okay, so it came from up over here.
Correct. See where the trees are at?
Yeah.
Where the trees are at?
Uh-huh. And it was descending.
Correct. It was descending. By then it had already been descending.
Okay,
so basically doing a straight line. It's a straight line towards the Pentagon. By then it was actually en route, and it was a straight line.
So there's two Pentagon officers who had no particular interest in contradicting the official story, who were close to each other but didn't speak about this at all, and came up with the same result. And now the two of them are going to be on the site together, comparing notes in front of the camera.
I think that's pretty close.
That's damn near perfect from what I saw. And we've never, for the record, we've never talked to each other about this
at all.
So neither of you guys have even really talked about this with each other.
Never talked.
Never in all these 5 years, and you both independently drew the flight path line pretty much exact.
I know, I mean, the way this has been going, who knew what he was going to put down there, because he was in a different location a little bit over. But it's right there, which makes me feel good about the way I remembered it.
So you're both pretty much 100% certain that that's what you remember the flight path
from different locations, yes.
Now let me ask you this. This is going to sound kind of silly. What are the odds that both of you are mistaken as far as the fact that the plane was on this side of the station and that the plane actually came from the south side of the station?
I tell you right now, you can't say more than 100% because there's no way it was anywhere other than where I said it was.
Yeah.
What about you?
Again, something like that, something of that magnitude.
So to reverse that question, what's the percentage chance that the plane was actually on the south side of the station?
0 chance? Is there less than 0%? It would be impossible for me to have seen through the building, over the roof, to see the plane.
So 0%. That's what he says. That's what the two of them say. Now we're going to hear from somebody, rather, who was working at the gas station. And the CIT guys found out about this person through the supervisor, and they said, oh, there's somebody that works here that got a good look. And this is a gentleman named Robert Tercios, and I think he may come up in the afternoon discussion part because there have been misrepresentations of what he said. But you don't need to guess. You can see what he's going to say. And he's standing in this brief interview. He's standing a little bit north of the canopy of the gas station, sort of pointing back at the canopy, but the north end of it. And then anyway, you'll see here.
It seemed to be just over the canopy here, just over the corner of this canopy.
Okay. So it's just over the corner of that canopy?
Over the corner of the canopy. As I said before, it seemed like it was going to crash onto the street here, but it did. I saw it go up a little bit, headed towards the Pentagon.
It looked like it was going to crash into the street, but then it picked up a little bit.
Yes.
And as far as how it came over this corner, was it more like the wing or the body? Was the left wing, the right wing, or the actual body?
Oh, no, it was more like the right wing headed.
It was the right wing, so yes. You'd say most of the plane was even further north of the station.
Yes, I would say over the tree here behind me.
Okay, so it kind of flew right over that tree.
Yes.
So Robert Tercios puts the plane a little closer to the gas station than the other two, but it's still too far north to hit the light poles and to create any of the damage. He's very clear about this, and there has been some, I'll put this diplomatically, there's been some confusion about when he points this way as if he's pointing south towards the official path. He's not pointing to the official path. He's pointing at the canopy of the gas station, and he's saying the right wing was right over that, and the fuselage was over this tree, which is entirely north of the gas station. Not by much, but north. And it can't be even on the north side of the gas station at all to do the damage. Now we're going to get to the Arlington National Cemetery, and I think you're going to be, most of you won't have seen these interviews. I think you'll be amazed at how consistent these people are. And yes, they may indeed have thought the plane hit the building because they see the plane go off into the distance, and they see a big explosion. So they're assuming that the plane hit the building, of course, but the fact is that the flight path makes that impossible. So I think this is William Middleton, who was actually near the Navy Annex.
An interview recorded June 6th, 2008.
Right up there, he came in between, the Hilton and Navy Annex, and he started dropping. It was coming, I don't know the name of the street here, but it leads to Henderson Hall.
You're talking about the street right here on the north side of the Navy Annex? On the north
side of the Navy Annex. It was coming straight down the middle of the street, and I wasn't what was going on. And as it come past me, it was dropping.
Okay.
And you could...
Now, you were right here at this time?
I was right here, right there where that truck is.
Okay.
And when he came past me, my sweeper, the three-wheeler, I could feel the heat.
Oh.
That's how close it was to me.
From the plane itself?
From the plane itself. And as it went down, you could see that he was kind of fighting with it. Then you hear when he kick, a full throttle. So
draw the way you saw the plane come.
from right up here, he came in between, what's that, the Hilton and Navy Annex. And I seen him, if this is it, yeah, I would say.
Okay. So.
Well, this is our parking lot right here.
Yeah.
That came right over the parking lot.
All right, I forgot to mention one thing about Robert Tercios, the previous one, is that he mentions in there, I don't know how many of you picked up on it, but he mentions that the plane flew towards the Pentagon and then lifted up and there's another part of the interview where he gets into that in a little bit more detail. He says the plane lifted up to go over the highway sign. All right. So now we're going to go to another Arlington employee.
I looked up, looking in this direction, and I could see the plane over the corner of that the building there.
What building?
That would be the Naval Annex.
Navy Annex?
Yeah.
Now, did it look like it was directly over the Navy Annex, or was it farther to the left of it, or what would you say?
From what I seen, it was to the right of it.
To the right?
It was on this corner of it.
Oh, on the right corner?
Yeah. And where those corners, you can see the building in the background, which is the Sheraton up there. It looked like it came over that. And then it looked like it was just over top of the Naval Annex on the right corner of it.
On the right corner?
Yep.
From right up here, he came in between, what's that, the Hilton and Navy Annex.
And we were kind of stunned and knew we wanted to get out the way or something. It appeared that it was coming right for us, actually. So we knew we wanted to get out of the way, but
you mean it was headed right towards the buildings? Like?
Yeah, if it came off that end, it looked like it was just coming straight in this direction.
Oh, okay.
It was on the Navy Annex. It was flat. It was just like it was on top of the roof, landing on the roof. And just like it barely made it over the roof. And then when it got beyond that point and we started to scatter, it started to bank to the right, still coming forward.
The officially required low and level southern approach flight path is perfectly straight and absolutely cannot be in a bank for the plane to have hit the light poles and building, particularly at the officially reported speed of 460 knots. This very important detail is repeated by multiple witnesses.
Okay, kind of off of this corner. And down here.
Okay.
Okay, I hope that was all clear. He was saying that the plane looked like it was almost going to land on top of the Navy Annex. And clearly the Navy Annex is north of the official path. And he thought the plane was going to come and hit where he was. And he's in that Arlington Cemetery, if you remember the green circle. He's in that maintenance area. The plane can't fly towards that building and be on the official flight path. But now you're going to see some more witnesses from the same area, and you'll see how consistent these accounts are.
As I looked over, I noticed the airplane, nice sized plane, was coming in, and it was like, it may have been about no more than 3 feet above the Navy Annex when it was coming across from there. It was looking like it was coming over here for the buildings where we are over here.
Okay, so
that's
it was right on top of the Navy
It
Annex.
was on top of the Navy Annex.
And it looked like it was headed towards...
It looked like it was headed towards this way.
It appeared that it was coming right for us, actually.
Says this was coming across the building.
That's the Navy Annex, right?
This is the Navy Annex. And as it was coming across, it dropped down a little bit.
Towards you.
But angled.
Okay.
As it was dropping down more.
Yeah.
And then it started angling.
Yeah, so exactly the same account, almost identical. And now we're going to hear from another, and this one I think is Donald Carter, I think.
So at the time, you know, all of a sudden we seen a plane fars over the overhead over the Naval Annex, coming from over. So actually, you know, we spotted him, and then the plane actually veered off, sort of like he swerved off, and then he caught, you know, got on track.
Wobbling, right? Like, you know, I guess by his descending, he was straightening.
Would you say it was more on the north side of the gas station over here, or the south side on
It
the
was
far
more,
other end?
it's more on this side.
On the north side?
Right on this side.
Okay.
It's more on this side.
On the north side?
Right on this side.
Okay.
Just the overhead of the neighbor, he sort of come over.
And you guys were right over here?
Yeah, we was right over here. He sort of came over, came like this center, and then he kind of veered over, and then he went on around like that.
Okay, now this next one is Sean Boger.
Our biggest thing here is trying to figure out exactly where that plane flew.
Right.
So you guys got a really good look at it being right here.
Yeah, I was looking.
So, I mean, some people say that it was far over on the other side of the Citgo.
No.
What do you have to say about that?
Well, they must didn't see it.
Right, I forgot the ending there, sorry. So Sean Boger was the air traffic controller at the Pentagon. So he was in the heliport, which was a little bit, about 150 feet, something like that, away from the alleged impact zone. His account's important. Now, he says he thought he dove for cover. He explains he did that as the plane approached. Now, he describes the plane hitting the building on the second floor, which, of course, it couldn't have. But, you know, he was diving for cover, but he did describe the flight path. And you'll see how close it is to the other ones.
Where in relation to the Navy Annex was the plane? Did he come
when I saw the airplane, he was practically in front of the Navy Annex.
Okay.
And so he was coming like at an angle. You know, his wings were tilted, so it was almost like he was trying to bank towards the Pentagon building.
So you would say he was kind of almost turning towards the Pentagon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Once again, the significant right bank is corroborated by a key witness, even though this important detail is a fatal anomaly when compared to the official data and physical evidence.
You could see the gas station from there, correct? The Citgo?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you say, which side of the gas station would you say the plane was on as it approached? Would you say it was on the left? As you're looking at the gas station, would it be more to the right, like the Arlington Cemetery side? Or would it have been...
On my right and the gas station's left. If I'm looking out the window, if I'm looking towards the gas station, it'll be on my right-hand side. If I'm looking out the window, if I'm looking towards the gas station, it'll be on my right-hand side.
Okay. So, and if you were at the gas station with your at the back of the store with your back to the store facing the Pentagon, it would have been to the left of the gas station. Okay. So it was closer to Arlington Cemetery rather than the highway, Route 27, right?
Okay, so that's again confirms the other ones. It's exactly the same. To the right, he's now looking back from the Pentagon at the Navy Annex, and he puts it to the right. Now I'm going to compare. I seem to be 2 slides ahead here. It seems like it. Anyway, so I think I know what's coming next. But I put together all the flight paths that these different witnesses drew on photographs that CIT provided to them. And I think you will see when you look at this sequence of photographs, I think you will see how impressive this bank of witnesses really is. Okay, well, I've got 2 other people. I forgot about this slide now because it doesn't show on here, the next one, but there's Terry Marin and Albert Hemphill, 2 people that were in the Navy Annex. Both of them described the plane going over the Navy Annex. Again, a north path. Maybe we'll talk about those a bit more later. I have a feeling we will. But both of them put the plane probably somewhere between the 2 of them. Now, here's what I thought we were going to see a second ago. This is William Legacy's. This is what he drew. Now, look at this compared to his colleague, who he didn't even speak to until that interview. That's what Chadwick Brooks drew. Now, let's look at what William Middleton, that's Robert Tercios, the one that said it flew over the tree. Now, this is a guy named, we didn't have a clip of him, but Edward Paik was on the far side of the Navy Annex. He's a mechanic, and he didn't see the Pentagon, but he put the plane completely over the Navy Annex building. Now we get to the Arlington people. William Middleton, the gentleman that was beside the Navy Annex. That's what he saw. Now, Darrell Stafford, there's his path. Darius Prather, does that look like we're seeing some consistency here? Donald Carter, they all draw the same bank. Sean Boger, from a completely different perspective, almost identical. So there are those yellow lines. That's all the different north path witnesses kind of superimposed over each other. And once again, the green line is the official path. So that's what clearly, now, are they credible? I think they are credible. And I don't think that any of the criticisms of them are warranted. Now, here's one of the videos that CIT did was people from USA Today. There just happened to be a whole bunch of them right in front of the Pentagon, right at 9:30 or whatever the exact time was. And they all just happened to be late for work that day, apparently. Mike Walter is one of those. And here's what Mike Walter said in the day after 9/11. There were trees obstructing my view. So, you know, he saw a smoke cloud and a fireball, but there was trees. Now we'll hear what he said 6 years later.
When something hits a concrete structure like that, you know, this belief that the wings would go in is just ridiculous. What I saw was the actual jet going in, but the wings folded back like this. So that's why when you look at the hole, you say, well, it's not big enough. Well, that's why. The wings were not strong enough to withstand the impact. They folded back, and that's why the jet went in, and that's why the hole that you see isn't as large as you might imagine in another structure.
The look to the right, like, did I do that right? Now, I've got a few slides on the damage, and I'm going to zip through them because Xander covered a lot of this more thoroughly than I could. So because I want to get to Lloyd England, and he's a key to this whole story. So here's what I got: the crash scene. That's a composite photo, but it kind of gives you, you know, basic idea. Xander showed you that, the lack of damage above the hole. The bottom two floors of the Pentagon for the first three rings are all part of, there are no external walls that go down to the ground floor. They all start at the third floor and go up. So that first two floors that the plane would have gone through would not have had to go through any external walls other than the E ring and the C ring. Now, massive engines, 8,000-pound Rolls-Royce engines, titanium, traveling at 530 miles per hour, hitting that building. What inside the building would have stopped those engines from getting to the C ring? I would argue nothing. And this is the supposed exit hole. And there's no engine exit holes. And the foundation, the concrete foundation, it's not damaged. That's looking out where the plane would have come in. Adam Ruff has calculated that only 3% of he's another Pentagon researcher, colleague of mine, that very little of the fuselage would have had lettering on it. And yet all the pictures that we see, everybody seems to have a letter on whatever piece of, C is the same one, and there's another one. It's sort of a convenient way to sell us on the idea that that's the American Airlines plane. And then the light poles, which obviously I can't get into that either. You know, 5 light poles in rapid succession at 530 miles per hour, no damage to the wings, no fuel exploding, plane not going off course.
That was one of the coolest things I've ever seen. Wow! That went so much faster than I thought it was going to. Oh, that was great! It was like here 1 second and then gone.
Gone in a sixth of a second. The rockets fire. At 75,000 pounds of thrust, throw the super plow along the track at a spectacular 550 miles per hour.
Now, I should say I'm not trying to argue that the physics of that would be the same as a plane hitting poles. Not at all. What I'm just using that to illustrate is the plane was supposed to be going 530 miles per hour. What you just saw is 550. So when people describe, when you hear witnesses that say, well, I saw the engine graze this top of this 1 foot high concrete retaining wall on the lawn of the Pentagon, do you think you would see, you think you would be able to report that as a witness? I think that's highly unlikely. I'm running out of time here, so I'm going to zip ahead. Lloyd England. Now, this guy's important. There's Lloyd on Route 27, which is the highway going beside the Pentagon. He appears to be there to reinforce the official story. He claims that the plane that came in, hit a light pole, well, at least one anyway, and that light pole impaled his taxi, narrowly missing him. We're going to see how impossible that story actually is. That's the pole. He says he flagged down a silent stranger who stopped and helped him lift it out. This Lloyd England, the cab driver, is 68 years old at the time. Now, you can see this is approximately where the taxi would have been traveling, assuming this story to be true. And you can see that the right wing of the plane is the one that would have hit that first pole. And that long pole you see in the middle of the road, there's only one pole that could be, and that is the first one hit by the right wing. How would the right wing hit that pole and knock it either over, under, or through the fuselage to go up the highway to hit the cab? Impossible. Now, he's there to establish altitude, flight path, wingspan, and to reinforce the idea of the poles. And once again, I'm showing you that again. The position of the pole makes it even more unlikely because he and the silent stranger would have to lift it out towards the side of the road and then bring it all the way around and carry it into the middle of the road and set it down. Why would they do that? First of all, how could they do that? Now, this is David Chandler and Wayne Coste argue that it was probably not that pole. It was an 11.5-foot section of the second pole hit. But they just make the assumption that, well, if it couldn't be the first pole, it must be some other pole, rather than considering the possibility that the story is a fabrication. Now, David Chandler says, and as Wayne Coste has pointed out, there is nowhere in any of CIT's videos that Lloyd England unambiguously identifies the long 25-foot piece as the piece that hit his car. He's not claiming, but he does repeatedly. Yes, repeatedly indeed. Why does this matter? Again, if it's the long pole that he's asserting hit his cab, then the story is a fabrication. Now, here's just a smattering of the interviews that were done. Russell Pickering was working with CIT originally. So it's the long piece, the piece, yeah, the long piece, the piece that was in the ground, about 30 to 40 feet long. The base of it was in concrete. Yeah, the long piece that was sticking out across the hood, about 40 feet long. So he's not talking about an 11-foot long piece of another pole. He's clearly saying that very long piece that you saw on the road is the one that did it, which is not possible. Here you see him pointing to the pole in one of the CIT videos. Now, no witnesses saw anything hit England's cab. No one says they saw the cab swerving or traveling with a pole sticking out of the hood. And no one says they saw someone pulling a pole out of the car. Now this, I hope you can see it towards the bottom of the screen. There's a scratch that goes right across the road that ends right at the corner of the base of that pole. So it seems very clear to me that what's happened is that somebody has dragged that pole into the road and left it there. And you can see the scratch. We've got arrows that are pointing at the bottom. That's Lloyd's cab in behind the white car. This is the end of the pole that is alleged to have hit Lloyd's cab. This is the hole supposedly made by that pole, according to the official story. Now, here is in the research of David Chandler and Wayne Coste, we hear this. In the rear seat, there are some holes consistent with the lower support arm being the impinging projectile. Now, do you see any evidence that can be seen in that photograph? I do not. And first of all, there's only one hole. There's not some holes. Now, this is the front seat. The front seat wasn't ripped or impaled. It was bent back. This was taken the day after 9/11. This one is taken several years later. Again, how does a pole bend that seat without ripping it, then take a 90-degree turn downwards to make a tennis ball-sized hole in the seat? Here's the hood. Now that's where supposedly where that's thing is circled. That's supposed to be the pole crushing the dashboard, but look at the hood. It's not even touched. So in fact, it disproves it.
His story is just what I said. You got to understand what you're saying. That's the truth. It's his story. Right. It has nothing to do with the truth. It's his story. This is too big for me, man. This is a big thing. Man, you know, this is a world thing happening. I'm a small man, you know. Right. My lifestyle is completely different from this. Right. I'm not supposed to be involved in this. This is for other people who have money and all this kind of stuff.
But you said, wait, what do you mean?
Well, I'm not supposed to be involved in this. I don't have nothing.
So is your point that these people that have all the money,
this is their thing.
This is their event.
This is for them.
Meaning they're doing it for their own reasons.
That's right. I'm not supposed to be in it.
But they used you, right?
I'm in it.
You're in it.
Yeah, we came across the highway together.
You and their event.
That's right.
But they must have planned that.
It was planned. One thing about.
Oh, sorry. Can I go back? I just cut the end of that off. Anyway. Yeah, I'm winding up now. He said this is for people with money and that kind of thing, which is a very odd thing to say if you're talking about a terrorist attack. Anyway, thank you very much for your attention. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we now have a 15-minute break, and as we have a tight schedule, as I've mentioned before, and I'll probably keep on mentioning throughout the day, can everyone be back here for 12:15 for the presentation? We will be starting at 12:15 on the dot. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to welcome everybody back to the third day of the Turning the Tide conference. This is the Pentagon Discussion Day. We've had 2 talks already today, and now it's my pleasure to welcome Barbara Honegger to the stage to provide her presentation. Barbara.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is my distinct honor and especially privilege to present to you the compelling evidence that yes, there was a plane destroyed at the Pentagon. It was not Flight 77. It did not hit where the official story says at column 14 in wedge 1. It was destroyed outside the wall, just before it would have otherwise hit the wall off of wedge 2, further to the left or north along the west wall, and it was destroyed into huge numbers of pieces. So let's see if this works. Yay. All right. Now, the Pentagon is, in my opinion, the most important attack of 9/11, because only the Pentagon attack, which was on an iconic national military facility, just like the original Pearl Harbor in World War II, made the attack into the new Pearl Harbor, and most importantly, a sure pretext for war. This officer at the Pentagon, on 9/11, he was on national television, and they already had this "We're at War" banner ready to go. Now, as I mentioned in my presentation yesterday, the Pentagon attack is relevant today. It's not just history. Article 5 of the Navy Treaty, the mandatory common defense provision, has been invoked only once to this very day, and that was on September 12th of 2001. Poland has just invoked Article 4 of the NATO treaty, which is the step before Article 5. As you know, claiming weaponized Russian drones overflew its territory many times during attacks on Ukraine. To me, this feels like there is a brewing attempt to manufacture a pretext for a hot war. The actual facts about the Pentagon are central also to the current case against Saudi Arabia for its alleged participation in protecting some of the alleged hijackers. And the judge finally just let proceed to discovery and trial that very case. But what's important about that case, above and beyond the fact that there are thousands of 9/11 victims' family members who are the plaintiffs in that case, at the center of that case are only 2 of the alleged 19 hijackers, both allegedly on the Pentagon plane. So that makes what really happened at the Pentagon absolutely critical to the Saudi case, does it not? These are the 2 alleged hijackers, both Saudis, who are the focus of both the 28 pages that were finally released after almost 16 years, and they are Al-Hazmi and Al-Midar. They are both Saudis, and they were both allegedly on just one of the planes on 9/11, the Pentagon plane. As I mentioned in my presentation yesterday, the breakthrough to finally getting the 28 pages released was to realize that our movement needed what I call the Mike Gravel for the 28 pages, which was the real Mike Gravel, who was a neighbor of mine. He's no longer alive. And when his involvement was brought in, that very quickly led to the release of the 28 pages, and within a few weeks of that, to the very quick passage of the Justice Against Sponsors of Terrorism Act shorthand JASTA, which was a true revelation and a revolution in the foundation of international law, which removed sovereign immunity for not just Saudi Arabia, but every single foreign nation in the world that has been found credibly, that there is credible evidence that they have attacked American citizens on American soil. So the main areas of contention that the movement is trying to resolve: was the plane a 757? Was it even Flight 77? I must add that not a single witness ever reported 2 low-flying planes approaching the building, only 1. Was there a wall impact at all? What was the final approach path? Was it the government's official so-called south path, or was it the north path that you heard about from Craig Ranke's presentation? Is the official radar data to be trusted at all? So the challenge before everyone in the 9/11 Truth movement who's looking at the Pentagon, and I've been doing this for almost 24 years. I worked for the Department of Defense on 9/11 and for 11 years after, until I retired. So the challenge is that there is conflicting evidence, and witnesses also conflict with each other. I believe, after a very informed opinion, that this was designed into the actual inside job operation. And the solution, as my colleague in the Lawyers Committee for 9/11 Inquiry made very clear in his presentation opening today, the government simply has to release every single piece of withheld evidence proving what actually happened, which they are still withholding over 24 years after the event, including especially all of the still withheld videos pertaining to the Pentagon, and especially, as you will see in a moment in this presentation, the videos from the Sheraton Hotel. So now we're going to look very briefly at the Pentagon attack scene. That is an aerial photograph, and you see that very important clover leaf. That's going to be very important. The Pentagon had its own helipad, its own heliport, and you can, there we go. The Pentagon had its own heliport, and you can see that with that kind of square concrete structure on the lawn. And so that's a very important fact. And maybe it's a little difficult to see, but just to the left, to the north along the wall, beyond that helipad, there is the heliport firehouse. And on the roof of that firehouse was the helipad air traffic controller station where witness Sean Boger was on 9/11. But did a plane strike where the government said it did? What really happened at the wall? So this next slide is a graphic that very clearly shows the relative locations of the helipad. It's called the security building, further to the left along the wall. That is the heliport firehouse. And the red dot is where the official story says Flight 77 impacted the building, going at approximately 530 miles per hour at the red dot. This slide is an approximate size of a 757 relative to the Pentagon. Building height, 71 feet, 156 feet length of that plane. Just shows you the approximate relative size. Now, this is important because this is from the official Pentagon Building Performance Report, that kind of white wedge, which actually continues through the midline between wedge 1 and 2, and then goes into the Defense Intelligence Agency further to the left through the so-called plane exit hole. That is the official story path. So, is the damage to the outer wall even physically possible for a 757, or for that matter, for any large plane, impacting allegedly at approximately 530 miles per hour? So this gives you an example of the size versus the alleged approach path. And Xander also used this slide. Okay, and as mentioned also, I believe by Craig, that throughout much of the morning, the foam and the water from the fire trucks were obscuring what is really important to be able to see. But fortunately, there is a definitive composite photo that is the most important evidence. And this is that photo. Now, I'm going to try to, yes, I have a pointer. Is the pointer working? Oh, now I have to hold it down. Okay, this is where the fuselage allegedly impacted. This is column 14. This is the official story. The Pentagon Building Performance Report says that the fuselage, which is about 12.5 feet in diameter, impacted right here. And as you will see, there's still a little bit of smoke, but the floor of the second floor or the ceiling of the first floor, this part at least is still intact. And believe it or not, that vertical column where they claim this plane, huge plane going at 530 miles an hour impacted, it's still there. It is still there. Now, there is a major disagreement amongst the speakers as to the length of the first floor opening. All right. Now, the official story claims that a good half of the fuselage was in the upper half. But of course, that's not possible because that center, column 14, is still there. But then if you go to the question of, well, how much of the plane could have gotten in here with that huge wingspan, let alone the fuselage, there are only, you can count them, there are only 50 or at most 60 feet of a continuous opening on the first floor, whereas our colleagues, represented by David Chandler in the next presentation, claim that there are 90 to 100 feet. They almost double what they claim is the continuous opening. But it's very clear there are still some destroyed columns on the other side of that 50 to 60 foot opening. So it is physically impossible for the official story to be true from this photograph alone. All right, and that's just another photograph that shows the red circle. It's where the official story, the Pentagon Building Performance Report says that the plane impacted. And again, the column 14 on the second floor is still there. Okay. Oh, this is just to show that the Pentagon Building Performance Report own graphic, if you count them, only shows between 5 and 6 continuously missing columns on the outer wall of the ground floor. In other words, what you've just seen is that column 14 on the Pentagon, which is claimed by the government as the impact of this massive plane going at 530 miles an hour, is literally the magic column, like magic column 79 at World Trade Center 7, which presumably singly failed and brought down all of World Trade Center 7 into its own footprint, 1/3 of the distance falling in gravity-only free fall speed. And it's like the magic bullet in the JFK assassination, interestingly. Now, why aren't my slides on the screen? Is there a reason my slides aren't? Is there a reason my slides aren't on the screen? Oh, there we go. I'm not sure why that happened. Okay, this is another slide that shows where the official story claims the plane impacted at a slight angle down. And you will see that where the right engine would have been, there's still a column there. That's a massive engine. All right. The ground effect also, I won't go into exactly what that is, but it's a technical detail in aerodynamics that a plane cannot get lower to the ground normally than approximately half of its wing width, which would have put the plane, according to the official story, actually, between the second and the third floors, which isn't even what they claim. All right, so as the plane did not hit, I've proven that at the official story alleged impact point, what could have caused the outer wall damage to the right or south of the alleged impact point? And I thought I had a slide of that, but you can remember that from the previous presentations. All right. Well, this is what caused that. Now, this is an extremely important photograph because it is not of the original fireball, which we're going to get to in a minute, which was on the this side, the south side of the Pentagon helipad and the heliport. But this is at the alleged impact point. But this is not from an impact. This is a later explosion by a few minutes from the inside out. And it's a massive explosion. And the way we know that it is not whatever caused the big black billowing smoke cloud to the right, which was from the burning generator trailer, is because that smoke cloud is already well established at the moment of the flash of that internal explosion inside the Pentagon. All right. Now, the released seismic records, the official seismic records from the closest USGS readout station to the Pentagon for the alleged impact point. All right. A Air Force expert in crash analysis, crash data analysis, Peter Tiradera, in his outstanding book, states that this is the signal that is the smoking gun for controlled demolition. So somebody was doing controlled demolition at the very site that they claim that the plane impacted. And if I can, oh, good. I have to go forward. No, am I going backwards? It's not going forward. Oh, maybe it's slow. Okay, so I was at that. There we go. So the seismic signal, that seismic signal and that explosion is from the second major explosion before the outer wall collapsed. So it's the explosion that they made the wall collapse that they want you to believe was the cause of the hole that they alleged the plane went into. Okay, so this is not going. Having to go forward again. Am I going backwards? Well, it stops at that one. I've got the green one. It's just, I'm not seeing on there what I'm seeing here. Come see. Look.
Yes.
What?
But you click once, and a little for second. So you want the video?
You want me to use this instead?
No, this one. But which one? Which one you want? This one.
Go back. Go back. Okay, that's where I was, but it's not showing up there. It's okay. I just want this to move. Show. The actual evidence shows that the vast majority of actual wreckage from a real plane was extremely small confetti-like pieces that one witness who was there on the lawn said looked like literally millions of pieces, and that they were at, around, and beyond the helipad towards the wall. Now, I'm just reminding you where the helipad is and the wall beyond it, okay? And where that red dot was, that's where the flash is in the famous 5 frames video screen, video slides. All right, now this is the destruction by the helipad. This is the destruction on the other side of the helipad, which you can see in the silhouette on this side of the fireball. Okay, so the helipad is on this side, the fireball on the far side. This is what happened right by the helipad firehouse. All of this destruction, and there's the helipad on the left in a distance photo, and beyond you can see the fire that you saw earlier. This is another one by the helipad. I don't need, and this is, the closer you get to the wall beyond the helipad, the damage or the wreckage from the plane gets larger and larger. This is a guy walking across a fireman walking across the helipad, more helipad damage. Okay, now this is an important photograph because you're looking from the helipad firehouse down towards the alleged impact point of Flight 77, and it's a little hard to see, but there's an almost pristine lawn there. So you can see that there's all this wreckage, and then you go down to off the wall where they claim a plane impacted, and it's this, which you've been shown before. So the real damage of a real plane, as you will see, was further to the left or the north along the wall than this, in the area of the helipad. Now, there were some larger wreckage pieces. This is one of the largest ones. Now, some of my colleagues believe these were physically planted. It's not possible to physically plant after the attack many of these large pieces, especially this one, but there were a couple of others that were this size or almost this size, okay? Now, these are FBI agents or plainclothes officials who were instructed to only pick up all of the larger pieces in the helipad area. Why weren't they asked to pick up pieces off of the alleged impact point area? Probably because there weren't any. And again, there's the fireball. There's another large piece. This was one of a part of an engine. Smaller pieces yet. All right. So I believe that this evidence definitively rebuts that there wasn't enough wreckage. And so some of my colleagues claim that the crash scene had to be staged. And by the crash scene, I don't mean in general. There's a lot of moving of pieces after they fell that happened. But by stage, they're basically referring to the idea that these plane pieces, all of these plane pieces and pieces of wreckage were planted. Not a single witness has come forward saying that they saw any pieces of wreckage planted before the attack. Another one from inside, piece inside. So April Gallup, this is very important. April Gallup is a very important Pentagon witness, and she went on record on this radio show. I could play the audio. However, I don't have the time to do that. But she stated that at least 3 months before 9/11, because she'd been on pregnancy and childbirth leave for almost 3 months, and her first day back was on September 11th with her infant son. She stated that before she went on pregnancy and childbirth leave, that she went through the wedge, the wall between the entrance between the two wedges, between wedge 2 on the north and wedge 1 on the left. And when she went into some of the spaces in wedge 1, that there were plane parts that looked like they were just pre-placed all over the floor of the Pentagon. So if you had an explosion at the big fireball on the wall that I just showed you at the alleged impact point, that was going to cause the appearance of those very plane parts, if they were still inside the building, to have been from a plane that entered the building.
I want you.
So what could have caused such a large quantity of extremely small wreckage? The FBI Director Robert Mueller himself confirmed that the word bomb, if they left the B off, in pent bomb, which is the FBI's code name for the entire 9/11 investigation, including the World Trade Center, Pentagon, and Shanksville, and everything else, is pent bomb. So that's their acronym. He actually said, the FBI actually said to one of the 9/11 victims' family members, one of the famous Jersey girls, that the BOM, short for bomb, in pent bomb, actually stood for, from their investigation, bombs on the planes. Now, this is a theory. It's not my theory, but it is a theory that could explain these massive quantities. Most of the wreckage is extremely small, confetti-like pieces, and this is the onboard plane theory of BART. All right. A missile from a military attack helicopter could have destroyed the plane that was the wreckage is on and around the helipad and going towards the wall beyond the helipad. Now, do I believe that this is the answer? I don't know, but there was a military attack helicopter that Vice President Cheney ordered to go to the Pentagon after they knew that 2 towers had been attacked in New York City. He ordered a military attack helicopter, a Marine Corps helicopter, to immediately be scrambled to the Pentagon to, quote, keep the plane, which hadn't even arrived yet, to keep the plane from going into the building. Now, most people in the movement, including Professor David Ray Griffin, has analyzed the evidence that they believe that the famous young man who came into the POC, the Emergency Operations Center in the basement of the White House, where Vice President Cheney was in charge shortly after the second attack in New York City, that this young man asked when the plane was 10 miles out, started at 50 miles out, then 10 miles out, do the orders still stand? Almost everyone in the movement has believed that that order was a stand-down order. It was not. It was a shoot-down order. And in fact, the plane was destroyed at the Pentagon. And this is the first page of the testimony. I don't know if it was sworn, but it was the testimony to one of the staff groups of the 9/11 Commission that by the young man is Douglas Cochrane, and he was the Vice President Cheney's own military aide, okay? And he said that it was clearly, that the order was clearly shoot down language. Okay, a Marine Corps helicopter was flying between I-395 and the heliport for almost 5 minutes, just before the plane's final approach, the actual plane, not Flight 77, the one that you saw the wreckage for, before it exploded into the fireball. And we know the time, it was 9:32 and 30 seconds. How do we know the time? We know the time from the heliport firehouse clock, which was stopped by this massive fireball and pressure wave that went into the open door of the helipad firehouse where the clock was and stopped it at 9:32 and about 30 seconds. Okay? This is just the information as to when that Marine Corps attack helicopter left, having buzzed between the heliport area and I-395 for almost 5 minutes, just before the plane was exploded by the helipad, that it actually took off literally 3 seconds by took off. It never landed at the helipad, but it suddenly flew away. It suddenly flew away 3 seconds after the explosion that created the fireball by the helipad. So I believe that the near simultaneity of the takeoff of the helicopter and the explosion and fireball explains why many witnesses whose vantage points only allowed them to see just the helicopter, like from the other side of the Pentagon, and not the heliport plane itself, that led them to believe that it was actually the helicopter itself that had crashed on the helipad and created the fireball. So there were witnesses to this helicopter all over the place. I'm going to go quickly past these particular slides, but there are many witnesses to this erratically flying Marine Corps attack helicopter that was going between the helipad and I-395 just before the explosion that caused all of that wreckage and just before the fireball. That's the helicopter. And we know that because a number of witnesses have identified it who knew about planes, including the air traffic controller, Sean Boger, at the helipad. Okay, there's another witness here. By the way, everyone can have my slides. I have them on a PowerPoint, and if you have a way for me to put it in, otherwise you can give me your email address and I will send them all to you, because I'm going to have to go past some of them. All right, so the shattered carbon fiber wings from the crash of a remote-controlled drone. This is what I believe it was, a remote-controlled drone. The seismic evidence also supports that the plane exploded above the ground. In other words, the plane was exploded by some technical means, whether it was a bomb on board like the FBI believes, or whether it was a remote control signal, a radio signal of some kind, that it was a drone, like a drone that was used in the Operation Northwoods proposal to President Kennedy. We don't know precisely the physical mechanism of the explosion of the plane, but it was exploded above the ground. All right, before it would have otherwise hit the building. So this is the seismic record, and this record was analyzed by Peter Tiradero, who is the Air Force crash and radar, seismic record expert analyst. And I think I better go back on that. And he says in his book, he says that this is a signal of the size that there is, I talked to Professor Kim, who actually did the seismic record on the phone, and he said there was no above noise seismic signal at all at the Pentagon. Now let me remind you that there were 2.1 and 2.3 seismic signals at the World Trade Center Towers 1 and 2 for plane impacts over 70 stories above and over 90 stories above, and yet we are supposed to believe that almost literally on the ground, a 757 going at 530 miles an hour, impacting either the ground and or the lower part of the wall, created no above noise seismic signal whatsoever. Okay. If a 757 had struck anywhere near ground level, anywhere, there definitely would have been a seismic signal, above noise seismic signal, and there was not. So where precisely did the actual plane that was destroyed by the helipad crash? Okay, we know exactly where it crashed. So this is the helipad. This is a photograph, by the way, not long before 9/11. This is the helipad. This is the alleged impact point in column 14. And this thing right here was the original firehouse, which had been taken down just not long before 9/11. And this was the new one they constructed. So we have multiple witnesses telling us that the plane came in like this and it hit exactly there. Now, it's not that far from the alleged official story impact point, but it is not the official story alleged impact point. Okay, now this is one of the slides that Craig showed, and it's an important slide, and it shows these so-called North Path witnesses. I do not focus myself on the Citgo gas station, which was here. This is the Navy Annex. What you're about to see is the importance of these witnesses here at the Sheraton Hotel. This is critical. And I have interviewed a witness here who saw everything through a huge plate glass window on the top floor of the ballroom of the Sheraton as it happened. And you're about to see that testimony. But what's important is this is the official storyline that is based upon the flight data recorder that the government claims was found inside the alleged C-ring exit hole on the inside of the C-ring, the third ring in a 5 of the Pentagon. But we know that it didn't even impact there anyway, so it couldn't have been the exit hole of a plane to begin with, okay? So what's important here is that all of these lines, they're not the same, but they're all to the left or the north of the official storyline. Okay, that's what's important. I don't make the right or left, I don't make the Citgo station that critical because all of these lines are approximate from the witnesses, from their memories. And it's also important to know that this witness, Hemphill, he believed that the plane went straight over the top, almost the center top of the Citgo gas station. And that's very different from the witnesses, including the two Pentagon policemen who were to the left or north of the Citgo gas station. So not all of these so-called north paths align with each other, but they are all contradictory to the official story path. That's what matters. So evidence the plane could not have been Flight 77. This is very critical, and it's the most important part of my presentation. American Airlines, on the 14th, early in the morning, the government claims, the FBI and the Pentagon claim, that they allegedly found a flight data recorder and a cockpit voice recorder. The cockpit voice recorder more damaged than the flight data recorder, the FDR, just inside the alleged C-ring exit hole of a plane on the inside of the third ring of 5 rings into the Pentagon. Now, right after those two so-called black boxes were given to the NTSB, the National Transportation Safety Board, for analysis of the data on them, which is what they did. When they were finished with the analysis, then FBI Director Mueller went on national television, and he stated that, and he showed a photograph, which I'm going to show you. He's going to show you a photograph of what they claim was what was left of the cockpit voice recorder. Now, the cockpit voice recorder, they claimed, had no retrievable data on it. But what's very strange about that is they claim they got almost all the data from the flight data recorder. Now, because both of these black boxes are on the tail section of a plane, not far from one another, because that's the part of a plane that usually, it's less damaged or survives a crash, which did happen by the heliport at the Pentagon. Because they're both in the tail end of the plane, the very fact that one of them was stated right after the photograph was put out by the FBI, this photograph, American Airlines went public with an official press release saying this can't be from any cockpit voice recorder from Flight 77 that left Dulles Airport in the morning, or from any of our Boeing airliners that were flying on 9/11. So if the cockpit voice recorder could not have been from Flight 77, let alone any 757, neither could the flight data recorder. So the flight data recorder, even though it's a physical object, number one, it was not from Flight 77. And number two, the data has no relevance whatsoever to solving this mystery. So the NTSB report had this photograph of the damaged cockpit voice recorder, and they found that it was a magnetic tape model, but it's the wrong kind. And American Airlines put out that official press release. Also, again, we're talking about some of the evidence, and there's a lot more, that Flight 77 couldn't have been the plane at the Pentagon, and that there was one and it was destroyed, but it was not Flight 77. The DCC radar data, which was withheld for a very long time until finally released under the pressure of a Freedom of Information Act request, stated that Flight 77 was still airborne and flying over Missouri and Kansas after the attack. Now, I thank Xander Arena for his evidence that the image on the outside, from the outside security camera videos, is too small for a 757. And I've proven in other ways that it couldn't have been. So evidence that the plane at the Pentagon was not the one that left Dulles Airport. This is very important. Indianapolis civilian FAA air traffic control were watching live on radar and officially reported that Flight 77, which it still was after leaving Dulles at that point, they were tracking it, that blip for Flight 77 suddenly began to descend approximately 6,000 feet at 8:54 and 43 seconds while it was still flying west, and while its transponder was still on, because they were looking at the transponder blip. This is well before the official radar data from that alleged flight data recorder that can't be from Flight 77 or any Boeing 757 or any Boeing airline flying on 9/11. The official so-called radar data from that, quote, FDR data states that the analysis is that it didn't start descending until after it turned and flew back east. Now, any kindergartner knows that the same plane, physical plane, cannot do both. It cannot descend going west and then be seen by the so-called FDR data to continue level at its cruising altitude, approximately 35,000 feet, and then start to descend well after the turn. It's a different plane. This is a very important book by a Dutch investigator who looked at radar data. I would have to go back to the book, but you can order it. And it's called 9/11: The Other Truth. And it's a detailed analysis of how the plane, not just the Pentagon plane that first left the airport, but others as well were swapped, just like Operation Northwoods on 9/11. And this is a video that you can watch online of how the CIA and the military swap out planes.
The CIA has been
I
developed.
don't need that. Oops, let me go back one. Okay. Okay, so was the final approach path the official story path, or which is the south path, so-called, or the north path? And if it was the north path, of course, it could not have been Flight 77, and we know it wasn't. Anyway, okay, there's that famous line again. Now I'm going to use my pointer for a moment, and right here we're going to see about this witness in the witnesses in the Sheraton Hotel, which was on a north, as it were, a north path line. The plane came over the Sheraton, immediately over the roof, came over here on the side of the Navy Annex, came up to this corner of the Navy Annex, and came over like this to the north of the Cloverleaf. Now, this is very important. The Citizens Investigation Team and Craig Ranke, in their analysis, they assume that the plane well, the CIT people believe it flew over. There's no evidence of that, of course, because there's all the wreckage. But Craig Ranke's analysis is that the plane came in on this path, but he assumes that it ended up either crashing in the wall, but he says it didn't, so it had to have flown over, he believes, at the official story alleged impact point area. But in fact, it came up a little bit further to the north, and that's where all that wreckage is. Okay. So we have conflicting witnesses, and that's part of our problem. And that's the reason that our movement and the American people in the world need all of the videotapes from the Pentagon that the FBI and the government are still withholding. Okay. So North Path, there are all of these North Path witnesses. I'm now going to go to, I hope, the Sheraton Hotel. Yes, now this is extremely important. So the Sheraton Hotel was just further to the left, further west than the Navy Annex. And I personally interviewed a worker who was on the very top floor in the ballroom when the plane went over the building, at least over the right side of the building. She took me up to the roof, to the top floor, and she took me to this huge plate glass window. And she stood there and she showed me exactly what happened. And what she said was that when she and two other of her female workers were there on that morning, that suddenly there was this shrieking sound above, outside. Of course, that was the roof. There was a shrieking sound, and then the entire building, and of course, mostly on the top floor, because that's where they were, shook so much she was afraid that the building was going to collapse. And right after that shaking, the worst part of the shaking, suddenly this immense plane, as she said, filled the entire window as it swooped down towards the Pentagon and off to the left and then back to the right. And then there was a huge fireball, which she kept shaking her head, and she said it was horrible, and she got very emotional. I do know her identity, and I do know through her the identity of the other two witnesses who saw precisely the same thing out the same plate glass window. And there is another very important witness, and that is the witness, Deb Anloff. She was on a floor just 1 or 2 floors down below and saw precisely the same thing, used almost exactly the same language, that it looked like it was right outside my window. So we know that the plane came over the Sheraton Hotel. In my opinion, there's no better evidence, even better than the Citgo gas station determinations, because a lot of those Citgo lines are not identical to the left or north of the Citgo gas station. What's most important to me is the witnesses of the Sheraton Hotel. And the Lawyers Committee for 9/11 Inquiry is going to be filing an FOIA specifically targeting the videos from the Sheraton Hotel facing the side of the Pentagon. So there are all these Navy Annex witnesses. I'm just going to flick through these because you've already been told a lot about them. But this one is very important. I'll probably end with it. This incredibly important witness, Alan Wallace, who was standing literally next to the fire truck by the firehouse. He was right at the front right of the fire truck. His back was to the wall. And he said he heard a shriek and he looked up and there was a white plane that had red and white stripes down the side. From his vantage point, it was coming in to what appeared to be his left a little bit. And that at the point that he saw it, he estimated it was about 25 feet only over the ground and about 200 feet away. And that plane came directly to him. He and his fellow firefighters ran for their lives, and thank God they were injured. They were burned, but they did survive. And he experienced the pressure and the heat of the fireball instantly. And when he came out, this is his testimony. And go back. Well, when he came out, he saw all of that devastation, all of the burned grass that I showed you at the beginning. And I'm going to end with this. So Wallace, the plane was so close to the heliport firehouse and his fire truck that was parked right outside of it, that Alan Wallace initially thought, and he's gone public with this, that he thought that the left wingtip had actually maybe hit the back of his fire truck. That's how close it was. And there are all of these witnesses saying that the left wing touched the helipad, it scraped on the helipad or close to the helipad, and then there was a huge fireball. So we don't know exactly what caused the plane to be exploded or to explode, but that is what happened. Thank you very much. Oops,
thank you, Barbara.
I need to take this one.
Yeah. Barbara, and so today, so far, we've had presentations from Xander Arena and from Craig McKee and obviously Barbara just now. And it's my great pleasure now to welcome David Chandler, who's going to be talking for the next hour, 55 minutes. I will just add that we are running in a 15 minutes overtime, so we're going to lose 15 minutes at lunch, but I think we can work with that. But without further ado, I would like to hand over to David. David.
60. So it's fine. How do I see that? I can move that up. Hi, I'm David Chandler. I retired from, well, I'm going to start there. Hi, I'm David Chandler. I've retired from teaching physics and math for about 40 years. At high school and junior college level, I've been involved with architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth since about 2006. And a lot of my early work was done under their auspices. I'm currently the coordinator for Scientists for 9/11 Truth, and I'm on the board of International Center for 9/11 Justice. And I've done a bunch of stuff on the World Trade Center buildings, and recently I've been trying to untangle the Pentagon evidence issue, along with Wayne Coste. So he and I have been working as a team. Okay, some of my colleagues, I'm going to be reading this, otherwise I'll never get through it in an hour. Some of my colleagues who have done so much of the heavy lifting on the World Trade Center research have tried to discourage me from getting involved researching the Pentagon. The Pentagon research contributes little to our overall understanding about the nature of the 9/11 events, but it's become a wedge issue to divide the movement. However, ceding the argument to the various factions that push the claim that all the evidence is faked discredits the truth movement as a whole. It leads to one rabbit hole after another. Scientists for 9/11 Truth believes it is important to look at the hard evidence, take it seriously, and to see what it has to tell us. If we are really a truth movement, then it's our job to rigorously seek the truth. We need to resolve this issue. The central question that divides the 9/11 truth movement is whether or not the Pentagon was hit by American Airlines Flight 77, flying from Dulles Airport with passengers on board. If it was not hit by a plane, or if it was not hit by that flight, it hardly matters what alternative mechanism caused the damage. Passengers got on that flight at Dulles. What happened to them? If we assert that AA 77 did not hit the Pentagon, then the story becomes much darker than it already is. Did passenger DNA end up in the Pentagon or not? Yes, it did. And there was a major effort involving over 1,000 people and multiple agencies to search for and identify the human remains of the victims, just as was done at the World Trade Center. Finding evidence to establish whether the Pentagon was hit by a plane, a large plane, or 757, have been intermediate research goals, but those are merely stepping stones to establishing whether it was actually Flight AA 77. DNA was found for all but one passenger, including 5 unknown persons of Middle Eastern descent, of Middle Eastern origin, 2 of them being brothers. An interactive graphical database, which can be run on a Windows PC, is called Pentagon Scene, was put into the evidence in the Zacarias Moussaoui trial. That's what's being shown here. By the way, you can download that and run it on your own PC and explore it. Another key to identifying the plane is the flight data recorder, or FDR, which traces the flight all the way from the Dulles Airport to the Pentagon. One of the things we will look at is why it is reasonable to conclude this data is authentic and why it is unreasonable to conclude otherwise. By the way, these 2 graphs, the one on top shows the radar data from various stations compiled. Even though the transponder was turned off, there was radar recordings. The one at the bottom is the flight data recorder track, and they agree. Overlapping radar records obtained from multiple agencies, both military and civilian, give complete coverage of the flight even though the transponder was turned off. These sources agree with each other, with the FDR data, and with the vast majority of the eyewitnesses. This map shows the location of just a few of the many eyewitnesses to the flight path of the plane that hit the Pentagon. Many of them testified to seeing the actual impact and described the plane. Frank Legg, an Australian scientist and 9/11 researcher who died in 2016, compiled a list of public statements from 188 eyewitnesses. Others have compiled similar lists. Other evidence of the flight path and impact can be found in the external and internal damage path. Any theory other than Flight AA 77 being the plane results in declaring some or all of this evidence to have been faked. The problem is that claims of faked evidence weaken the argument, and claims of fakery themselves need to be proved. Once you start throwing out inconvenient evidence, the logic of the problem becomes, what are you going to use to prove your own alternate theory? We have to take evidence seriously. Here's a compilation of eyewitness testimony taken from the Pentagon plane puzzle video that was put together by Ken Jenkins.
Over 180 witnesses are on record describing what they saw at the Pentagon on the morning of 9/11. 127 witnesses said they saw a large plane.
Tell me exactly what you saw.
I saw a plane going down, big plane, commercial liner type, going down full speed, just inside the side of the Pentagon. It was a big plane.
I saw a large airliner-sized plane.
It looked like a big-sized plane. It was definitely a passenger plane.
That's a huge airplane.
26 witnesses identified the plane they saw as an American Airlines plane. 7 witnesses identified the plane they saw as a Boeing 757.
A huge airplane, looks to me like a 757 American Airlines.
I saw it was an American Airlines 757.
It was a Boeing 757 American Airlines, no question. 757.
When I looked up, I see this plane in the 757.
There was a jet, what looked to be an American Airlines jet, probably a 757.
It was an American Airlines plane that came in and hit the Pentagon.
It was an American Airlines jet. You could read the AA on the side, silver fuselage.
63 witnesses saw the plane impact the Pentagon.
It looked like a commuter plane, 2 engines come down from the south, real low, proceed right on and crashed right into the Pentagon.
Plane went west to east, hit the west side of the Pentagon.
And I saw it hit.
Slammed right into the building, huge explosion.
The next thing we saw, that airplane crashed in the Pentagon.
13 witnesses saw the plane hit one or more of the 5 downed light poles.
I looked up and I saw this American Airlines jet coming in very low, and I watched it, and it clipped. I don't know if you can see it over here. It clipped this pole. I saw it clip these poles.
4 witnesses saw the plane hit the fence and generator trailer.
Evidence can be circumstantial, testimonial, forensic, etc. The strongest evidence by far is direct physical evidence or hard evidence. My approach is to take the evidence seriously, especially the hard evidence. This doesn't mean we should believe everything we're told. It means we don't start with the arbitrary assumption that anything touched by the government should be discarded. The government is a huge bureaucracy. The vast majority of government workers do their specialized jobs honestly and competently. Even if we believe the government was involved in the planning and execution of the 9/11 events, the number of people on the inside of that plot would be very small. This means we need to evaluate each piece of evidence on its own merits and use our discernment to determine the validity and whether there are signs that it's been tampered with. Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth, in its original incarnation, an organization that I was proud to be a part of back in the day, focused strongly on hard evidence at the World Trade Center and rejected speculative theories such as no planes, space beams, holograms, video fakery, missiles, or mini nukes. That's how we gained traction and gave a solid foundation to the demolition hypothesis. Those fringe elements of the movement are still out there, by the way. I can't get off their mailing lists. AE provided intellectual discipline and scientific leadership in the investigation of the World Trade Center. AE made a conscious choice to declare the Pentagon to be out of scope for its own investigations because the dominant experience of its members was buildings. The downside of this decision was it left the Pentagon question open to become the Wild West, where speculative theories were allowed to flourish and be promoted uncritically. Speculative quasi-research discredits the movement as a whole and allows the public to ignore the solid work we've done, especially regarding the World Trade Center. More recently, scientists for 9/11 Truth stepped in with the different guidelines. For us, any aspect of 9/11 events that could be studied scientifically could and should be. The 9/11 Truth movement needs to resolve the question of what hit the Pentagon based on solid evidence, so it can pull together to address the larger and more significant questions of how and why this event happened, and ultimately, what forces were at play and who was behind it. I was initially opposed to adding this Pentagon discussion as a third day of this conference because it deals with a topic that remains contentious within the movement. It feels like we're airing our dirty laundry in public. If we can't resolve this question among ourselves, what are we doing presenting it to the world? But here we are. Transparency may ultimately be good for the movement. If you're a part of the public that is not well informed about what has been going on in the 9/11 Truth community, please realize that truth, as referred to in the phrase 9/11 Truth, is not static. It's a struggle. The forces of chaos that brought us 9/11 are alive and well and do not want the truth to come out. So let's start by going back in time. Okay. One of the earliest instances of 9/11 skepticism was put forward by Thierry Masson in France, who published a photograph of a small garage door-sized hole in the Pentagon and declared this hole is too small for a large plane to enter. The meme that the hole is too small spread like wildfire and became the article of faith for the early 9/11 Truth movement that no plane hit the Pentagon, or at least certainly no big plane. The hole seemed to fit a missile or something else small. It turns out that Thierry Masson's small hole picture had been cropped away from its context. What we are looking at here is the whole photograph. The small hole was an opening in the second floor with about 100 feet of first floor damage beneath it, being obscured by a fire hose spray. What Thierry Masson did not show were two other photographs by the same photographer on the same roll of film just a few clicks later that showed a broad swath of damage on the ground floor. Notice that this early photograph was taken before the roof collapsed. So it's impact damage, not collapse damage. This is the other photograph. Why Thierry Masson selected a single misleading photograph and not the ones that gave a more complete description of the damage is a question worth asking. And it's not that a more complete view was not available. It was simply not shown. In a very real sense, we are here today still arguing the basic facts about the Pentagon event because of false information that took root in the movement early on. Starting in 2006, Craig Ranke and Aldo McKee, calling themselves a citizen investigation team, promoted another theory claiming that the plane flew along a different approach path near the Citgo gas station, north of the Citgo gas station, that bypassed the row of downed light poles, and then flew over the Pentagon, obscured by a massive synchronized explosion as cover. The flyover they described as a grand magic show, fooling the eyewitnesses into believing the plane hit the building. The main upshot of their theory is that since the plane, in their view, never actually touched anything, every bit of physical evidence at the Pentagon had to have been staged. That puts their theory beyond the reach of any critique based on the physical evidence at the scene. What would have to be faked went far beyond the down light poles. They would have to fake the radar reports from multiple sources, the contents of the FDR, the damaged taxi, the notch taken out of the generator trailer, the notch taken out of the top of the tree on the overpass, the shattering of another tree beside column 16, and the massive internal damage with a directional flow to simulate a plane passing through the building, breaking and bowing columns all along the way. They would also have to fake the clear signs of impact damage to the exterior surface of the Pentagon beyond the broad first floor opening. This is the damage to the exterior, not accessible from the interior. And an exit hole punched in the inner wall of the C-ring with plane debris spilling out, as Ken Jenkins and Frank Legg asked years ago in a short but insightful paper, why not use a plane? I came into collaboration with Frank Legg as he was analyzing the evidence based on the flight path and the alternative claimed by CIT. What he showed me was that the radar path, indicated here by color-coded symbols, the flight data recorder path, indicated by the yellow line, the exterior damage path from the overpass to the Pentagon, indicated by the short red lines, and the interior damage path and the C-ring exit hole were all in perfect alignment. When Frank showed me this diagram of those features, that's what got me off the fence about whether a plane actually hit the Pentagon. That was the beginning of my Pentagon research journey. Another influence from even earlier was Jim Hoffman's complete composite photograph of the damage of to the Pentagon wall. No one photograph shows the whole extent of the damage, but if the views are pieced together as a mosaic, they show an opening where the impact by a large plane becomes plausible. As Frank Legg put it, the opening was large enough for all the heavy parts of the plane. The wingtips had to deform and be pulled into the building, and there was evidence that they did just that. Wayne Coste has accounted for the damage caused by the right and left wingtips. The right wing slapped the building, causing breakage of columns 18 and 19, which can be seen here. The brakes pushed the columns inward, which is a clear sign of impact. Some people assert that all of the Pentagon damage was from explosives, but that claim is simply not plausible in this case. Column 18 survived because the wing impacted it at the point where it was reinforced by the second floor slab, which had greater strength because it was hit edge on. Since the plane was coming in along a line 51 degrees from the Pentagon wall, the right wing essentially paralleled the wall, allowing it to virtually imprint itself on the exterior surface. Since the plane had a strong northward component to its motion along the wall, that would be down and to the right on this diagram, it was dragged along the wall and into the building. The left wing has a different story. It was angled sharply away from the wall, so the wing plowed along the wall, breaking one column at a time. The left wing broke successive columns until it met column 9AA. By that point, the plane had been slowed a bit. The less massive outer end of the wing met the column. Column 9AA was left unbroken. It was stripped of most of its concrete and severely bowed in the direction of motion. But the fact is, it was not broken. The fact that it was not broken shows the wing blocked the plane from doing damage further along the wall. The wingtip was not lying in the rubble outside the Pentagon, so it had to have been dragged in. Column 9AA was hit near its midpoint, which tells us that the left wing was horizontal as it entered the building. So the entire left wing entered on the first floor. However, around columns 11 and 12, we can see the second floor slab was impacted. This is a more close-up view. Since the left wing was entirely underneath the slab, the only thing sticking up to damage the slab was the tail of the plane. The tail broke the beams at the edge of the slab and dragged it down, allowing the bricks around the windows to fall away, as shown here. The offset of this damage from the point of entry, which is column 14, point of entry of the nose, was due to horizontal rotation caused by the early asymmetric impacts of the right wing from the generator trailer in the south wall. The fact that the tail damage did not extend further up the wall tells us the tail, which angled backward, was also dragged into the building, like the wingtips. Some ask for evidence of the massive engines. The engines did indeed have very strong titanium components, but the engines were assemblies of components that broke apart during the multiple impacts with columns inside the building. Here is a collection of plane parts, many identifiable as belonging to a 757, from Ken Jenkins' video, The Pentagon Plane Puzzle. Now here's not relevant, but I think we're supposed to do this now. Here it comes. Let us look now at the alternate approach path promoted by the CIT group. Craig Ranke interviewed Ed Pike at his car repair shop on Columbia Pike, west of the Navy Annex. Mr. Pike's testimony was that the plane flew overhead toward the Pentagon. The CIT story is that the plane diverted from there to go around the north side of the Citgo station before flying over the Pentagon at the nominal impact point. The problem is, at the speed of the plane, at the time of the past the repair shop, it had only 5 seconds to get to the Pentagon. There's no time for that maneuver. CIT imagines that the plane banked left and rolled and banked right to go around the Citgo station. Frank Legg and I independently calculated the required bank angles for this high-speed maneuver. It would be on the order of 80 degrees, and the corresponding lateral G forces would be on the order of 10 Gs, which would be unsurvivable by the plane and by the people in the plane. Also, the roll time from left bank to right bank would be entirely impossible in that 5-second time frame. Frank and I published 2 papers about this research. The north-of-Citgo flight path, when paired with Ed Pike's testimony, is simply impossible. I've analyzed the testimony of 2 of CIT's witnesses in great depth. You can find these interviews and analysis on my site, 911speakout.org. By the way, Wayne Coste and I have a massive collection of Pentagon evidence. It's 17 videos. We broke it up from one massive 5-hour PowerPoint, but it's like 10, 15-minute snippets. You can have them for bedtime stories. You can learn about the the evidence at the Pentagon from that, and it's all on that site. Just look under the Pentagon tab. Sergeant Lagasse was at the Citgo station. Okay, so Albert Hemphill was looking from the Navy Annex to this office, upper floor, overlooking directly at where the impact point was, and his line of sight was directly over the Citgo gas station. As you can see there, the Citgo station is in the foreground, where that red line is its line of sight. And Sergeant Lagasse was at the Citgo station itself. Both witnesses testify that the plane passed through the light poles and went into the Pentagon. Frank Legg calculated that if the plane touched any of the light poles, it would be too low to pull up and fly over the Pentagon. The red line is Albert Hemphill's line of sight. He described the plane as coming over his right shoulder. That would put it to the south of the Citgo station, consistent with the physical damage. When asked if the plane was as far south as the VDOT radio tower, that's the Virginia Department of Transportation radio tower, he estimated it was probably not that far, but he's still talking about something to the right, to the south. Some have tried to interpret Hemphill's statement as saying the plane crossed over his right shoulder and was coming north of the station and then coming around back, but that has the same problem as the earlier Ed Pike testimony. It simply could not do such a tight maneuver in that amount of time. It's, I believe, 3 seconds from the Navy Annex to the Pentagon. Go on. Sergeant Lagasse was interviewed by Craig Ranke at the Citgo station in 2006, 5 years after the event. The most detailed documentation of the interview was CIT's video Pentagon. That's an earlier one that has a whole lot of extra material in it, stuff that was cut away for the more polished version, which was, forget the name, it's the one that Craig mentioned. Anyway, so Pentagon has the details surrounding the interview. For my analysis, see 9/11 Speak Out and look on the Pentagon page again. So here is a snippet from that interview.
But these were the light poles. This is where the taxi cab was, right here, not over here. Nothing happened over here, period.
Okay. What he's pointing out is where he thinks the light poles were. He's getting the light poles in the wrong place. He's putting them someplace where they weren't. But he's putting them right along the path that he drew, which tells you he believes the path he drew, that he was drawing that through the light poles. He was wrong about the positioning of his path, which is shown in the black over here, but he was correct that it went through the light poles. The red line shows the actual light pole path, and he refused to acknowledge that as the light pole path when Craig pointed it out to him, because that line should actually be 51 degrees away from the Pentagon wall. And here it looks more like 10 or 15 degrees. So this distorted photograph, it's not distorted in a distortion sense, it was a misleading photograph, strong perspective. That was what Craig gave him to record his path on. Notice that most of the picture is material that's north of Citgo. It's a strongly biased base photograph for him to draw his line on. If he had had an unbiased photograph, this one is from Google Earth looking straight down. You can see that the light pole path doesn't look like it's squashed up against the Pentagon wall at all. If this had been the picture that Lagasse had to go from, he would have recognized the light pole path was the path of the plane, because he knew that the plane that he was talking about was the one that went through the light pole. Craig Ranke kept framing the question as where the plane was when it passed the Citgo station. But that was not Lagasse's focus. According to his own testimony, Sergeant Lagasse was under the canopy of the station, facing south, talking with his dog in his car. He was explosive detection unit. He was talking to the car, so he's facing south into the car, and he's under the canopy. He could not possibly have seen, even though he testifies to seeing it at a certain point, he could not possibly have seen the plane at that early time. So this is self-contradictory evidence. So what he must have witnessed was the very, if you can just imagine it, here's a plane very low, flying at over 500 miles an hour right over the station. It was an auditory initial response. He was probably in shock. When he first saw the plane, it's when it emerged and it was actually moving toward the Pentagon. His description of his path, as he was drawing his path, he said, well, it's like this, but the angle's not right. You can hear him say that as he's drawing his path. What angle is he talking about? The only reasonable thing is he's talking about the angle that the path made with the wall of the Pentagon, that it should have been further over, but he couldn't make that work out with that perspective drawing. It's interesting to note that when CIT, when these guys presented their results to the public, they transcribed the paths drawn by the witnesses to an overhead view of Google Earth map. Why the switch? Would the witnesses have drawn these same paths if they had the overhead view map to start with? By the way, none of these CIT witness paths are physically possible due to the bank angles and lateral G-forces. These are all impossible paths that they've drawn. CIT cherry-picked their witnesses. They artificially framed the questions rather than allowing free responses, and then cherry-picked the testimony given by their witnesses. We will hear more from Sergeant Lagasse later. Here's the final approach. Let's shift our attention to the final approach path, from the overpass to the Pentagon wall. There are 5 light poles, a traffic camera pole, a tree on the overpass, a large generator trailer from the Pentagon refurbishment project, and the low concrete retaining wall. Each of these objects has scars from the incoming plane. The first and third light poles were hit solidly by the right wing and fragmented. However, the second light pole was bent and knocked over at the base, but did not break, indicating it was skimmed by the left wingtip. That gives us a precise location of the plane at that point. The tree on the overpass has a circular notch cut out of the top, leaving twigs that are stripped, like scooping it out by a dull blade. The camera pole has a scar and a missing rung, indicating it was hit by the right wingtip. Now, if you do the measurement, the distance from the second light pole to the camera pole scar, measuring perpendicular to the flight path, gives you a distance that exactly matches the wingspan of a 757, 125 feet. Also, the position of the notch in the tree is exactly where the right engine would pass if it's a 757. So a 757 matches the damage. Any other size plane or a missile does not. If we move to the generator trailer and the low retaining wall, which were near the Pentagon, the notches found in these 2 items exactly match the spacing of the engines of a 757. Again, a 757 matches the damage. A 737 or any other smaller plane does not. The kicker here is, if you consider the 3 points of contact at the overpass and the 2 points of contact near the Pentagon wall, the line connecting these points exactly matches the direction of motion given in the flight data recorder. If the flight data recorder had data that was off by even a degree, these would not line up. There's another source of information about the plane traveling across along this approach path, namely the imagery from the 2 security cameras at the entry of the parking lot. The plane is a small, fuzzy image near the edge of the distorted wide-angle video frame. Can you see it? It's there. Here it is again, but this time I've outlined it in yellow. Maybe you can see it, maybe you can't. Here it is, enlarged. The plane can be made more visible by blinking the frame containing the plane with the previous frame that lacks the plane. So going back and forth between the two, which I'm doing here, your eyes have a tendency to recognize things that change between the two images. I've also outlined it at some point here. So that's what you're looking for. This is what's shown, but it's shown, this is greatly enlarged. It's originally a small fuzzy thing on the corner of the field. Okay. And here's the other camera. Notice mainly you're seeing a tail stick up, and you're seeing the smoke path, which is an elongation of the previous smoke path. Okay. Keep in mind that the engine, excuse me, if I missed something, I'll just go ahead. Keep in mind the right engine has just scooped out the foliage from the top of the tree at the overpass, and this can account for the unexpected smoke trail. Jets don't give off smoke trails, rockets do. This was one of the early arguments I heard, that it was a missile, it wasn't a plane, but it can be understood as a plane given that it had just ingested this burnable material. Let's move on. Here's the next frame of the video. So the previous frame is the one that showed the plane. What do you see here? I looked at this picture with new eyes just a few weeks ago as I was preparing this talk, and I saw something I had never paid attention to before. Do you see a thin, wispy cloud of smoke hovering along the lawn? I've outlined it there. Okay, what is that? That's the same smoke trail we were seeing just a minute ago. Okay, this reminds me of Alice in Wonderland, where the Cheshire Cat disappears gradually, leaving only his grin. Alice says, "I've often seen a cat without a grin. I've never seen a grin without a cat." This thin smoke trail is the grin without the cat, as the plane erupts into a fireball and crashes through the Pentagon wall. We're not seeing the plane stop short and blow up somewhere on the Pentagon lawn. We're not seeing it rise up and fly over the Pentagon. We can see the streak of smoke leading right from where we saw it a moment ago, directly into the fireball itself. Remember, the source of the smoke is the tree. This streak of smoke is evidence of a continuous path from the tree on the overpass through the trail of light poles to the point of impact with the Pentagon wall. The thin smear of smoke is the record of the plane's motion in between the 1 second frames. That transforms what's essentially a slideshow of 1 second frames into a vivid representation of the motion of the plane. We don't need to invoke pre-planted explosives to account for what we're seeing here. We are seeing the fireball from the plane breaking through the wall. We have the testimony of an eyewitness who is a certified explosives expert whose job was handling a bomb-sniffing dog. He witnessed this fireball and testified very clearly to what he saw. He was interviewed by Craig Ranke at the Citgo gas station directly across from the impact near the Pentagon. This is a free-form testimony from Sergeant Lagasse when the conversation was not being controlled by Craig Ranke.
0% chance it was a missile. 0% chance it was a global hawk, which is a new one.
No bomb that was thrown into the building.
And like I said, detonation versus deflagration. Yeah, there was an explosion, but it was not a detonation. It was a deflagration. And all the junior scientists out there can figure that out. I'm an explosive detection canine handler. I know about explosives. I've seen enough of them go off when we blow up our own training aids for tests and for demos. It wasn't a detonation, it was a deflagration.
Okay, CIT, this is your witness. He said, 0% chance it was a missile, 0% chance it was a global hawk, no bomb, detonation versus deflagration. There was an explosion, but it was not a detonation. He said, I am an explosive detection canine handler. I know about explosives. It was a deflagration, and he repeated that statement several times. A deflagration without the physical impact of the plane could not have created the hole in the Pentagon. A detonation from high explosives, however, propagates supersonically, creating a powerful shock wave that can do real damage. And it produces a distinctive, sharp, percussive sound. That distinctive sound was missing. So Sergeant Lagasse's testimony contradicts not only the CIT flyover theory, but all the theories that have been put forward other than large plane impact, since all of the other theories require explosives to carve out the observed damage to the Pentagon wall. No explosives. Here's what a true explosion looks like. That's a tank. I think it was a drone that flew over. Okay, we've seen a lot of those recently, unfortunately. Here, by contrast, is a deflagration, a slowly developing fireball of burning jet fuel. Remember, in the detonation, it was sudden expansion to the full extent of the explosion, and then it just sort of went up in flames from there. Here, it's a fireball is just sort of billowing out and gradually expands. So if you look at those. Okay, here's what we see at the Pentagon. Here's the first sign of this, whatever is happening at the wall. Number 2, 3, 4, 5. Keep in mind, those are at 1 second intervals. You're seeing something developing over 5 seconds here, not something that goes kaboom and is suddenly at maximum extent, like a supersonic expansion of gases. We are seeing a plane crash into the Pentagon, pure and simple. The burning fuel comes from the plane. The smoke trail comes from the tree on the overpass. It all hangs together. We are seeing what Sergeant Lagasse described. I said earlier, the FDR data was in alignment with the radar and damage path data, but there's a caveat. The FDR takes sensor readings of many things going on in the plane multiple times per second. One of the measurements gives the direction of motion. It's a direct reading and it's highly precise. Another set of data is the position of the plane in 3 dimensions. However, position is not a direct reading. The inertial guidance system measures the small changes in position of the plane and calculates the current position by adding up the small changes. Each term in this sum has a small measurement error, and in summing up the terms, we get a cumulative error, producing what is known as data drift. In practice, in the pre-GPS era, readings from ground stations along the flight path would be used to correct the data drift. At the time of impact at the Pentagon, the computed path had drifted a bit to the north, but the direction of motion remained precise. We can correct for the drift by dragging the FDR path while keeping it parallel with the original until it aligns with key markers on the ground. When Frank Legg died, I had been working with him and I was left with his calculations, but I didn't know exactly what offset he used to bring the FDR path into alignment, so I decided to do it from scratch so I'd understand it for myself. Okay, here's the vicinity of the Pentagon shown in Google Earth. The Pentagon is here on the right. I've constructed a plane here the size of a 757. I've actually done this twice. I have the 757 and the 737 as 2 options. Let's stick with the 757. If I take the nose of the plane, here's where the engines would be and here's where the wingtips would be. These direction lines indicate the direction of motion as indicated in the flight data recorder. I can take the actual positioning and move it around because there's data drift and we would need to correlate the position with the facts on the ground. Here is the path of the plane as computed by Frank Legg, and it goes through the hole in the wall of the Pentagon and has the direction of motion indicated in the flight data recorder, the same as these. Okay, if I move the plane to Frank Legg's track, notice that it clips the second light pole substantially. It should have broken the light pole if this were the case. Down here, the right wingtip misses the camera pole. This shadow here is the camera pole shadow, and the base of the pole, if you come straight up vertically toward the viewer, is where the scar would be. So my hypothesis was that the wingtip actually created the scar, so I put it through the base of the camera pole, and what do you know? The left wingtip touches but does not substantially impact the second light pole. The second light pole was found down here on the lawn, bent 90 degrees and knocked over, but it wasn't broken. Notice also I have constructed here with these little arrows this point, which is the location of the notch in the tree. I did this by comparing this view with a side view and locating where that notch actually was. And notice that if I position the plane so that the left wingtip just skims the second light pole, the right wingtip skims the camera pole, the right engine, which is this orange line right here, passes right through the notch in the tree. If I project using the direction of motion indicated in the flight data recorder, I come up here to the features that are close to the Pentagon wall. This is the generator trailer right here, and notice that the right engine goes through one end of the generator trailer, and the left engine goes through this retaining wall over here. This is a concrete feature, and there's a retaining wall at this edge of it, and that impacts correctly. So by positioning the plane as I've done here, I get 5 points of contact just by positioning 1 point exactly. So I could basically just take the plane and put it so the left wingtip passes through the second light pole, and I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points of contact that are correctly shown on this assumption. If I did a 737, I have a smaller wingspan. Notice if I position that so that the left wingtip just touches the second light pole, which is required, by the way, to see the second light pole bent but not broken. Notice that the right wingtip does not come anywhere near the camera pole, and neither engine, the right engine here, does not go through the notch in the tree. So it does not fit. So a 737 does not fit the evidence. 757 fits it perfectly. Here's a close-up view of the scar and the missing rung on the Virginia Department of Transportation, VDOT camera pole. And here's the second light pole lying on the ground with a 90-degree bend and knocked over, but not shattered by the wing. It was clearly grazed by the wingtip. So this is the path of the plane that best fits the physical evidence. It fits better than on Frank Legg's original attempt, whereas the previous positioning of the path accounted for the damage approximately. The adjusted path accounts for it precisely. What makes the 3 points near the overpass align perfectly with the 2 points near the Pentagon wall was the direction of motion recorded in the FDR. In other words, the alignment validates the authenticity of the FDR data. If the direction of motion given in the FDR were off by even a degree, the alignment would not match the facts on the ground. There's further validation in the last data entries where the circumstances of the actual impact are recorded. Wayne Coste has discussed these final data entries recently, but I will not cover them here. You can ask Wayne at the Q&A this afternoon to elaborate on that if you like. The FDR records the entire flight. If the FDR data is valid, the total path given by the FDR is valid, This means that the flight path is continuous all the way back to the Dulles Airport. That identifies this flight as AA-77. That means no plane swaps, no offloading of passengers before the Pentagon crash. That means the major effort to collect and identify the DNA of passengers in the Pentagon was a legitimate process. This is the FDR unit. This is the memory module of the FDR unit as it was found in the Pentagon rubble. There's another aspect to the FDR surprise. The FDR data is stored in binary form in a nearly indestructible memory module by the FDR device that records the flight of the plane. That memory module was found in the Pentagon rubble, detached from the body of the FDR. It had been detached from the rest of the device during the multiple impacts with columns as it crashed through the building. It's like pulling the thumb drive out of your computer while it's still trying to write data. Warren Stott, who's a software engineer working with Frank Legg, gave a concise description of the data layout at the 2019 Denver Conference on the 9/11 Pentagon Evidence, which you can find, by the way, looking at the Sinus for 9/11 Truth website. What I'm presenting here is a simplified version. The data is structured into 4-second frames, so a block of data 4 seconds long, each ending with a checksum to validate the data and a line of code to enable single-bit error corrections. In other words, if there's a single bit off, it can find it and change it back. If the error detection scheme determines that an error was made, there was not a single bit error, it rejects the frame entirely. When an FDR is recovered, the data is passed through software provided by the manufacturer that reads the binary data and translates it into a human-readable spreadsheet format. The problem that occurred in the FDR recovered at the Pentagon, and which was not recognized initially, was that the last frame of binary data was rejected by the reader software and never written to the spreadsheet because of the error code correction thing. No one ever knew it was there. Breaking off the memory module and thus terminating the data stream prematurely prevented the checksum and error correction code from being written to the last frame. The FOIA responses to requests for the data correction contained both the raw binary data and the human-readable spreadsheet. What it showed in the final frame on the spreadsheet was that the plane was too high to hit the Pentagon. This bolstered the idea for a while that the plane had flown over the Pentagon. It took several years and deep probing by several researchers to realize there was additional binary data that had not been translated. What Warren Stott did was to create his own program to read and translate the binary data while working around the lack of error codes. When he ran normal data through his program, he got results that were identical with the commercial software. He then tested the last frame in 2 ways. One way was to have the software ignore the error correction codes and translate the data as is. The other way was to manually compute the appropriate error correction code for that last frame and add it to the data and then feed it back through the standard reader. Both methods produced identical results. So that validates there was nothing wrong with the data apart from the missing error codes. Something's not happening. I'm not getting, we have a mismatch. Let's go back here. I guess it's this one. Huh? Well, I know. Okay, well, but I have my notes here. Okay. Let's do this. Without the final frame, The plane was stuck high in the air back near the Navy Annex. With the final frame restored, the plane is shown coming all the way down to the entrance hole in the Pentagon wall. Well, there. Well, that's the, well, ignore the pictures then. Okay. I'm on my last frame anyway, so there. I'll leave that picture up. None of what I've said here today is a result of believing the government narrative. It's a result of following the evidence. When there's a question of authenticity, I've looked to the data itself to judge its internal consistency and look for evidence of fakery. What I found instead was internal consistency and close correspondence of the data with the facts on the ground. What I did not find were proof of or even plausibility of fakery. It is my contention that it's time for the 9/11 truth movement to become a truth movement. We need to set aside the years of accumulated mythology and speculation and coalesce around the hard evidence, just like what happened at the World Trade Center. Commercial flights with passengers on board were crashed into buildings. We are seeing the results of Flight AA-77 crashed into the Pentagon. I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you, David. So we are going to break now for lunch. Because we're on a live stream, obviously we're connected through to Redacted. We're gonna need to come back at 3 o'clock to start the event. So we got 15 minutes lost for lunch, but sorry? 15 minutes lost, yeah. 45 minutes for lunch, back here at 3, and we'll start the discussion phase of the day. Thank you very much.
My fellow Americans,
let's talk about the situation at the border. We've seen a huge surge in migrants crossing the border since January. The number of children in custody higher than it was than its 2019 peak during the Trump administration. Your colleague Veronica Escobar of Texas called the conditions there unacceptable. She was there on Friday. Is she right? What more must be done?
Actually, the facts are these. There are more children, about 600-700 more children, unaccompanied children, coming over the border. This is a humanitarian challenge to all of us. What the administration has inherited is a broken system at the border, and they are working to correct that in the children's interest. I'm so pleased that the president, as a temporary measure, has sent FEMA to the border in order to help facilitate the children going from one 72-hour issue into where they are cared for as they are transferred into family homes or homes that are safe for them to be.
And I have to confess, I knew nothing about their suffering until 2021 when I volunteered to help the Biden administration with the crisis at the southern border. As part of Operation Artemis, I was deployed to the Pomona Fairplex Emergency Intake Site in California to help HHS, Office of Refugee Resettlement, reunite children with sponsors in the United States. I thought I was going to help place children in loving homes. Instead, I discovered that children are being trafficked through a sophisticated network that begins with recruiting in home country, smuggling to the U.S. border, and ends when ORR delivers a child to a sponsor. Some sponsors are criminals and traffickers and members of transnational criminal organizations. Some sponsors view children as commodities and assets to be used for earning income. This is why we are witnessing an explosion of labor trafficking. Now, whether it's intentional or not, it could be argued that the United States government has become the middleman in a large-scale, multi-billion-dollar child trafficking operation that is run by bad actors seeking to profit off of the lives of children.
Russia said once they take Ukraine, Poland and the Baltics are next. Those are NATO countries. That puts America at war. This is about preventing war. It's always been about preventing war. My husband is a combat veteran. He's deployed now. The last thing I want him or any of his military brothers and sisters to do is to go to war.
But I think it is time to give the Ukrainians more help hitting these bases inside Russia.
One of the reasons that the administration has hesitated is because they believe it will escalate things even further with Russia pull the U.S. further in. Why not? Why do you think that's a good idea?
Because it's Russia that has escalated this war. Russia has learned how to pull its forces back out of the range where we have allowed Ukraine to use our weapons and get our support.
American media outlets have spoken to scores of people from Ukraine, and they've done scores of interviews with Ukrainian President Zelensky. We ourselves have put in a request for an interview with Zelensky, and we hope he accepts. But the interviews he's already done in the United States are not traditional interviews. They are fawning pep sessions specifically designed to amplify Zelensky's demand that the U.S. enter more deeply into a war in Eastern Europe and pay for it. That is not journalism. It is government propaganda. Propaganda of the ugliest kind, the kind that kills people. At the same time, our politicians and media outlets have been doing this, promoting a foreign leader like he's a new consumer brand. Not a single Western journalist has bothered to interview the president of the other country involved in this conflict, Vladimir Putin. Most Americans have no idea why Putin invaded Ukraine or what his goals are now. They've never heard his voice. That's wrong. Americans have a right to know all they can about a war they're implicated in, and we have the right to tell them about it because we are Americans too.
The idea that we're going to send in offensive equipment and have planes and tanks and trains going in with American pilots and American crews, just understand, and don't kid yourself, no matter what you all say, that's called World War III.
A U.S. official has confirmed to CBS News President Biden has given authorization for Kyiv to use U.S.-supplied long-range weapons to strike deep into Russian territory.
I'm sitting here with my father. I will make certain that between the man sitting next to me and every person he knows and my ability to forever hold a grudge, that you will regret not following my direction. I am sitting here waiting for the call with my father. Sounds like a shakedown, doesn't it, Director?
I'm not going to get into commenting on that.
You seem deeply uncurious about it, don't you? Almost suspiciously uncurious. Are you protecting the Bidens?
Absolutely not. The FBI does not has no interest in
You won't answer the question about whether or not that's a shakedown, and everybody knows why you won't answer it. Because to the millions of people who will see this, they know it is. And your inability to acknowledge that is deeply revealing about you.
After a long flight from the UK, Julian Assange's day began on the island of Saipan, a tiny territory chosen because it's the closest US court to Australia. This normally quiet courthouse, swarming with reporters, as the WikiLeaks founder arrived flanked by former Prime Minister Kevin Rudd.
Used an AR-15 in order to act out his assassination attempt. An AR-15 has a range of about 400 to 600 yards. My question, why is the Secret Service protective perimeter shorter than one of the most popular semi-automatic weapons in the United States?
There are a number of weapons out there with a number of ranges. Again, an advance was completed. The determination of the perimeter, I'm not going to speak to specifics, but there are a number of factors that are taken into account when we determine our perimeter. Some of it has to do with terrain, some of it has to do with buildings, some of it has to do with assets and resources that are available.
What I'm hearing is that a perimeter was not established outdoors in an outdoor venue that would prevent an AR-15, which is one of the most common weapons used in mass shootings, from being able to be within the range of Secret Service protection.
Have you provided all audio and video recordings in your possession to this committee, as we asked on July 15th, yes or no?
I would have to get back to you.
That is a no. You're full of shit today. You're just being completely dishonest.
So what is the threat to democracy? People on both sides, people in power, saying out loud that they want to control what you get to hear and see. It is real, it is a threat, and it is happening and growing. And I'll tell you what, punishing thought is on the agenda. And I just heard it from someone who's not a kook, not Alex Jones, not Tucker Carlson, one of the most sober and intelligent politicians of our time, Hillary Rodham Clinton.
I think it's important to indict the Russians, just as Mueller indicted a lot of Russians who were engaged in direct election interference and boosting Trump back in 2016. But I also think there are Americans who are engaged in this kind of propaganda. and whether they should be civilly or even in some cases criminally charged is something that would be a better deterrent.
Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg admitted that the Biden administration repeatedly pressured Meta to censor content, including information about Hunter Biden, and Zuck admitted that he also regrets complying with these demands. In a letter to the House Judiciary Committee Chairman, Representative Jim Jordan, Zuck writes, quote, "The FBI warned us about a potential Russian disinformation operation about the Biden family and Burisma in the lead up to the 2020 election. That fall, when we saw a New York Post story reporting on Joe Biden's family, we sent that story to fact checkers for review and temporarily demoted it."
You know, you do some tweets that seem to be, or at least give support to some who would call others conspiracy theories.
Well, yes, but I mean, honestly, you know, some of these conspiracy theories have turned out to be true.
Which ones?
Well, like the Hunter Biden laptop.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am in awe of Ms. Jankowicz. When the department picked her, did it know that she had said that Mr. Hunter Biden's laptop is Russian disinformation? Did it know that she had vouched for the veracity of the Steele dossier?
Senator, let me repeat myself and add an additional fact. One, we do not discuss internal hiring processes.
I think you've got no idea what disinformation is, and I don't think the government's capable of it. Do you know who the greatest propagator of disinformation in the history of the world is? The U.S. government. Think of all the debates and disputes we've had over the last 50 years in our country. We work them out by debating them. We don't work them out by the government being the arbiter. I don't want you guardrails. I want you to have nothing to do with speech.
To be a conspiracy theorist is to have been right all along, despite the efforts of the paid-for liars. And it's also to be demonstrably well ahead of the gullible, still believing in smoke and mirrors. Conspiracy theorist was first used by the CIA to shut down those who doubted the official line about the murder of John F. Kennedy, that fishy old tale about a lone shooter and a magic bullet, and then that lone shooter being shot by another lone shooter before he could talk. That was in the 1960s, and from then, the label conspiracy theorist worked for decades as the means to make thinking people too scared to speak when they smelt a rat. Let 2024 be the year of clearing out the rubbish, the trash, the long overdue year when the past or sell-by-date labels, conspiracy theorist among them, are cast into the dustbin of history.
We've just had David Chandler's presentation, and I would like to invite Xander to come up and raise 1 to 2 issues within the space of 5 minutes, and then we'll hand over to David. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you, David, for your presentation. So to start, the implications of a Northwood-style event are daunting. It is dark, and I think that's what we need to keep in mind. Okay, how about that for projection? Does that work? Okay, perfection. So a Northwood-style event would, in fact, be a dark situation. That is exactly what was implied by the Northwoods documents. A key issue that I have with your interpretation of things, David, is that you are relying heavily on FDR data or information and some radar data, which is actually not consistent with the 84 Radies data that I've reviewed. And in both of these instances, that data is digital ghosts from the past. This data has been given to us in the form of various spreadsheets and other things, but when compared to physical evidence that we can actually evaluate currently right now today, such as the resistance of limestone and concrete and what have you, and the energy delivered from a hypothetical kinetic impactor, those are all evaluations which we can do currently right now today. We have to put a lot of faith in the other digital data that we're interpreting, and frankly, I don't think that putting that much credence in the interpretation from some random Australian Warren Stutt, Mr. Stutt, if you're available, please come to the party, let's talk about it. I don't think we should put that much weight on his interpretation of these data frames. Pilots for 9/11 Truth, they were not able to use the FDR data in American Airlines software. So how is FDR data layout from alleged American Airlines aircraft not compatible with American Airlines software? All of that can be reviewed in the restored Pilots for 9/11 Truth website. With respect to the witnesses, another issue that I take is this. It was perhaps just a grave mistake to imply that CIT ever said that the aircraft would have been on a north path and then done some very impossible roll maneuver to then impact light poles. In fact, it is crystal clear that they never said that. And when the audience reviews the entirety of the CIT hypothesis and evidence set, they see that that is exactly not what they said. They said that the plane would have had to, in fact, traveled on a north path the entire time. So that statement was never made, and it's curious to me that it was injected into the discussion here today. Witnesses that describe an impact with these really precise details, such as first it hit a generator and then the wing dipped and this and that and the other thing. Remember, we're told 530 miles an hour. Have you ever had a motorcycle whip by you at 100 miles an hour? Imagine 5 times that. Could you really discern all of these crisp features, such as then it dipped low and then it went this way and it rolled and it hit this and that? I don't think so. And those witness statements are coming telephonically pretty much right away. And then spread through the news. Yet the CIT witnesses are all human beings in the flesh, interviewed in person, on site. Sergeant Lagasse worked at the Pentagon. He worked at that Citgo gas station. He is not confused about where he was every day of his life on the job and which direction he was facing. And Sergeant Lagasse would not have been confused about the vector of an impacting or approaching aircraft, when he turned his head and saw it this way. He's very clear about that. Sergeant Lagasse also did discuss explosions and knowing the difference between a detonation and deflagration. And I would like to share with the audience that it is possible to have ordnance that delivers deflagration. That is something that can be created. You can tune an ordnance device to do just that. You need to disperse something, say for instance, like jet fuel in an aerosolized fashion across a large volume so that you have a stoichiometric reaction. And you can reach deflag to detonation transition when you use devices like that. You can make big, slow fireballs with ordnance. That's been available since World War II. So it's not as if it's even secret sauce. I don't know why we're pretending that technology doesn't exist. And with 30 seconds, I'd just like to say that the remnant column 18 is impossible. It doesn't matter how large or fat or heavy the slab behind it was. If an airline impacted it at 530 miles an hour, that column would have been absolutely eviscerated. Yet it was left standing in Corporal Ingersoll shots, and that is all the proof we need.
Okay. I took a few notes here. I don't know if I got all the points down. The FDR and the radar basically was it was gathered by a number of people, somebody named Farmer, I think it was John Farmer, was right? Okay. He assembled a lot of this data and was able to basically map out the entire path from Dulles all the way to the Pentagon in radar. You can see the diagrams that I showed coming right into the Pentagon. The radar got as far as the Sheraton Hotel, but no farther because by then the plane was too low. It was literally flying under the radar, as they say. Okay. The FDR, apart from the little offset, which is maybe 100 yards or so, I can't remember exactly how much it was, but it was, that's the drift from the data. And you just accommodate for that amount of drift by just lining it up with the hole as Frank Legg did, or if you do the more detailed analysis that I did, it basically lines up perfectly with the radar. I mean, the radar has a lot of scatter to it. There's more observational error on each individual data point, but you basically have this line going right through all this other data. And the fact that that lines up also with the physical damage outside and the physical damage inside and the CRENX, the whole, everything, that diagram I showed you it's a straight line right through everything. So that's the correlation that I found to be very compelling. Kinetic energy. The plane had a ton of kinetic energy. I mean, it was in the gigajoules. I don't know exactly. As I recall, it was maybe like 20. I can't remember if it was that or. 2.5 gigajoules, was that it? Okay. All right. So you have a bunch of energy in the incoming plane. Not all of that energy is going to get dumped out in the first thing it hits. Some of the energy gets used for this, and some of the energy gets used for that. If you look at the overall damage, it got distributed all over the place. The whole interior of the Pentagon was shredded in many ways by parts of that energy. And there's no particular formula for saying how much of that energy should be dissipated on each impact. So to say that you should have had a certain amount of energy dumped into column 18, there's no basis for that. It depends on the circumstances. If you get into a car crash, one person might be killed, and the person next to you might go scot-free, you know? You can't tell how the energy is going to get distributed in a messy situation like that. And the crash of a plane, similarly, there's going to be a certain amount of, the amount of energy partly depends on the resistance that you meet. So if you push against something, you're doing work against it, you deliver energy to that. And we know that it got spread around. It wasn't all in one place. The roll thing in the CIT, if you curve flight, there has to be a roll. You can't turn a plane without rolling it. And to basically take it from where Ed Pike's shop was, and the story that CIT was giving was that the plane flew over the nominal impact point, or whatever got called the impact point. They claim it wasn't impact. But it flew over that point, and then there was this explosion which made it like a magic show, so you assumed that it went in, but it actually went over. That's their storyline. That doesn't work. Okay, I'm getting a 1-minute thing. Deflagration versus detonation. Yeah, so the sound is part of it, but on the other hand, the deflagration is like a big fireball. It doesn't have the capacity to do the work, to transfer the energy, to break things that an actual explosion would do. So it's the shock wave produced by this supersonic expansion of gases that does the work, that makes the explosion so damaging, how you can blow apart a tank You can't do that with a fireball. You blow that apart with the shock wave. So that's the issue there. And there's other stuff, but I'll just go on, all right?
Okay, thank you, David. Just to emphasize that try to keep questions as focused and precise as possible. We've got an audience out there who are being exposed to some challenging information. So if we try and keep it a fairly clear, succinct questions being asked, and then that should provide the space for, I think, some sort of education of the audience out there about your positions and arguments. So next up to raise a question about David's presentation is Craig McKee.
Okay, thank you. It's tough in 5 minutes to get into specifics, so that's a challenge. Okay, a few things. First of all, David said in his presentation that Albert Hemphill, who was near the north side of the annex, facing the Pentagon, but on the north, that if the plane went over his right shoulder, that meant it was south of the gas station. This is false. It could easily go over the gas station, straight over the gas station, and still be over his right shoulder, which is almost at the left end of that building. So I think that's wrong. There are, David mentioned his 17-part thing, or with Wayne Coste. There are some very blatant falsehoods in that series of videos. And I don't know if they didn't really necessarily come up in his talk, but I hope they do in this discussion. One of which is, what I touched on was Lloyd England, saying that Lloyd England never identified the long base of the first pole. He did over and over and over again. And I think it's time that David removed that from his, David and Wayne removed that. Now, the truth movement needs to resolve what hit the Pentagon, was a statement that David made. No, it doesn't, actually. We could spend the next 40 years arguing about, first of all, he asserts something hit the Pentagon. I don't think something hit the Pentagon. So it's not a question of what hit the Pentagon. And this idea that, well, we just have to keep wrestling over this for the next several decades, to me, it's just a recipe for, we'll never get anywhere with that. Now, you mentioned Frank Legg. Frank Legg's, one of my favorite Frank Legg's comments is that he said the reason there wasn't much wreckage at the Pentagon is because the wreckage was lost in the texture of the lawn. So that gives you an idea what I think of him. Now, I don't know about the whole thing about the bias in the choice of CIT's photo. That one I don't understand. I think anybody can reasonably look at those photographs and see if they saw the plane to the left of the gas station. I think, we're not talking a scientific drawing here. I think what they did with that, nobody else did that. Nobody else went to Washington to do those interviews. Maybe David should have gone to Washington and done some interviews. But these guys did it, and they were very credible. Okay, I'm trying to race through here. Now, a lot of witnesses that David doesn't find convenient are referred to as being mistaken. Like Lloyd England was mistaken. Either he didn't say it, or if he did, he was mistaken. William Legacy was mistaken about where the poles were. He was mistaken about the path being on the north side of the gas station. And this didn't come up, but Legacy said that he saw the starboard side of the plane. And in David's research, he says that, well, he must have got that wrong. He must have been mistaken. So, there's only so many times people can be mistaken, and you start to sort of wonder that maybe it's the interpretation that's flawed and not the, how close am I getting here? 1.5, okay. Well, it's actually not going as fast as I thought it would. Let me just see here. Now, the Pentagon is the Wild West. See, I think this whole thing's been exaggerated, and I think this whole idea that the Pentagon is so contentious and so divisive, whenever I hear someone say the Pentagon is divisive, I stop them and I say it is not divisive. The Pentagon it may be contentious among with certain people, but it is not divisive. It is the way that people interpret the evidence that I think is causing the division. There was some references to architects and engineers talking about the Pentagon now, sort of suggestions that perhaps that's not appropriate. Well, I would sort of say that maybe Scientists for 9/11 Truth kind of focusing its efforts on the Chandler group's Pentagon research perhaps isn't appropriate either. And he'd mentioned that, so that's why I bring it up here. 63 witnesses saw the plane hit the building, was the statement that you saw up on the screen. 63 people may have said they saw that, but just because you say, I think the plane hit the building, or the plane hit the building, doesn't mean you actually saw that. It means you just said it. People can be mistaken, people can be lying. I think and as far as the arbitrary assumption that government evidence is all wrong, well, I don't think anybody makes an arbitrary assumption to that effect. Okay, I'm done, so I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you, Craig. David.
Okay. Hemphill. I didn't talk a lot about Albert Hemphill, but I do talk a lot about him. If you go to 911speakout.org, go to the Pentagon tab, and I have an analysis, a detailed analysis of 2 of the CIT interviews, one with Albert Hemphill, one with Sergeant Lagasse. Those are major efforts. I put hundreds of hours into this. Those interviews are not scientifically valid data gathering processes. They are exercises in trying to get a particular answer out of the person. They are I would consider them dishonest. So that's maybe considered I'm not trying to slur anybody, but they did not seem like valid, scientifically generated sources of information. Hemphill, from the very beginning, said the plane went over his right shoulder, went through the light poles. He saw one of the light poles flash. It described which floor of the Pentagon it went into over and over. They asked if it went beyond the VDOT tower, the Virginia Department of Transportation communication tower that was to the south. And he said, not that, he doesn't think it was that far. He was pointing to the south, beyond the Navy Annex. And that's where it went. So it's right there. In that entire hour, he made one statement, which was interpreted by Craig Ranke to indicate that maybe that went over the north side of the Citgo station. But then later he corrected himself. So no, he is a south path witness. CIT claims him as a north path witness. I think that is trying to squeeze the answer you want out of the people you're interviewing. I don't find the CIT effort to be a valid data gathering effort. The Lloyd England thing, same thing. Remember that long pole you saw there by the taxi in the pictures, I guess you showed, right? Okay, so that long pole by the taxi, that's where the taxi came to rest. The taxi had slowed down from 40 miles an hour to rest. And in that time, it had gone, I don't know, 150 feet, what was it we figured? 160 feet. So therefore, whatever hit the taxi to make him put on the brakes was 160 feet further up the road. That would have been a part from the second light pole. It's a short part that pierced the windshield, and by the time the taxi came to rest, it was by the first light pole. And they made a major effort to try to railroad him into identifying that big long pole as the one that went into his cab, which they immediately turned around. They immediately turned that around and pointed out to him that that was impossible. You couldn't have lifted it. The two people by themselves, a big heavy pole, it would have damaged the hood of your car. Those types of things. So they were trying to get an answer that they could use to discredit him. Why was the taxi so critical? The taxi is evidence of the plane flying through the light poles real time. If the plane knocked something off the light poles that went into the taxi, that means the plane was there at the time the taxi was there. And it's like, it does major damage to the idea that the plane was elsewhere or flying over the Pentagon or whatever. So no, the CIT group, it's just a nightmare of trying to pull all this stuff to try to make sense out of it. And I think it was I don't get much credibility. However, judge for yourself. Go to 911speakout.org. Go to the Pentagon tab. Read the Legacy, the Sergeant Legacy analysis. I have it there, text form, and also I did a video. And then also for Hemphill. Those are major pieces. If you want to understand what's going on in those interviews, that shows it very blatantly.
Okay, thank you very much, David. Barbara.
Okay, I'm using a different mic. Okay, so I just want to say my big takeaway from what's happened so far today. You see why we have to have the videos. The videos will solve it, especially the videos from the Sheraton Hotel. And the Lawyers Committee for 9/11 Inquiry is going to specifically target the videos in an FOIA or FOIAs for the Sheraton Hotel videos. Now, in responding to this morning, which has quite frankly saddened me, we're in the same position that we've always been in, disagreeing over the interpretation of the same data. That's why we have to have the videos. But moving on from that, I asked myself as I was listening to the other speakers and knowing what I know myself, I asked myself, what would be the one solid fact that I believe is irrefutable? And my answer to that is that very famous photograph where you have all of those columns still there. Some of them are around the center official story alleged impact point, which David Chandler and his colleagues accept. The column 14, which is supposed to be the bullseye of the nose of the plane, of the official story of Flight 77, it is still there. And the floor right under it, at least on the right side, is still there. There is only approximately 50 at a maximum 60 feet in the first floor. The columns to the right and left of that, especially to the right, they're damaged. Not all of them. I think 18, Xander said, was almost, not bowed over or damaged very much at all. My stake in the ground is that it is impossible for a 757 multi-ton going at 530 at least miles per hour. Some analyses say 550, but say 530. It's impossible for all of that to have hit, and column 14, supposed to be the bullseye of the nose, is still there. It didn't happen. So that's my stake in the ground. Maybe other people will have different stakes in the ground, that's their absolute certainty. You have to have some place that you're certain about in order to go from that. Now, I would like to say, I can't remember who it was who stated, I believe it was, it might have been Mr. Chandler, who in his presentation had a video and then commented, that's right, it was, and he commented that Mr. Legacy, one of the two Citgo gas station Pentagon policemen, that he said, well, there was no explosion. Hemphill is a critical witness that even Mr. Chandler uses. And Hemphill is absolutely explicit that
Okay.
when he saw the fireball, whatever caused that there was such a massive explosion and pressure wave came back. That he referred to it as like a 2,000-pound bomb going off.
Not through that. So
and that he knew
if you
about
have
these
the
just not credible to me.
receiver, you can plug the receiver in on the other side of your Mac and bring that in.
Anyone would suggest that an explosion is not possible, other than an impact.
It should, but it's not for some reason.
Okay. My bottom line is, I don't think we're going to come to agreement. I thought we'd get closer to it today, but I'm committed to getting the videos. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. David.
You hear me better now?
Yes. Should be a USB-C spot on the back to plug a cable into, USB-C cable. Or if you put
Pentagon scene in terms of the movement.
I don't know which, I can't remember which version you have. Do you have one or two?
That have their heels dug in hard, and there's no movement.
Yeah, so the USB-C slot there, plug that in into a cable and then plug the other into the.
I've evolved.
There should be a cable in the
things and
case.
Have new insights. Wayne has changed his position. He caught into this because he was actually researching to prove that no plane could have hit the Pentagon, and he got persuaded otherwise. So people who can change their position in the light of new information, that's the normal situation when there's new information being brought around. But when you have individuals or groups that are completely dug in, no change whatsoever, that really I find concerning. When Barbara Honegger put out her smoke curtain video, which is out here, I guess you can get a copy. But Scientists for 9/11 Truth, John Wyndham led the effort. We basically did a critique of it. It's 90 pages of critique of the statements that she made in that video. Those critiques, it's like all of those, many of the assertions she's made today in her, I guess it's supposed to be my presentation, but anyway, many of those same assertions are there today as well, with no reference to them ever having been looked at. So, and the column, I want to talk about column 14, then I'll quit here. Column 14 on the second floor looks from certain perspectives like it's an intact column, but there's a lot of smoke and other things. You can find variant photographs of that column, and what you find is it's actually leaning into the Pentagon, hanging by rebar, swung into the Pentagon. So if you're seeing it from this angle, it looks straight.
And then,
but it's actually only half the column. It's
if you
into
had
the
that mic
Pentagon in the
connected to
direction
your
of motion of the plane.
Osmo, you might have to use the other one.
And the floor under it is literally missing.
Not connected to the
you can see where all the white foam spray is outlining what's the surface.
We can try it first,
it's just missing under the column 14. It's not there. There's no floor there. This was an area where it was carved out by the impact.
Is it on and plugged in?
And so the whole argument about column 14, we have brought this up to Barbara and others. It's out there for a couple of years now. I don't know when we first brought that out. But
Mac Air
Barbara brings it up like it's brand new stuff, I guess.
Yeah.
But it has been critiqued. It has been debunked. And
do
no,
you want
column
to
14
see the screen?
is
You
not
want it
a
like
problem
this, or do you want it like
when
this?
impacting plane. And I'll leave it there.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, David. I just want to emphasize yet again, just to try to make sure that we stay focused on specific issues in presentations and so on. And, you know, we will have space in the open discussion to go into some more general issues and debates and so on. So the more focused, the better. The more we can go through an exercise of actually identifying key issues which the audience can see and understand. And, you know, this raises ultimately a set of issues which we can then, going forward, start to examine systematically. So try to stay focused. Now, David has obviously just been responding, but it's now David's opportunity to respond or to raise 5 minutes issues about the presentations we've had so far today. David, you can, if you wish, share it with Wayne, but I'm assuming that you'll lead the response. So first of all, David, would you like to comment upon Xander's paper?
Okay. Xander put his stuff out just within recent weeks. I haven't had a chance to look through it in detail, but it's the kind of thing that looks like a whole bunch of math that I don't see how it hangs together, it's not persuasive to me. I don't know if you were persuaded by it. It's a lot of numbers, but it doesn't, just because there's a lot of stuff there, it doesn't mean it makes sense. So that's my first take on it. I did look at some of the aspects that he talked about, as far as taking the data from that little tiny fuzzy plane in the corner of the frame and trying to make a quantitative measurement of how that translates to whether it could be the size of a 757 or not, is not persuasive. And it's a single data point, and it's a high unreliability to it. So when you take it and you try to step it across, stepping it across is not a valid procedure, because the picture is not a linear thing. If you noticed when he had his corrected video and he showed the car drive across, there was the police car that drove across through there. It's like it's coming at you and going around like this. I mean, there's still a remnant distortion there. And to try to claim that you have quantitative information about how to scale the image to scale from the image to reality, that takes something called a transfer function for that lens. And I don't believe you have the transfer function for that lens. Isn't that correct? I thought I saw something where you didn't even know the focal length of the lens, but I'm not sure if that's been remedied. But I mean, it seems to be, it's reaching to try to pull more information out of that one data point than is valid. And for that to be used to counteract hard data, like where the wings actually touch things, you can see the scars. I don't think that measurements from one image on the corner of a photograph is valid for discrediting the hard evidence. That's the main upshot.
Okay, thank you, David. Xander, would you like to take the podium and respond?
Certainly. Okay, well, on topic to that, looking at that angular field of view, you're correct. It is imperfect. It is a closer approximation than we have ever been before. And I would encourage folks to perhaps use current AI or other things to fully deconstruct that distortion, where we can make those more accurate angular field of view measurements. And I do believe that we will come to the same conclusion as I presented this morning. There is a margin of error in my measurements, and in previous presentations I have addressed that, talked about it, and it is within the realm of the conclusion given. I would like to also say that with respect to the earlier comment about damage to artifacts there at the scene, we can make accurate measurements based on energy analysis. We know that the Boeing 757 wing spar is composed of 7075 T6 aluminum. We know what that aluminum's yield strength is. We know where it is in the wing. We know the width of the cord. We have very precise pieces of information that we can use to discern the effects of that impact. We know the width of column 18. We know it's a 21-inch box column. These are easy calculations that can be done, and perhaps should be, by engineers and other scientists, researchers with access to FEA technology. We could use LS-DYNA, we could use ANSYS, we could use these modern tools to really come to conclusion. And I believe when you dissect the math presented in some of my recent writing, you're going to find that it's accurate, it's on point, it's verifiable, we can validate it. And no, math is not for everybody, I get that. But I was persuaded by those numbers, so much so that at great risk to myself and perhaps, who knows, my career and other things, I put it down, put it on paper, published it, and I'm here to defend it.
Thank you, Xander. Yes. Yes. It's you again. Or you can share it with Wayne, but and I'm just trying to remind myself. It was Craig. Your response to Craig's presentation, 5 minutes, and then Craig will have 5 minutes to respond.
I'll allow Wayne to take my place on this. He has a question for Craig, I believe. Okay, come on, Wayne.
Wayne Coste. I've been doing research on the Pentagon for quite a long time, Twin Towers, other stuff. One of the things I wanted to mention about the energy and Xander's analysis was that first of all, one of the things that the finite element analysis that you were talking about needing to do has been done by Purdue, and what they've done is they've taken the energy and they've done the mass balance, and they've done this, and it's up.
Sorry to interrupt, but you're responding to Craig's presentation.
Pardon?
To Craig's presentation.
Oh, I was. Okay, so if I'm supposed to respond to Craig's presentation, I wasn't intending. So, Craig, once again, you've raised up the Lloyd England paradigm. And I want to say that I don't know why you stick to this story. Now, the reason is we've had this discussion, even online, and CIT, all throughout its presentations about Lloyd England, has insisted through lots of innuendo that the large pole is what hit the cab. That's what Lloyd says. That's what they say is impossible. And every time it should have been a point where you say, well, Lloyd, so show us with your hands where it was. Well, how big was it? It's all replaced by them putting words in Lloyd's mouth. Now, there is one exception, and I'll get to that in a second. If you take a look at the light poles, the lamps that were over the highway, the lower lamp support arm is 11.5 feet long. And that is right in the place for the left wing tip to have grazed the pole and impacted the pole, knocked it into where Lloyd's taxi would have been traveling. So what it should be is a 11.5-foot pole sticking out. And if you take a Lincoln Town car and you stick one end at the rear seat where the hole is that you showed, it goes out through the seats into the dashboard where it's dented. And Lloyd England actually talks about this, and the CIT left one thing in which ruins their entire credibility. If you go to Eye of the Storm at 48 minutes and 7 seconds, you will see Lloyd England in conversations with Craig Ranke going and saying, well, there's a dent here. So, and Lloyd walks across the front of the cab, and what he does is he shows it went from here, right where the front of an 11.5-foot pole would have been, right from here all the way back. CIT left it in. Every other place it should have been in has been on the cutting room floor. CIT, that is typical from what I've gathered and what David has assessed of the CIT analysis. There's probably other things I could talk about, but I wasn't prepared to talk about Craig's. That's really the one thing that I had. And let me take a look here. I think that's going to be it.
You've still got a couple more minutes. I mean, if David wants to come in with a further question for Craig, he's very welcome to.
Well, I just want to emphasize the Lloyd England issue is an issue raised by CIT because Lloyd England destroys their theory. And they have to discredit him any way they can to keep their theory intact. That's my assertion. And if you look at their behavior, they try to vilify him. They try to claim he's one of the co-conspirators, and they misinterpret things he says. They put words in his mouth. It's a disaster of an interview. If you just look at it with an open mind, it is like, what are they doing to this guy? That's the impression I get. So I think it's basically a dishonorable kind of a process they're going through. They're not doing data gathering to figure out what Lloyd England does or doesn't know. They're trying to find a way to discredit his testimony.
Craig, can I just emphasize Again, as we did set out in the moderation rules, I want us to avoid as much as possible suggestions of bad intent on the part of anybody. So we try and keep it, as it were, sort of as neutral and as objective as possible. We can talk about bad data and analysis and so on, but not suggesting ill intent or intent to deceive. I think it's important that we stay away from that territory here today.
He didn't. He just did.
And that's why I've just...
I want to respond to it.
Yeah, and that's why I've just flagged it up.
Well,
and
you can't flag it up when I'm about to speak.
Yep.
That's not fair.
But I want you to try and respond to the points that they raised.
Well, I'm going to respond to the whole thing that they raised. I think what we've seen here today with this, I mean, this is fraudulent, what is being done. We can't obviously get into the whole Lloyd England thing in 5 minutes. Wayne and I did a long debate about it, and I think all of the emptiness of his arguments was very well revealed there. What is very clear, if you watch that, is that Lloyd England claims that he was in a different location. He claims to have been much farther north, close to the Pentagon, and that is what that entire discussion is about. It's not about which pole it was. They're not trying to put words in his mouth to say, this is the pole, right? The whole conversation is about him saying he's in a different location. And incidentally, Lloyd England says, no, I wasn't anywhere near the bridge. And off camera, they had a recording of him, the audio going, and Lloyd talks about the guy that took the pictures of his cab was up on the bridge. So off camera, it's up on the bridge, and on camera, it's like, no, I wasn't there. So they weren't putting any words in his mouth. And honestly, for these two to say at this point that Lloyd never said that it was that long pole, he said it over and over and over again. And for some reason, they don't seem to consider the possibility that maybe he wasn't being truthful. They just think, well, it couldn't possibly be this long pole, so it must have been a different pole. Like, to me, that doesn't sound scientific to me. I mean, scientific would be, evaluating what he says and seeing whether what he says can be possible or not. He very clearly is talking about a 30 to 40 foot long pole going through his car. Wayne said that I forget how he put it exactly, but it made a path right through the seat to the back seat. It didn't. It bent the front seat. The front seat was bent back like this, and the hole was in behind the seat. So there's no way any pole, a pole of any length, could go through that windshield, hit that seat, not even scratch it, and then get to the back seat and make a little hole. It's ridiculous. If anything is dishonest, and I didn't bring this word up first, it's their mischaracterization of the Lloyd England evidence and also the other CIT evidence. And I would love it if the CIT guys were here. I wish they were here to defend themselves. And I would say, if there's any time left, I would say that the reason that this movement appears to be deadlocked, this is an illusion. This supposed deadlock is an illusion. Okay, there is widespread understanding in the movement that a plane did not hit the Pentagon, and there's loads of evidence for that. The only reason we think we're in this kind of endless deadlock is because of the David Chandler, Wayne Coste group. They're the only ones that keep pushing this. Basically, what they spend almost 100% of their time when they talk about the Pentagon is talking about things that they think that the government got right in the official story. Okay? There's almost nothing that they don't agree with. But if there is an area that they might not agree with, like David seems to think there was remote control, Wayne now does not think that, so he's even closer to the official story. But the one thing that they don't agree with the official story on is the thing he never talks about. So isn't that odd? We are supposed to be looking at the evidence. We're supposed to be looking to see if the official story holds up or not endlessly propping up the official story. If there's ever a question, if there's ever an issue with the official story, something that the government can't explain, David and Wayne are always right there to sort of patch up the hole for them and try to find a way that maybe it's true. Maybe what the government said is true. I know they don't say everything is true, but they say just about everything. So this whole maligning of CIT to me is outrageous. And you know what? I've got to say one thing. I challenge. Am I almost done? Almost done?
1 minute.
Okay. Okay. So I want to challenge the leaders of this movement. There has been too much sort of passively sitting back over all these years and saying, you know, well, there's both sides and they both have their opinions and we just don't know. It's time for the leaders of this movement, and some of them are in this room today, to start challenging these claims and making them account for them, because it is this group that has caused this issue to become so supposedly divisive and contentious. It's not any more divisive than the World Trade Center. There are people in the World Trade Center that think there were directed energy weapons, but it doesn't grind the whole movement to a halt. And the Pentagon shouldn't either. So I think I'm done. Am I done? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'll reiterate. Now, I said at the start that we don't want to have applause during the discussion phase, so can we avoid applauding, please? Let's keep it calm and rational. Let's avoid indications and suggestions of ill intent and deception. For the wider audience out there, that's not going to help them at all to understand the kind of detailed, specific technical issues which you have been raising in your presentation. So I'll just reiterate that point. Now, David, a chance to respond to Barbara's presentation.
I haven't taken detailed notes on everybody's presentations here, but the main thing I think I said, I just want to reiterate, and I'd like to get maybe a response, which is of all of the critiques that have been made about specific assertions, like for instance, you have the plane crossing the lawn and you see the Pentagon in the background and you say, obviously it wouldn't fit into the first floor. I went through a detailed, completely rigorous analysis of that and how that was, it's sort of like dangling a little fish in front of the camera when you're standing back here and it makes it look big. That's what's going on in that picture. So yeah, it was to scale, but she's comparing the up-close plane with a distant part of the Pentagon and saying, see, it wouldn't fit into the first floor. Those kinds of things that are peppered through, that are peppered throughout a lot of her work, that really, it bothers me that once it's been pointed out, she never addresses it and corrects it. Or if she thinks it's not right, she could come back. But there's no ongoing dialogue to actually improve the level of factual content. So that's the biggest problem I have with the majority of what I see in Barbara's work. So I'll just let her respond to that.
All right. The Chandler, Coste, Wyndham Group. Mr. Chandler has referred to this so-called critique of my Behind the Smoke Curtain. And by the way, there's a complimentary copy of my DVD, Behind the Smoke Curtain, on the table out there by Richard Gage's table with Yale. I want everyone to take it. It's free, it's complimentary. And I'd like you to read all of the reactions of 9/11 truth leaders, except for Mr. Chandler. And I think that you will see there's a very different reaction, an extremely different reaction to my work. Now I want to give you an example. It was just claimed that I have not responded. That is not true. For instance, in my previous remarks right here today, a little bit ago, I said, I put my stake in the ground on column 14. The official story claims that the nose of this massive plane hitting at 530 miles an hour. And you can still see the column. What Mr. Chandler said is a difference that makes no difference. It's there. It might be hanging a little bit in, as he said. And I've had the discussion with Mr. Chandler and Mr. Coste, one-on-one, in Chandler's house in Denver, after the conference, in which Mr. Coste said to me, well, Barbara, you know, that column 14, it's not completely there. You know, it's hanging up here and it's over there. It's still there. And he also said, And then I also said, well, what about the column that's immediately in? Because there are columns like every 10 feet or so. It's there. You cannot have a massive 757 hit the building where Mr. Coste and Chandler and the government say, and have the damage or the lack of damage at column 14, at column 18, in any of that. It won't happen. And I want to talk about Hemphill, not because Hemphill is the most important witness. He is a witness, and he's an important one. He was important enough for Mr. Chandler to spend, hundreds of hours or whatever he said, analyzing. I have read Mr. Chandler's analysis, okay? And the thing about Mr. Hemphill is not only did he say it was like the reaction, the effect back to all of that distance, back to the naval annex was like a 2,000-pound bomb going on. Didn't mention it. But the other thing, I don't understand how the South Path people, whoever they are, can use Mr. Hemphill as an example for their side. Because Mr. Hemphill is very clear, and Mr. Chandler just said so, just reminded us, that he said that he saw the plane go right over the Citgo gas station. You can't go over the Citgo gas station and be on the South Path. It is impossible, okay? So there seems to be, I think there's a lot going on here of having an idea of what happened and having blind spots about the evidence that doesn't fit. And I think this is not a personal critique. I think it's human nature to do this. But the other thing that I wanted to mention, besides, please get behind the smoke curtain for yourself and read what everyone has said about it. The leaders of the movement, 30 of them, they're not on the stage right now. All right. Now, when you do that, I think that it's also important to know that all of this discussion, all of this disagreement, all of this different interpretations will go away when we get the hard evidence, the really hard evidence, okay? I don't think anyone can believe that that plane hit that column, and it's not perfect, but it's still there, and it might be bent in a little bit. So I think, I don't like to use the word dishonest, but it is an incredibly biased reaction to a very logical, common sense realization that it couldn't have happened there.
Okay, thank you, Barbara.
Okay, thank you very much, Barbara. Now, we've had a good indication here of both of the detail and the specificity of some of the arguments that have been over the Pentagon, and also a very good indication at points of the kind of very deeply held beliefs and passionately held beliefs that people have. Now, we do have a question from the audience, which we're going to introduce. We've got about 15 minutes before the break. Richard Ellefritz is going to put the question, and we'll give an opportunity for the panelists to respond to the question from the audience.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. This has been a thought-provoking discussion from all of our members up here, and we have a thought-provoking and very thoughtful question from the audience. So this one is thoughtful. So all physical evidence was supplied by the U.S. government, or if all physical evidence was supplied by the U.S. government, if that evidence was removed from you and your theory, what would be left? So what would be left of your theory if you removed all government evidence from your analysis? So in your analysis, based on your presentations, if you removed evidence that was supplied by the government, what would be left of your theory?
Who do you want to?
So we have a volunteer, so I guess we could go down the line. That would.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think everybody has a thought.
So to answer the question, what would the evidence be if all the government data, supplied data, was missing or taken away? I would say there's a huge amount. So what would you find out? First of all, you'd find out that there were enormous numbers of photographers, independent people, taking photographs, taking images, videos live on TV. Barbara's exploding explosion that she highlights, oh, this is where the wall came down. In fact, Dylan Avery talks about it in one of the channels. He's he's reviewing videos from CBS live at 9:44 in, I forget the seconds, seeing it explode. It's on the front lawn. It's the propane tank of the tractor trailer that or the forklift that had tipped over and had caught fire. It is clearly not in the Pentagon. It's on the lawn. So that's one thing. The pictures of the generator trailer taken by many people clearly show the trace on the front, on the top of the roof. That is not a government supplied piece of evidence, and that establishes the flap track fairing, the thing that looks like a canoe under the wing. It establishes exactly where it was. Then you can say the pictures that Daryl Donlan took that show, and he's not a government agent or government supplied, and you can see in many different pictures the retaining wall is gone, and it is exactly 63.1 feet from flap track fairing to that area. And right there is where the pictures of the spools were from the satellites. I'm assuming the satellite photo is still a legitimate thing to have used. But you can see that there was a spool that I call number 7, and it would have been hit by the left side. So that's there. You can see the pictures and the photos of column 9AA. Van Zanders showed the pictures really well. He just doesn't know why it's that way, but it's bent at 2/3 of the way up. You can see that the column, the beam between columns 11 and 13 is missing. And because the plane hit the retaining wall, the engine hit the retaining wall, the wing hit column 9A about 4 feet below the beam. The only thing that can be above it is the tail. Now, how did the tail get over there instead of going straight through like your example, your energy example, with all those decimal points of precision, saying that it went straight? No, it hit the right engine hit the trailer, reduced energy on that side. They created a yaw rotation. Had the generator trailer been an immense brick, the plane would have turned around it, but it wasn't so big. It was deformed. It was movable. So the plane has time to rotate some small amount. And
let's keep it focused on the question at hand, though.
The track was going to column 13. The yaw rotation turned the nose to hit column 14, and the tail hit between there. So that's all not government supplied data, and it proves by looking at the data, by looking at the engineering dynamics, that a large plane impact not only hit it, but establishes the dimensions of a 757 exactly.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who has a answer? So the question at hand for the audience was, if you removed government supplied data, what would be left of your theory?
Everything, I think. I mean, obviously you have to look at everything, and you have to look at what the government is providing. We had to look at the video. I mean, I think Xander did a great job of dealing with that. I think if you look at the smoke cloud in that video, the sort of wavy tail on it, which looks to me very fake. Now, that's not a professional opinion. That's just my opinion. It looks very fake to me. So I think there has to be more than evidence that only the government has control over, including DNA, radar, flight data recorder. When you've got other evidence that directly contradicts it, such as with the lack of sufficient damage, the hole not being large enough, the absence of any large debris outside at all, I think I don't think that my position would suffer the least bit if you had no government evidence at all. I mean, the photographs are obviously critical, and some of those were supplied by people that were in the military, and some just by passersby, I suppose. But as far as I'm concerned, if you base all your opinion on just that government-controlled evidence, and then you try to look for things in the damage to try to match up to that, I think you're going at it backwards. I think you've got to start with the evidence. What does the evidence show? And so that's my answer to that.
Dear. My answer would be, without all the government evidence, my position that the photographs show clearly that there was a plane destruction in the area of the helipad. There is a lot of wreckage. The reason that there doesn't appear to be as much as you would expect is because of the plane being either exploded or hitting, as many witnesses saw, and then exploding from an impact on the ground. In other words, I'd also like to say that I don't think the right question should have been, did a plane hit the Pentagon, or did Flight 77 hit the Pentagon? I think the important question was, was there a plane crash there, and was it Flight 77? I made the case that it isn't and can't be Flight 77 from different lines of evidence. I'd also like to say that I was only able to get to maybe a third of my slides. And so anyone who would like my slides, please give me your email address. And also, please take one of my behind the smoke curtains, read what the leaders of the truth movement say, just even 3 of them, and you will see how totally different they are from Mr. Chandler and Mr. Coste. It's a rebuttal. And I would like to say, because I think we need to defend ourselves, I would like to say that the Wyndham so-called rebuttal of my behind the smoke curtain, it doesn't matter how many pages it is, the bottom line of that alleged rebuttal was that he falsely claimed that all my entire analysis is that explosives, pre-planted explosives, did the whole thing. You saw my presentation, you know that isn't true. So, and what? Yeah.
To the audience's question, my conclusions would remain the same. In fact, that is what I did. I removed all government data and even implication that it was the Pentagon or American Airlines 77, and instead ran analysis of a 757 impacting a building with 21-inch box columns spaced 10 feet apart, a 5-story building, a building with brick reinforcement, limestone cladding, Kevlar behind it. So I never analyzed 77 impacting the Pentagon. I came to these conclusions by energetic analysis of an equivalent scenario. My conclusions remain the same. No large aircraft impacted that building that morning.
Okay, does anybody else have anything further to say on the audience member question? No, okay. Did you want to put your question in? Or?
Sure.
Sure.
And again, thank you for everybody's presentations. I think the general public and the wider audience listening and into the future will be more educated for having listened and thoroughly listening. I hope that we can take a little bit of time to remind people who are watching now or in the future about the significance of the Pentagon events on September 11th, 2001, of the significance either for 9/11 and the justification for the war on terror, and or the significance of the Pentagon events for the 9/11 truth movement. So however you want to approach that question, as a reminder to the audience of why it is that we all took our time and energy to be here today to discuss this very important issue.
So as you have now heard, my opinion is that a large plane impacted the Pentagon, and it was a 757. So what is so significant about this? First of all, In my opinion, the issue of what happened is completely resolved by looking at the physical data. And the thing that is the most important, and I'm really glad you asked this question, the thing that is the most important about this is how did a plane get through all the supposed air defenses, everything that allowed it to actually impact at the Pentagon? Who was clearing the way for it? That is, to me, the most important question that this audience, this movement should be trying to address. How did this happen? There seems to be a nothing burger about the plane actually hit, just as the official story said, as Craig and others people say that I'm foolish to recount, but that's what happened. The question is, how did it happen? Who let it go? Barbara mentioned that in her presentation, the descent of from the transponder as it was approaching the turn. In fact, what happened is the primary radar returns were missing. FAA lost a primary return. That's when the radar goes bleep and you get a response back. A passive thing. How do you enter? You can't. They thought the plane crashed because the primary radar was gone. So that brings us to the question of who is PTEC. PTEC is supposed to have been a company that had fingers in all sorts of high-tech stuff that was related to the war games that Barbara has talked about so much in her books, that they could put spots on the FAA radar and take it away. And so to assert that there's something missing in one of the things is actually more evidence of the war game type stuff going on than it is of anything else. The flight data recorder, in my opinion, for reasons that I can't get into in a short period of time, is 100% accurate. The FAA technicians, the NTSB technicians did not have the information available to them to put in the last 4 seconds about the impact, which is obvious and which I talk about.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Does anybody else have a response to the significance of the Pentagon event for the official story and or the 9/11 truth movement?
It was on the last slide of my slideshow. And for me, the implication is that if no aircraft impacted that building, 125 men and women of the United States died needlessly, and we don't have adequate resolution for their death. That's why.
In Behind the Smoke Curtain, which goes on for 2.5 hours, free DVD in the lobby, I marshal the evidence that the plane that left the airport, that left Dulles Airport, just lots of evidence that plane, something happened to those passengers. They did die, but there is no proof that their remains that were analyzed were found inside the Pentagon. And also, behind the smoke curtain, and as well as on the screen here, you saw what the government claims in the Pentagon Building Performance Report, that the vast majority of the alleged passenger bodies were actually, it says, outside the alleged exit hole. By the way, in Smoke Curtain, you will find, and in the rest of the slides in my presentation, please give me your email and I will send them all to you. You will learn that one of the world's foremost shape charge experts says that that so-called exit hole of a plane was made by putting a shape charge on the wall. It's just a fact, okay? So there was no plane that got that far. There was no plane parts that got that far. And there were all those little bubbles that they want you to believe in the Pentagon Building Performance Report that Mr. Chandler and Mr. Coste are assuming are correct. I am. They're assuming that those represent real bodies or real parts of bodies. There are none there. This data that the government gives us is not real.
Yeah, I just want to say that the Pentagon, first of all, the Pentagon is very important to the world, because it is the way that subsequent wars were justified, or one of the strongest ways, because obviously you can't attack the U.S. military headquarters without expecting a military response. So there, that justified that, and the war on terror is what followed. I think for the truth movement, well, okay, before I get to that, another thing that's very important is that it gives away the whole thing. It's not the only thing. I've always felt like that for me, when I was educating myself about 9/11, it was the cumulative evidence that convinced me. It was like I looked at the towers, and then wait a minute, I looked at the Pentagon, and then Shanksville, and it was like a mountain of evidence. I didn't just take one thing. So the Pentagon gives a lot away about this deception. And how is it important for the truth movement? Well, the truth movement's got to deal with it in the sense that we can't just be endlessly doing, as much as I really enjoyed this whole exercise, and I'm glad we're doing it, I don't want to be doing it 10 years from now or 20 years from now. Well, I'd like to be alive 20 years from now, but not necessarily debating this topic. So I think it's time for a lot of people in the movement to say, I better kind of take a stand on this. I better not just sit back and say, well, we just don't know. There's too much. I mean, and when it comes to the videos, I'd certainly applaud asking for the videos, but I don't think I want to sit around waiting for the government to hand us the proof that they did, that they did this event. We can demand it and we can push them for it, and I think we should. But we can't sit back and say, well, until we get those videos, we can't really do very much. I think it's very clear what happened there and why it's important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Craig. Okay, we now have a 15-minute break before we return for the final hour. If people have further questions, they can put them to us and we will put them to the panel. So the moderators will remain here, but we'll have a 15-minute break and we'll come back at 1:30 p.m. Thank you.
Here.
Okay, I'd like to welcome everybody back to the final hour of our Pentagon discussion at the three-day Turning the Tide conference. And now what we're going to do in this final hour, we're going to get a little bit of space to Wayne Coste, just 5 minutes for him to talk generally about issues which he wants to alert the wider public to. And then we're going to have Niels Harrit he's going to talk for 10 minutes. Again, raising some broader issues and ideas, which I think are going to be useful for the wider audience out there. And then I think we have quite a few questions from the audience, and I imagine that will probably take us up to time. So without further ado, and I will emphasize at this point, what we're going to do, apart from when Niels gives his 10-minute talk, everyone's going to remain seated and they'll be using their mics next to their seats. So without further ado, Wayne, would you like to come up and just talk just for 5 minutes, and then we'll go to Niels Harrit for a 10-minute talk.
Must be sitting down.
I prefer you sitting down.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Appreciate the chance to go over many of the important things that I have researched. And I want to also say that this is going to be my chance to embarrass myself in front of all of you by saying things that you can't believe is going to come out of someone who's a 9/11 truther, right? So let's begin. The analysis that I have started to do in the last 8 months has led me into the need to look at the flight data recorders. The flight data recorders are, of course, suspect. People say, oh, it comes from the government. So I've taken a look at them, and I've kind of prepared a paper and a presentation that Colorado 9/11 Truth, go to colorado9truth.org, has presented. And what it basically goes through is the evidence from manual control of flight AA-77, flight 93, and by extension 175. But the flight data recorder for 77, which is the topic here, is, in my opinion, absolutely authentic. And that is a problem for the 9/11 Truth movement, as I know it is configured out in here. So let me tell you why I have come to this conclusion. When I was up here a few moments ago, I went through the physical damage that was not part of the government supplied data, the generator, the impact in the generator trailer, the flap track fairing scar on the top of the trailer, which establishes the lateral horizontal position, the hitting of the retaining wall by the engine, which keeps the wing low, the knocking down of, or knocking away like a croquet ball, wire spool number 7, hitting number 4, knocking both of those out of the way, but leaving 5 and 6 in place. The left wing hitting the wall at column 9AA, bending and bowing it, having the tail hit between columns 12 and 13, knocking down the beam and letting the bricks, infill bricks, fall away, and the top of the plane impacting just so that the top of the fuselage is what is actually impacting the lower part of the column 14 that is still hanging and pushed in the direction of the impacting plane. And on the right-hand side, where the limestone concrete, or the limestone that protected the concrete at the intersection of floor and column 18, column 19 is bent in, and column 20 has got the limestone knocked off. So all of that is the physical evidence, and the flight data recorder records this in fidelity. I've got a paper on 911speakout.org, Wayne Coste collection. You can go see it. You can watch the video that I gave last Thursday. The reason this is so important is that the NTSB technicians could not have put this in a January 2002 FDR release. January 2002, no one knew much about 9/11. There certainly was no 9/11 movement to try to discourage. And nobody, the ASCE reports, nobody talked about this yaw rotation, the right engine hitting the trailer and creating a yaw, a sideways rotation. Nobody knew about this. The ASC, the Purdue simulation study doesn't, just shows go right in. Nothing about a generator trailer, nothing about a yaw rotation, nothing. There is no discussion anywhere until I did the dynamic analysis and showed that this was what was happening. And thank you very much. Craig used to be my foil on the 9/11 monthly deep state conference calls. And he would ask me all these questions and send me back to do homework because he told me I was wrong. No, it wasn't. Well, maybe it was, but I figured it out. With all these dynamics, it's figured out finally in 2017. It's not something that anyone talked about, as I said, in official circles, in the 9/11 circles, and Warren Stutt had decoded the last 4 seconds, and those last 4 seconds have all this data in it. So it cannot be a faked FDR. It is absolutely authentic, and it proves manual control. And after the hijacking, there's the horizontal stabilizers that move slightly after the hijacking, suggesting weight shifting to the back.
Wayne, we're at times. Thank you for making your case. That was a lot of information, strong case.
Thank you. Niels. Niels is just going to talk, because he has to talk from his notes, but he's going to just talk for 10 minutes, and then we have some further questions from the audience.
I'm not going to address any specific speakers in particularly, but rather outline the general principles or conditions for having a discussion like this and in general. Because the situation after 9/11 very much resembled the situation after the killing of President J.F. Kennedy and the Warren Report, which came out in 1965. And the theory that Lee Harvey Oswald had killed Kennedy started cracking, and everybody felt that there was something wrong. And they started to attack the Warren Report. And eventually, as some of you may know, CIA activated the Mockingbird network and labeled everybody, putting all skeptics were labeled conspiracy theories from that on. Very much the same thing after 9/11, the years following the Pentagon and the World Trade Center attacks. People start saying, hey, there's something wrong here. And actually, up until maybe 2004, it was consensus, or in the not yet 9/11 truth movement, that there was no airliner hitting the Pentagon. We have heard that Thierry Masson came with this book, Pentagate, in 2002, maybe started all of this. Maybe something believed this because they wanted to believe it, or maybe they had looked at the evidence. Up until 2004, when something happened, which I think is very, very important, and that was a publication by Jim Hoffman, which was called No 757 Crash Theory, Booby Trap for the 9/11 Skeptics. And in that one, he warned the truthers, say, hey, maybe the government is deliberately providing false and sloppy data, contradicting data out there, to make us actually believe that there was no 757 there. Okay, that is the trap for the boobies. So I will read a quote from his paper. Quote, this is exactly the conflict that the engineered crash, that's what he's suggesting, that the crash is engineered to fool us all. This is exactly the conflict that the engineered crash may have been designed to create. Experts in psychological operations, the perpetrators, could have anticipated that skeptics would divide into two groups. These those persuaded by eyewitnesses' evidence that a 757 had crashed, and those persuaded by physical evidence that one had not. The ongoing controversies could then be exploited by the perpetrators to several ends. 1, to keep the skeptics divided. 2, to divert skeptics' resources from other more productive lines of inquiry. 3rd, to provide a bizarre-sounding theory with which to tar the entire 9/11 truth movement. In other words, he fancied that someday they will produce the Boeing up out on the lawn and everybody would be embarrassed and discredited. Further quote, if you accept the premise that the crash of 757 was engineered to create seemingly contradictory bodies of evidence in order to see truth-obfuscating conflicts, it's easy to explain crash site anomalies beyond the facade impact imprint. Okay, Hoffman followed up in 2006 with a paper called The Pentagon Attack, where he actually applied the booby trap scenario on all the physical evidence on the attack. And I'll quote from that same picture. This behavior, and he's talking about the government here, this behavior is consistent with 3 different motives on the parts of those responsible for suppression and destruction of evidence. 1, an institutional penchant for secrecy amplified by the atmosphere of national emergency produced by the attack. Like we heard yesterday, we lie about everything, so why don't we lie about this? Now the next one, and that is interesting, a desire to suppress evidence that would disprove the crash of Flight 77, and a desire to suppress evidence that would prove the crash of Flight 77. That is the booby trap that Jim Hoffman is suggesting here. Now I'll give just a few notes on the concept of paradigms. Paradigms are very important in science. It is the unspoken set of concepts, convictions, traditions, procedures, and routines which define a science or a field. It is the paradigm which distinguishes a biologist from a geologist, and subfields have different paradigms, say analytical chemistry, organic chemistry, photochemistry, and nanoscience. The paradigm of a scientific field, unconscious as it usually is important because you cannot think outside the paradigm. Like the judges in the trial against Galileo lived with the paradigm that the universe revolves around St. Peter's Cathedral in Rome. They were unable to fathom that a better and therefore more true model would be to put the sun in the center. When you select the data and consider the data, that is about paradigms. It's a property of paradigms. When you consider the data and select the data, only data and conclusions within the paradigm are available to your mind. The paradigm determines how you obtain, select, evaluate, and discuss the observations. The paradigm comes before the observations. In science, there can be no discussion unless you agree on the data. So consensus is impossible among persons operate within different paradigms. Within a given field, each person can only operate within one paradigm. Now, the booby trap scenario is such a paradigm. The booby trap paradigm implies that somebody prior to 9/11 anticipated the rise of a truth movement and decided prior to 9/11 to fake a cover-up. They planned a false flag cover-up. They planned to aggressively suppress information which supported the official story that a Boeing hit the Pentagon. They planned that no pictures of the plane were to be released. All external video recordings should be confiscated. They planned that remaining fuselage should be removed immediately from the lawn by office staffers, etc. In other words, they planned to deliberately kill their own story, to deliberately destroy their own credibility. They acted as if they had something to hide when they didn't have anything to hide, providing Boeing really did hit the Pentagon, of course. All these precautions were planned prior to 9/11, aimed at a non-existing 9/11 truth movement, which was anticipated to emerge 5 years later. It is inherent in the booby trap paradigm that a Boeing did hit the Pentagon. If a Boeing did not hit the Pentagon, there is no trap. If you believe in the booby trap, you believe the Boeing hit the Pentagon. Implications of the booby trap paradigm. Nobody wants to be trapped. So when you see a trap, you try to avoid it. We can avoid the booby trap by accepting the official story, by accepting that a Boeing hit the Pentagon. So instead of believing what we see what we believe. It goes like this, aha. The perpetrators tried to fool me into not believing them, but I ain't no fool, I trust them. This was the psychological setting being established in Hoffman's booby trap article. It was later exploited to stretch, squeeze, and cherry-pick data to reason away the obvious. It doesn't make sense at all. Rather, I suggest the straight-ahead paradigm. I believe that people who act as if they have something to hide do have something to hide. I believe that the perpetrators did what they could to render probable that a Boeing hit the Pentagon and failed. I believe that they would have released video footage showing the Boeing if they had had any. I believe that they would have reconstructed the Boeing from the wreckage and put it on display if there had been a Boeing to reconstruct. I believe that the perpetrators are the strongest witnesses against the perpetrators. And now a note on the scientific method. In science, a theory can be right 1,000 times, but it is wrong only once. It cannot be wrong twice. If it's wrong, it's wrong. Like if an accused murderer has an alibi, he is innocent. You cannot be innocent twice. So if there's one single observation which cannot be explained by the theory, it is wrong. To me, the picture shown below, or shown many times today, like Sandra showed very early in his presentation, the one you've seen several times about the impact hole in the morning, that picture, to me, is such an observation, and it is not from a government source. Maybe somebody can see a Boeing in there. I can't. You cannot squeeze an elephant into a mouth hole. Thank you.
Okay. No applause. No applause, please. Would you like to say anything in response, or any panelists, or should we leave a very clear presentation there from Niels about his thoughts about some of these issues? No, I was just checking if David or Wayne wanted to say anything. We do have quite a lot of questions from the audience, and I do want to make sure that we give space for that before we run through some final wrapping up questions with all of you. 30 seconds. No, don't stand up. Just use your mic there. Have you got a pod down? No, remain seated now. They don't need to keep getting up.
Oh, yes. How's that? Okay. Yeah, I thought that was very interesting. I wasn't sure where it was going to go at first, but it's just interesting to me and interesting to point out that Jim Hoffman, he's the one that writes this article, and Jim Hoffman, since then, has been part of the plane hit the Pentagon group and has been involved in that. So it's sort of interesting that he would write an article like that. It almost suggests he would stay out of the debate, and yet he had.
Okay. Okay.
30 seconds.
30 seconds, because we must give a bit of space for the closing question.
I would like to thank Niels Harrit, by the way, for coming all the way from Copenhagen. Thank you, Niels. Thank you for what.
We'll leave a pause to the end. We want to stay focused on responses.
Yeah. I just wanted to comment on what Niels said. And I just wanted to make sure that everyone heard, if I understand correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, Niels, but I think I heard you say that you also believe that that photograph that shows at least, part of the column 14 on the second floor and only about 50, maximum 60 continuous opening, that is kind of your stake in the ground too. I appreciate that. I needed to hear that. And I also wanted to mention about Jim Hoffman. When Jim Hoffman, as Craig just said, when Jim Hoffman, who was a very early analyst of the Pentagon, he finally came to his bottom line of the last paper that he did. He could not say for sure that it was 77. He did believe that it was a 757, but he couldn't say it was 77, which I think that is the critical issue.
Okay, thank you, Barbara. Anybody else? David, please.
Just on that last individual point, whether it was a 77 or not depends on two pieces of evidence that make that transition. One is the DNA evidence from the Pentagon, and the other is the flight data recorder for Flight 77. So those are the two that tie it directly to that flight. So that's where you have, excuse me, on the radar as well. So the radar with the flight data recorder and the DNA, those are where you have to look in terms of establishing whether or not it was Flight 77.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the audience?
All right. It says 9/11 had 3 attack parts: the towers in New York, PA, Shanksville, and the Pentagon. The towers and Shanksville used passenger planes with passengers as the weapons. If the plane at the Pentagon did not crash into the Pentagon, that seems odd and inconsistent and violates the consistency in design. Basically, I guess the question is, does it seem odd that they would use one system for 2 of the crash sites and a different one in the third?
I'll jump in just real fast to say that, I mean, aircraft were used in all 3 scenarios, but delving into the explicit aircraft utilized in New York is well beyond the scope of today's presentation. I think the Northwoods documents themselves talk about the many different ways in which aircraft could be utilized to create confusion, fog of war, swapping tail numbers, utilizing drones, overlying radar tracks. All of these things are achievable.
Wayne just put his hand up.
Yep.
So Wayne was first, but. Okay, sure.
I'll let you go.
Okay. Okay. There you go.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's an interesting question, because I hear this a lot. People say, well, if they did, in fact, people who don't believe there were planes used at the towers will often say, well, I don't think there were planes used anywhere. And my response is, without getting into that question, my response is always, don't lump them together. Like, look at each one on their merits. Look at the evidence for each one. Don't lump it all and say, well, it's all this or it's all that. And I think, first of all, we should not assume or even think that the perpetrators of this event would be consistent. Why would we think they would be consistent? Their whole point is to deceive us and to create an event that's going to have us, get us caught in a booby trap, as Niels was saying. So the idea that they would be inconsistent doesn't bother me at all. I think it's entirely understandable that they would be.
Thank you, Craig. Wayne.
Answering the question, why would they why would you do something different? You're right, it doesn't make any sense. As we take a look at the 28 pages that Barbara was so instrumental in getting released, I think it is imperative that there was a move through the higher powers, as illustrated in the 28 pages, to get hijackers, to nurture people and to fund them. And I don't know about the training and all that stuff, but the 28 pages is absolutely critical to setting up the stage for something to be done in a certain manner. And it seems like that certain manner would be just as we saw in the flight data recorders for 93 and 77, absolutely illustrate the validity of that for those two flights. But of course, there are no FDRs for the 11 and 175. So, over.
Okay, Barbara.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. It really is. I think that it is interesting that most people in the 9/11 Truth Movement before my work were not even looking at the possibility of pre-placed explosives at the Pentagon. And that was the pioneering contribution that I first made to the movement. And anyone who would like to read all that evidence, it is in my chapter 13 in the Toronto 9/11 report, which is the document of all of us speakers at the 10th anniversary Toronto hearings. And it's also on the website of the International Center for 9/11 Justice, which is one of the sponsors of this event. So I hope you read it. I find it interesting that we now know that at the beginning, everyone wasn't supposed to believe from the public. The government didn't want you to think there were pre-placed explosives. They still don't at the World Trade Center. And I find it fascinating that it took so long for almost everybody in the movement to frankly come around to my evidence that there, and it's all in behind the smoke curtain. It goes on for over an hour. That there were pre-placed explosives at the Pentagon, that there were shaped charges put on the wall to make the Seahole exit, that we have an expert on shaped charge explosives saying that the so-called first floor opening, continuous opening, was the result of a massive explosion on the inside with the pressure wave going out. That the columns, the ones that are still there that you can see that are damaged, are bent out. Mr. Coste and Chandler and myself and Craig McKee and others simply cannot agree on whether those columns were bent in and out. There has to be some, we're on quicksand unless, I believe it was Niels said, we can agree on the data. So I think a very important thing for the movement to do is to have every single person who's serious about the Pentagon and anything else, but especially the Pentagon, is to write down their 1, 2, or 3, just a few of their absolute certainties. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have 2 questions from the audience, and one is directed more towards Craig, Barbara, Niels, and Xander, and one is directed more towards Wayne and David. So I'll start with this group first. Now, this is a involved question, so there are multiple parts to it. And if you want to address a specific part of it, that is up to you. However, consider taking this as a whole question. So there are 7 parts to this. 7. I'll count them off. Is it the position for those who don't believe a large plane hit that 1, an agent chopped a curved shape in the tree? 2, an agent placed the 5 light poles? 3, an agent took a hammer to the low wall to make the semicircle cut? 4, Lloyd England wrecked his cab to support the official story? 5, the generator was moved by explosives toward the Pentagon? 6, agents planted plane parts? And 7, the C-ring hole was cut with explosives? all at the same time and all in line with the flight path. Everything was faked?
I'd love to jump in on this. So one important feature of the event is that things that appear to have occurred linearly in space do not mean that they occurred linearly in time, meaning the breach on the C-ring could have happened first. It could have happened concurrently with explosives on the E-ring. Yes, all of that is feasible. The Highway 27 caravan of USA Today witnesses and others, I mean, it's a limited number. Traffic was stopped. So that is an elevated position. Nobody else in the area could see the lawn, and we don't have imagery of that lawn before the explosive event. So we don't know what may or may not have been put into position before the theatrical effects. With respect to the generator, yes, the contention would be it was not moved by impact with the large kinetic impactor, but rather moved or pushed offline, and then some sort of explosive event occurring there. I'm going to steer away from Lloyd. There's some discussion on whether or not he was in a different location and other things, and it's complex. But absolutely, could a team of operatives have planted those light poles? Yes, I think that by implication is what would have indeed happened if no jet flew through that area. And the tree, as I mentioned in my presentation, I'm personally not convinced that that is even the sign of a turbine blade or otherwise. I think we need to analyze what that tree was and maybe take a really close look at it. So over and out.
Okay, yeah, I'm so glad for that question. I'm going to focus in on one of the first things that Xander said. And the assumption in that entire question, I'm so glad it was asked, is that at the end he said, and it all happened at the same time. I actually was considering calling my presentation, the Pentagon attack is not a unitary event in either space or time. And especially if you please get one of my behind the smoke curtains, you will see that there is at least a 20-minute segment on how the times that everyone thinks everything happened at the same time, we can prove the times that they did happen, and they're all over an arc of about 7 minutes. For instance, we absolutely know that the big smoke cloud, which everybody who supports the official story assumes was the result of a plane impact or some consequence from it, we know the precise time of that, 9:40 and 10 seconds. Or, 9:04 and 10 seconds before the impact. 9:34 and 10 seconds. It's in smoke curtain, but anyway, we know that the massive explosion event by the helipad stopped the heliport clock at 9:32 and 30 seconds. We know that April Gallup inside the Pentagon, kind of just inside the window, literally behind the back of Alan Wallace's truck, that the massive explosion that killed most of the people around her stopped her wristwatch at 9:30. So we've got an explosion inside at 9:30. We have a plane coming in, and it was a real plane with real wreckage at 9:32 and 30 seconds. And we don't have the generator starting the big smoke cloud until 9:34 and 10 seconds. And I could go on, but I have a whole section on the fact that the times of these events are on a huge spectrum of time.
Yeah, the short answer to the question would be yes, I do. I do think all of those things could easily be faked. Well, easily. They could all be faked. I would say that the tree issue, to me, is just completely without value. I think Xander handled that very well in his presentation. There's just no way you can use one photograph of a tree and that appears to have a branch that's, I don't know if you'd even say missing, but to sort of conclude that must have been sliced off by an airplane engine. I think that's not even, I don't know if they faked that or not, or whether they needed to. Light poles, absolutely. I mean, I showed in my presentation a scratch that goes right across the road and ends right at the heavy corner of the light pole. So that would have been the one you would have most likely dragged if you were dragging it, although it might have been smarter to pick it up, but anyway, so the light poles for sure. Mentioned the low wall. That thing you saw in the photograph, it does look like a sort of a gouge out of this concrete, very short concrete retaining wall. But I mean, how do you know when that was made? How could anyone know when that was made? And how could witnesses, isn't it convenient that there are witnesses that claim they saw that get hit? Now, I showed you that rocket sled video, again, in my presentation for the purpose of showing you just how fast that actually is. And the idea that that somebody could see that go by and see it hit a building, and at the same time see the engine gouge this thing right at grass level is just so absurd, I think. And plane parts, I mean, that would be so easy. I mean, there's not 90 tons of plane parts anywhere. There are parts that look like they came from a plane, and perhaps they came from a 757 originally, but there's not a 90-ton jet there. So that would be, I can't even imagine how, yeah. And as far as the C-ring goes, I'll leave that, Xander, and I think it was Xander's presentation, did a good job on that one. So I'm going to leave that there and just say, yeah, I don't think it's beyond the capability of the U.S. government to handle these things.
Okay, thank you all. Well, we have a question specifically for you, because that one was for the people who believe that no plane impacted the Pentagon. But this one is directed towards you, and I can't imagine you have not been asked this already online and in person, and so this will give you a chance to publicly clarify your position on this rather pointed question. So please don't take this out on the messenger. But this is the way it's worded. Why do you focus more on proving that the official Pentagon story is correct than proving that it's wrong?
That's not what we're doing. We're looking at what the evidence shows actually happened. And what we're doing is trying to understand in as coherent a way as possible how all this evidence hangs together. What we just saw was a litany of all these different events as though they were separately engineered, faked events, rather than a single event, which is the plane coming in, causing all this various kinds of damage as an organic whole. You ever heard of Occam's razor? You know, if you can understand the whole scene as an organic outcome of a single event, that has a much greater ring of truth to it than trying to say, well, how could they have done this, and how could they have gouged the tree? How could they have done this and this and this? So those are just ad hoc arguments about individual little pieces of the evidence. So I think that in terms of coherence of the evidence, following the evidence, and I think it's important, at the World Trade Center, the reason AE architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth made so much progress is they had a coherent explanation for what was going on. And they had a scientifically rigorous process, and they weeded out all the stuff that was fantasy stuff, like holograms and things. I mean, okay, maybe there's some, this doesn't fit my understanding of a hologram, but the idea that they're going to fool all these people somehow didn't seem like a coherent explanation. At the Pentagon, trying to come up with they faked all the evidence doesn't seem like a good explanation. I think if we're going to be believed by the population at large, we need to have an understanding of the events that makes sense. And by having something that follows the evidence, yeah, there's overlap with what the government's saying, but there's also things that are different from what the government's saying. As I pointed out at the end of my talk, yeah, there were planes with people in them that hit the Pentagon. Well, I mean, the planes with people in it hit each of the buildings and went down in Pennsylvania. So how is that all of a sudden something to argue about at the Pentagon? It seems like that's what was going on all day. So that's that. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so that's what so the idea that we're trying to follow the government narrative is totally, that's untrue to what we're doing. We're looking at evidence to try to get a coherent understanding of what's going on.
So
That's what we're all.
Wayne, you want to talk? Wayne is talking.
Yeah, so I do it because I care so about the events of 9/11, justice for people like Matt and his family and Bob McIlvaine. The question is, what actually happened? And if you try to develop a lie, a fake story, a story that has no basis to it, and you try to get justice for a fake story, you might be able to hang somebody somewhere, but it's not. It's a lie building, creating another lie that is incorrect. And so what I try to do is find out what actually happened. I've studied the Pentagon most recently, but I've done papers on the Twin Towers. I can tell you that there's things being ejected out of the side of the World Trade Center 7 into Fitterman Hall. You look at the videos, some of them, you can see the ejections over Fitterman Hall. I look at the details because the details tell you what happened. And if you don't know what happened, you're just shooting blind or making up stories, making up polls that don't exist and saying they're important. What's really important is, and I go tracing the details. What happened at the generator trailer? How did this happen? What are the dynamics? And what do I hear from the opponents who create distinguished people on the other side of the aisle? What do I hear? I hear a cacophony of, oh, this couldn't have happened, this couldn't have happened, this couldn't have happened, but nothing about what actually happened. I look at the details. I think it's important. If Mick, Harrison, and Barbara want to go write another pleading, they want it to be accurate and supportable by physical evidence. When you have a he said, she said, she said, never ending, you never know where the comma was, you don't know where a period goes, you don't know if when he said it was to the right, whether or not he was facing this way or the opposite way. Language doesn't work. The physical damage tells you what's going on. That's what I look at. I think it's important. And so when people say, why am I official? Because as I said earlier, this is a nothing burger, what happened. A plane hit the Pentagon. And the key questions are, who let the plane get through? Who protected the hijackers in the 28 pages? So those are the key questions that I try to address. I want this audience and the leadership to actually address. And if you try to say, well, no, it's remote control, it leads you someplace that is away from what all the other evidence is. And so I know a lot of you don't like my responses, but that's my answer.
Sorry, because of time, we need to move on to, we've got 4 more questions to go through. So we're just going to have to move on. I've had some time to talk. So I apologize for that, but we've got limited time.
Yeah, well, we do have another interesting and I think important question. So why go to the trouble and take the risk of concocting a series of events that would be necessary to create the illusion of a plane crashing when on that day other planes had been used? So why go to all that trouble and take the risk? What would be the logic of faking that event as opposed to using a real passenger plane?
My position is that the plane crash was not faked. It's just that the real one was in a different position on the wall at a different time.
Okay. Yep, I'd love to dive in. I disagree with Barb on that, actually. And, I think that the last slide of my Northwoods presentation showed that there was a plan to disperse parts in the location of a feigned impact or crash. And so it's possible that I think that those parts were dispersed by some other mechanism. Why would you go to all that trouble? I think that the damage incurred by an actual 757 at that velocity would have been so systemic and massive, it potentially could have gone all the way through the B and the A ring, maybe over to the other side where leadership was. I mean, it would have been devastating. And so that might be one reason that you would want to try to contain or control the outcome of such an event.
Yeah, I agree with that. Oh, I'm sorry, Neil.
Why Pentagon is important? Because Pentagon is the soft belly of the dragon. And they did everything to divert our attention to World Trade Center. That's my opinion. They sold the World Trade Center in order to save the Pentagon. That's what I think. Do I have a time to another comment also, because I wish to challenge the concept that in this case, we have to consider the whole evidence and out from that emerge what is the most probable hypothesis. No, that's not the way science works. In science, when you come up with a hypothesis, all the evidence, all the data have to fit the model. If one single observation, one single data does not fit the model is wrong. And that's why the government has a hard time, because it's very difficult to cheat. It's much easier to tell the truth. And I just realized that in this situation, one party has actually to prove that the airliner hit the Pentagon, and the other one to disprove it. It's much easier actually for us to disprove it because all the evidence being against it, just a single one, just a single observation is against the Boeing in the Pentagon, then it's wrong, according to the scientific method, if we want to use that. Thank you.
Craig?
Yeah, I would just want to add, in fact, this came up earlier today, private conversations there about the idea of, why wouldn't they just, and in fact, I think David mentioned it in his presentation, the question of why wouldn't they just crash a real plane? Why would they go to all the trouble of planting and concocting this whole thing? And I can certainly see that one of the reasons might be to create this debate and to keep us all busy with it. But I would say that an important thing think about this is supposed to be a commercial airliner with passengers in it. If you crash a real plane into the Pentagon, you have no idea what's going to be the result. You might end up with a plane on the lawn completely split open. And if it's not really Flight 77, then you're going to have an empty plane, and that's going to give the whole game away. So if the intention was never to actually fly a real plane with real passengers into the building, then they would have to fake it because they couldn't take the risk that the whole thing would be given away.
So we have another question. So we understand that we could all debate all of these topics and statements, and that's what we've been doing here today, is laying out several of the key arguments for the broader audience to learn more about the internal debates and discussions over this key issue. We are coming up at the end of time, and I believe we have one more question.
We've got a bit of space, but...
Oh, do we? Oh. Well, if we want to open it up for discussion, I'm more than happy. So I apologize, Wayne. So we'll save that question for later. Wayne, if you did have something to respond to, then now is the time.
Well, I want to respond to the original question and then actually to Craig's to some extent. I have created a lot of darts coming at me when I have said that that is all manual control of the planes. That's obvious. And then the pushback that I've gotten is that, what if they missed? And I say, so what? We only know the events of 9/11 that happened. Last night when we were listening to the other speakers, they were talking about going to Afghanistan and hearing about, not just planes hitting towers, but bridges being exploded and tunnels and nuclear plants being attacked and blah, blah, blah. you know, that lots of other things were planned. We don't know what was happening. All we know was the four big events, the two Twin Towers, Pentagon and Shanksville. And oh, by the way, there's this other thing, Building 7, that has nothing to do with any of these things, and it just kind of collapsed and no one cares, right? So, so it is not, it is not, in my opinion, necessary for the perpetrators to have actually succeeded in hitting the Twin Towers and the Pentagon. All they had to do was take the planes and attack America. And as you heard, the evolution of the global war on terror last night, what we saw was that it doesn't matter what the facts were. They constructed the narrative with they attacked us. Now, yes, the destruction of the Twin Towers was a horrific catalyzing event, but for being attacked by four coordinated attacks, and maybe the nuclear plants are being attacked, and something else would have certainly been a catalyzing impact. But we only know what happened, and we can't, I think it's a false framing to say that those were the only things and they had to happen exactly as they did. By the way, what happened in Building 7 again? Oh, it just kind of collapsed, right? And no one cared. The narrative could be spun however it wanted, and it was. Over.
Okay, excellent. And I'm glad you were able to say that, because there were so many important presentations and discussions with a lot of information last 3 days. And this leads into the premise and some of the content of this last question, which I'm going to selectively edit. So we know, and we were told insider information last night about how the Central Intelligence Agency had formulated disinformation, misinformation programs. We know that these programs exist, and there are several of them. And so part of this last question is about Operation Northwoods and the fact that there has been a detailed plan that does resemble some of the events of 9/11. And so considering Operation Northwoods, I wonder if you could provide us with some of your closing remarks with that in mind.
I'll jump in. I would say always review the raw data. When I come to analyze this stuff, I want to listen to all of CIT's statements. I want to look at all of the pictures. I want to do all of the assessments that I can. And I understand that not all of us have the time to do that, but it's really important to go to that first order data when making an interpretation. The Northwoods documents were given to us, I believe, by Providence. They were bundled into the JFK release files. I don't think that they were ever intended to really reach a wider audience, particularly at the time that they did, because they really shifted for me. We talked about paradigm, the plausibility or the possibility of just how grave things could be. And yeah, I think that's about it.
Can I just intervene? No need for closing remarks quite yet. Just respond to the issue about Northwoods, because I got a couple of questions and then we go to closing remarks. But to specific point, sort of issue and question which was raised by Richard. Yeah, well, whoever next.
Okay, Operation Northwoods. Operation Northwoods is absolutely critical. And many people don't understand the degree to which Operation Northwoods proposed plans are really a template for what happened on 9/11. It's almost as if the real perpetrators took it off the wall and dusted it off a little bit, and they tweaked it. You know, everything in there. They were willing to kill real people. They were willing to do terrorism against American citizens. They were, if you read that, they're not beyond anything. Okay, and I did mention that Lemnitzer, he was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Lemnitzer of the Air Force. He was the mastermind behind it. And they did practice exercises of what actually happened on 9/11 in the lead up to their Sky Shield 2 exercise. They they completely grounded, they used the FAA or whatever government agency was involved in to completely ground every single commercial and private plane in the entire country. And this is very important to understand. The reason they did that is that the Sky Shield 2 exercise in October 1961, it's like part of Northwoods. It's as if they took the Operation Northwoods template and they added Sky Shield 2, and it equals 2 + 2 = 4. The 4 is the 9/11 plot, okay, that was actually carried out. And most people either don't know or maybe knew and have forgotten that on 9/11, there were these interlocked exercises that were focused on defending the actual United States against an exercise by Russia, which was no longer the Soviet Union, sending their fighter jets that could have nuclear weapon bombs on them over Canada and coming over to the United States. Now, that's extremely important because that was precisely the reason they did Sky Shield 2. It was an exercise on almost precisely the same scenario of protecting the United States, in which, interestingly, Canadian planes played the red teams, pretending to be the Soviet attackers of the United States. So, and how many people know that there were at least 8 war games every single day on scenarios, many of them involving hijacked airliners, even in New York City, in the whole week at least leading up to 9/11, let alone on 9/11. If I were the mastermind of this operation, I would have been the white team leader of the exercise planners, because the exercise was the modus operandi for this is an exercise on 9/11 of the scenario of hijacking aircraft. The exercise now, that morning, started up in New York City with NORAD of crashing hijacked airliner into the Twin Towers. Now, NORAD actually claims that their response was delayed and interfered with because of the exercise. But if I wanted to pull this off, I would use the exercise as the modus operandi for planning, executing, and covering up the actual attacks.
Yeah, I'd like to add, I did a piece some time back about Operation Northwoods and how it really is kind of like a blueprint for 9/11 in many ways. One of the things that might be relevant to what we're talking about today is that part of the plan was to take a plane that supposedly, my memory serves me correctly, this plane was supposed to have medical students in it, and they were going to be flying to Dominican Republic or somewhere, I'm not sure where. And the idea was the plane was going to be shot down, it would be blamed on Cuba, and this would justify military action against Cuba. What the plan really was, though, was they were going to take off a plane with people in it. Then they were going to send up a second plane that was remote controlled, that was empty. The first plane was going to peel off, and all the people on the plane had false identities. So the plane would land, they'd all go their separate ways, and then the empty plane would be shot out of the sky over the water, and that would be blamed on Cuba and the whole thing. So in a sense, it was a faked plane crash, which I think is sort of relevant to the Pentagon. The scenario is a little bit different, but it certainly shows that they're quite willing to do something like that, where they destroy a plane or appear to destroy a plane or whatever it is, and without anybody inside actually dying. So.
Yep. So let's put this in a little, the Operation Northwoods in a different context here. So as it was pointed out, it was a false flag attack. But we've got many false flags attacks, and they have resulted in wars. Okay, so anyone remember the sinking of the Lusitania? Oh, the German U-boat just kind of randomly. I think the real truth of that story is that it's a very different one, in that they were basically set up to be destroyed and blamed on the Germans, so we could enter the war on the side of the British. We've got the false flag, of course, of Tonkin Gulf, which brought us to the Vietnam War. We've got I had other we've got Pearl Harbor, which was, it wasn't just those nasty Japanese. We were luring them into the behaviors that would lead to this event, and then let the Japanese attack proceed and interfere with the radar and all the other stuff, so they could do. So Operation Northwoods was just one small thing, really nefarious. Thank you very much, President Kennedy, for stopping it. But the whole process is very is typical. Now, the question we have on the table with 9/11 is who was actually running it. Now, if you look at Bill Binney's Thin Thread, movie is called Good American, you'll see that he was tracking who was calling who, and then he was shut down as soon as they found out about it, just before 9/11, because who was calling who meant that someone in Langley maybe was calling someone in Saudi Arabia. And while you didn't know what the conversation was, you knew who was talking to who. And that would have been a very dangerous thing. And this builds right into the Northwoods stuff, who was doing what to whom and why. Those are the questions. Those are the overarching questions that have been lost by the wasted time on light poles and he said, she said, he said, she said arguments.
David, would you? Okay. Okay, we're moving to the closing section. It's a couple of questions. First of all, I'd like each of you just to think about and talk through what you think are the next significant steps for your own research on this issue of the Pentagon. You've all been researching this for a long time. You have detailed understanding of various aspects of it. And yes, what are you planning to do next in terms of furthering your research on the Pentagon? And we'll start with Xander, and then we'll move along and finish with David and Wayne.
Well, after this conference, I'm going to go on a really long mountain bike ride. I'm going to focus, I think, on some of the damage to the columns. I think that is a really interesting line of research that we should all be paying attention to. The remnant helical structure is something we can sink our teeth into. I think that finite element analysis will be important. I think that looking at the material properties of the materials involved are a really relevant line of inquiry. I think that will be useful. I think that we should further develop witnesses who are alive today and may be willing to come forward. We have a significant tranche of new witnesses that may be coming forward who have been inspired to tell their truth, and we need to be available to them. And with respect to specifics, actually, David, I appreciated the notion of the Cheshire cat and the grin without a cat. I too have looked at that wisp. I don't think that a turbine traveled through a tree. I think the implication potentially is that there was some sort of smoky feature along the lawn, and it's perhaps worth looking at. It doesn't really change the story in my mind, but if I were to find some free time and focus on that, maybe trying to discern what that wisp was and where it came from could be useful. And then I really think that delving into the physics of, the generator trailer movement and other features would be helpful. And I suppose I may find time to look at the light poles and write about it.
Thank you, Xander. Barbara, or I don't think Niels is currently researching. You're welcome to a couple of minutes.
Yeah. When I started out in 2006 and 2007, I was very naive at the point. I thought if I stand on a soapbox in Speaker's Corner in Regent's Park in London and just yelled the truth out in the open universe, the truth would take on its life on its own, and I had nothing more to do. I was wrong. I realized over the years that it's very hard to get out, and I reached the conclusion, I don't think that 9/11 on its own can break the barrier. I think it will come together with other obvious lies, like the so-called pandemic, like Ukraine, like the climate hoax, and eventually come down in a, avalanche. But still, please notice 9/11 is still the big stinking elephant in the room. We can talk about the other issues I just mentioned, but 9/11 is still too hot. But it will come along, and I believe that the economics will be the big driving force, and then we'll just come along with the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Niels. Next steps in your work, Barbara.
Yeah, well, I've said it a number of times. I've spoken to an attorney who's here today, and we have agreed that we're going to move forward in FOIAing not only the Sheraton Hotel videos, but other videos and following up on the videos. I would like to just point out that I can't remember if it was Wayne or David who said, well, you know, I just focus on the evidence. That's the problem. The government is doing very differently with the evidence at the Pentagon, whatever the truth is, than they were at the World Trade Center. They wanted you to see that second plane hit. That's why the first one hit, and there was a delay of about 15 minutes, so that every camera in the world was focused on it. And so you have the video. And David, you did this magnificent analysis of the video, but you had the video to do the analysis. So we're going to get the video.
Thank you, Barbara. Craig.
Okay. Well, it's a good question, new research. That's, I guess the thing that is sort of on my mind is, I mean, I just always want to enhance my knowledge of the facts. But I think what's on my mind is reaching the wider population. And because most people don't know much about the Pentagon, they don't realize what an important part of the picture it is. And because of some of the issues that you've heard about today, a lot of people just are not willing to talk about it because they think it's too controversial, or it's like, oh, it's too, you know. So I would like to work towards making it safer to talk about this evidence and to question it, and not to sort of feel like that you're going to be sort of put down for questioning some element of the Pentagon official story. So I'd like to spread the word, so to speak. And also, I just want to make a quick, because I just believe that the Pentagon we need that as part of the story. The towers are what we focused on most of the time, but I think we need the whole story, because there's so many lies in the story, that the more lies that we can expose, the more that the general person out there is perhaps going to be, intrigued enough to get into it. And I just wanted to quickly throw at the end here that the Occam's razor was mentioned earlier. I don't think that was the correct use of Occam's razor. I would say Occam's razor does not work when you've got deception involved. Like, the idea that, well, if you have two competing theories, the one that makes the fewest assumptions is likely to be more likely to be correct, or whatever. All that's fine, well and good, but if somebody's lying to you, I don't think Occam's razor applies.
Thank you, Craig. David.
I think most of my research is basically, it's a random walk through all the various things, and I get inspired by one thing or another, or I hear some little element, or I notice something and then start digging in. And as I dig in, things start uncovering. So there were two items that I found in the preparation for this talk that I mentioned in my talk. One was noticing that little streak of the remnant of the smoke coming from the plane as it actually went in. In other words, that streak went right into the fireball. That, for me, was a brand new insight into something that's been visible since 2002, right? I mean, and then I noticed in looking at Legacy's talking about the deflagrations and so forth, the fact that the fireball, it took 5 seconds. It was 5 seconds worth of development for that to grow. Whereas if you look at like that missile hitting the tank or the drone hitting the tank or whatever. It was boom, and it's maximum size expansion immediately. It's a supersonic expansion. So those are things that were just things that I happened upon in the process of looking for other things. And that's a lot of the way the research works for me. I don't have a plan on what to, I mean, I'm not that organized. I notice things, and when I do, I dig in, and sometimes that helps me uncover new insights. So that's just the way my brain functions.
Thank you, David. Wayne.
Where to begin? First of all, I think I'm going to continue my my legacy of being ostracized by most of the people here because data is very constraining in your stories, you can tell. The thing that's on my list to do is to follow up with Tim Michael, one of my associates from the past. He is taking the FDR, the .FDR data and using ChatGPT has replicated Warren Stutz's extraction. He said, well, if I ask ChatGPT, does this represent a remote control or autonomous control? And ChatGPT says no. So I don't know how this kind of fits in, but if you're asking about research. And then as far as everything else, I think I've hit the end. I don't know what else searches. I can explain everything about the Pentagon. I can explain the uplifted slab and due to the precession of the engines. If you ever throw a football, the receiver's got to catch it, but if anyone touches it, it spirals. That's the engine tumbled and bounced. That was the last important thing that I found, with the exception of the flight data recorder. That was just kind of a recent thing. Actually, the dynamics of the impact. With the exception of the ChatGPT thing, I'm going to be just culling through my research and writing and putting it on 9/11 speakout.org in my research collection, because I've got things about the Pentagon, the Twin Towers, the bolts breaking at the bolted connections, and Fitterman Hall, the ejection of World Trade Center from 20th floor into Fitterman Hall with the side of the building across the side of WT7 across the street. So there's many things for me to kind of document, because people don't know what I've done. They just know that I'm a nutcase when it comes to the Pentagon. And that's the life of a researcher.
Okay, thank you, Wayne. I'm not sure if any of you actually, if you want to offer some just closing comments very briefly. It feels like we're sort of wrapping things up very nicely, but before we have a few words from Richard and then from Sandra, closing comments, going back to Xander, but if people are too tired for closing comments, then I understand fully. So, okay. Well, let's just go down the line for closing comments.
Just to say that I'm grateful to be here and to be able to present. Thank you, everybody at the conference, for putting this on. And yeah, you know, and I think I may also look at the FDR and radar data too. I'm going to add that to the mix. That's all.
Well, I'm a European, and I think this will be the time to praise the American spirit. I cannot imagine that an event like this could happen anywhere else in the world, and it makes me very confident the truth will prevail. Thank you.
Thank you, Niels. Barbara, closing comment.
I'm grateful. I'm grateful for the event. Today's been difficult, but we knew it would be. The first day we had some technical difficulties. Yesterday was magnificent. It was incredibly encouraging and incredibly motivating, and I'm not going to lose any of that. I think the big takeaway from everything that's happened today is you see the result of the government withholding such important documents, data, and videos about the Pentagon. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Craig.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm very, very grateful to be here, and I have to really tip my hats to the organizers, the organizing group, all of whom I know personally. So I have to really say they did a great job. All of you did a great job. And I'm glad to be here as one of the two, along with Niels, one of the two non-Americans on the panel. I haven't flown to the United States in a very long time, so it was really exciting to do that, and I'm glad I came. And I guess I would just conclude with this hope in terms of our ongoing work and research and all the things that we're doing is, 9/11 was a giant lie. It was a collection of of lies, thousands of them. And I would hope that we would focus, as Niels put a very important point, that, if one thing in the theory is wrong, if I interpreted this correctly, then the theory falls. If you can prove that there's some deception in the telling of a story, then you have to question the rest of the story. And so I would like to see us focus our energies on exposing the lies of the official story to the world, and maybe less of kind of reinforcing parts of that story. So thank you.
David.
I mentioned in my talk that I was actually opposed to having the third day being all about the Pentagon, because I think this is a big distraction from the emphasis. If you realize we had 2 days talking about the 9/11 event as a whole, that's where my focus is. The Pentagon is not my primary focus. It's something I've gotten into along, basically I found Wayne's material and I thought, wow, this is really insightful. And I collaborated with him to try to bring this to light. So that's where I first plugged into it. But I'm not focused really on the Pentagon. I want to see the whole 9/11 movement move forward in terms of all the good research we've done that can get derailed by getting off into fantasy theories. And I think there's a lot of fantasy theories going on here. Excuse me for throwing that in at the last minute. But I think these fantasy theories, the stuff about holograms and mini nukes and all those kind of things are fantasy theories. We need to keep our feet solidly on the ground, and that's what is going to take this movement forward. So that's where I hope, that's my closing statement, that my emphasis, I would rather have talked about the World Trade Center personally, but as far as the movement as a whole, we need to get our act together.
Thank you, David. Now, Wayne.
Yeah, and I think I've said most everything I want to say, and I want to express my appreciation to the International Center for 9/11 Justice, all the other sponsors, the donors who made this possible. I think it was a really good opportunity. I really enjoyed the previous programs, the sessions in the event. And as far as things to go forward on, I think you all need to really focus on how did they let this stuff happen? And I think that's a key issue that has been lost. Of course, the Twin Towers is still an interesting dilemma as to what specifically happened over.
Okay, thank you, everybody. We've had a fantastic series of presentations and talks today. We're going to close out now. Rich is going to say a few words. I'll come back and very briefly say something, and then Sandra is going to close off today's Pentagon discussion. No, everyone stays seated, I think.
Okay.
Is the plan. But you just say what you wanted to say about
sure.
The importance of dissent and debate.
Okay, well, if your butts can handle a few more minutes of sitting, I was invited by Sandra by email to be a part of this, which I'm very grateful for. Asked by a few people, why and how I made it here, and I know I'm not a regular face for most of you, but I do know, actually, on a personal level, several people, because starting in 2011, I started engaging in a self-funded research project to complete my doctoral studies in sociology at Oklahoma State University. So I started going to Manhattan, interviewing 9/11 truth activists. I was very engaged in the 9/11 truth Facebook group. So I did an online real life ethnography with the 9/11 Truth Movement, and then successfully defended my doctoral dissertation in 2014 titled Discourse Among the Truthers and Deniers of 9/11, Movement, Counter-Movement Dynamics, and the Discursive Field and the Conspiracy Theorist Label. So over that time, I've gotten to know quite a few people because I went to New York in 2011, 13, 15, 17, 19, I think I went to Washington, D.C., helped distribute some literature on the Bobby McIlvaine Act. Yesterday, I was in the Capitol with some activists who were distributing literature to move towards a presidential commission to start what some are saying is the first real investigation of 9/11, of the events of September 11, 2001, which I'm fully behind. So I'm currently a full-time sociology professor. My job is to teach young minds. I try my best to break their minds free. I almost never talk about 9/11. It has nothing to do with what I teach. As a sociologist, though, a lot of what I do has to do with 9/11 as a practicing sociologist. The other day, I wrote a short piece for Propaganda and Focus, which Piers runs along with some other people. And I was making the point that the 9/11 Truth Movement is a social movement. It's a formal social movement by any definition in my professional field. That's one of my fields of expertise, is social movements. And the American Revolutionary Social Movement, the abolitionist, anti-slavery social movements, the women's suffrage movements, the civil rights movements fundamentally changed the social order and social structure of this country. They were fighting against deeply ingrained belief systems that had material support by vested interests that opposed those systems. And it took people of courage and dedication and commitment like yourselves to keep pushing that ball forward. And the title of this, Turning the Tide, is accurate because in my professional assessment, the tide is turning. Never in all the years that I've been studying this movement have I seen anything like 3 representatives on stage talking, a US Senator. Tucker Carlson was supposed to speak here. He's coming out with a documentary on 9/11. This all together is turning the tide, and it's because of the dedication and commitment over decades of people like yourselves who are constantly pushing forward, carrying that torch forward. And now it's easier than ever for people to get behind the 9/11 Truth Movement because of the path that's been paved forward.
Sandra. I'm very pleased and proud to bring Sandra up to the podium just to say some words and to close the conference. I'm sure in the spirit of what we've been trying to do for 3 days and in the spirit of trying to maintain unity.
Well, we kind of had to know it was going there. Just a quick thank you to everybody who was here specifically today, because like Barbara said, we knew it wasn't going to be an easy task. And we had very long debates before this debate day about whether or not we should have a debate day, because most of the people outside of the 9/11 Truth Movement are not even aware that there is any kind of dissension about what happened at the Pentagon. So now everybody knows. But as long as they all know that World Trade Center 7 also fell that day, if anybody learned that on the live stream this week, I think we did a good job. So it's been an incredible week, really. We've had many 9/11 anniversary events in the past, some more memorable than others. Some years nothing really happened, but there was truly none like we've had this year. What started off small and humble and likely to be contained within the 9/11 echo chamber, which it usually is, soon blew up into something that was larger than all of us. And it wasn't long before we knew that the tide indeed was turning. The speakers of the week came from everywhere, from across the US, obviously, from Germany, Great Britain, and Denmark, Canada. And they brought with them their knowledge, their field of expertise, their passion, and mostly a deep sincerity in their search for truth, each in their own way. We had Science 101 with both Richard Gage and Niels Harrit. We were presented eye-opening new research by Piers regarding flight simulator results and seismic findings by Ted Walter. Jonathan Cole made a bold case for controlled demolitions in response to the supporters of directed energy weapons as a mechanism of destruction. We were offered legal updates and insights by Barbara Honegger and Matt Campbell and, of course, Mick Harrison, and a geopolitical lesson by Aaron Good. We had testimonials from people who knew the system from the inside. John Kiriakou, Elizabeth Murray, Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Schaefer, plus current and former politicians taking an unapologetic stand that runs counter to the same rehashed talking points we've cynically become accustomed to. Former Congressman Kurt Weldon and Dennis Kucinich exemplified what bipartisanship looks like and how it can work when the focus is on principles and not on advantage. And needless to say, Ron Johnson's appearance was nothing short of inspirational. This kind of presence was unprecedented. The tide indeed seemed to be turning. Bob McIlvaine, father of Bobby McIlvaine, and Bill Bernier, best friend of Frank DeMartini, opened their hearts about the pain they still grapple with, while Eric Loyer and Christopher Joyer reminded us of the tragic loss of life among all the firefighters. Our MCs, Madhava Sethi and Jason Burmis, provided the perfect backdrop to stitch the presentations together into a coherent whole. We were thrilled, obviously, when Tucker Carlson accepted to introduce our event on the second day, that which was September the 11th. And of course, thrilled that he was releasing a documentary series at all about 9/11. Anyone who's been in the truth movement long enough knows how far he has come. That alone was a sign of how much the tide had turned. But tragedy struck on September 10th in a way that shook us all and had Tucker understandably bowing out of our event. Many of us are still processing the murder of Charlie Kirk, a man who exemplified the art of debate. He was unafraid to speak his mind and happy to tackle any subject presented to him. He railed against silence and truly believed that the only way to move things forward in society was by confronting the issues head on, not running from them, putting cards on the table rather than keeping them close to our chests. He led by example, and I'm not sure how much, if any, courage this took him because he made it look so easy and natural. But he did show us that it could be done, that we don't have to be timid in our convictions, that we can embrace people who disagree with us, that we make more progress by having difficult conversations than by avoiding them. This is what I would like his legacy to be. He will be missed on both sides. The past few days have made it clearer than ever before that we need to give our truth a voice, that there's power and a tremendous sense of relief when we unapologetically but respectfully stand for our principles. There's this compelling text that I shared every 11th of the month for years now, and that I'd like to share with you today. And if I could have my water bottle, that would be really great. Thank you. Amen. So it goes like this. Anybody who follows me has heard this 100 times. Those who say 9/11 is a thing of the past are completely disconnected from reality. There is no statute of limitations on mass murder and treason. For me, the fact that it is effectively hidden despite the mountain of evidence proving demolition is much more disturbing than the attacks themselves. As the watershed event of our time, there is no more relevant issue. It makes a mockery of what we claim to be our most sacred social and civil institutions, revealing the so-called pillars of society as fraud. Law enforcement intelligence, the military, the entire political, academic, with a few exceptions, and media establishments across all spectra. All are tarred through the complicity of silence and denial. Most dangerous of all, I fear, and this is still a quote, that's not me, is our own silence. The countless millions of us who know the truth and yet continue to remain silent. So strong is our need for social inclusion and acceptance. Never mind that the evidence is irrefutable and easy to understand. All of the draconian legislation the attacks served as pretext for is still on the books. Police departments across the US are still deposed for surplus military hardware. Privacy is a thing of the past, and provided the correct designation is given, any citizen may be legally disappeared, i.e. arrested and held indefinitely without due process. All of this should frighten the hell out of people, but because their favorite TV talking heads are not upset about it, and conspiracy theories are loony ideas for weak-minded people, they are just incapable of taking it on. Evidence and ethics be damned. End of quote. For the first time, I shared it yesterday, it was the 11th, I felt like maybe, just maybe, it had lost a little bit of its relevance. We're no longer relegated to conspiracy theorists. We've normalized asking difficult questions. We've become louder in our quest for truth. We're starting to create major ripples. The tide truly seems to be turning. There's still a long way to go, but we may just have reached the tipping point. I want to thank all the speakers who made such an impact this week. I want to thank all the dedicated advocates who came from across the US to attend this conference. I want to thank everyone who couldn't come, but instead donated to make it happen. I want to thank the many who watched the live stream, and maybe are still watching now, and especially Clayton Morris and Redacted for live streaming this event. I would also like to acknowledge the organizations who have worked so hard to make it all happen these last few months. DC 9/11 Truth, you rock. Richard Gage, of course, and Gail. The Lawyers Committee. Firefighters for 9/11 Truth. And not to toot our own horn, but you know, the 9/11 War Room, we were part of it. But certainly not, last but not least, the International Center for 9/11 Justice. And wait, Ted Walter, hats off. What you did was unbelievable. It would not have been possible without you. We can all vouch for that. So finally, I'd like to leave you with a quote by the late, great Graham McQueen. He was mentioned a few times during this conference. And this is what he said: "The story of 9/11 is rather bitter and dark, so let me add this. The story is not over yet. It's up to us to construct a humane ending to this story, an ending which has justice and truth in it. That's our job, so let's do it."
Thanks, everybody. It's time to not go home.
help us put the sanctuary here back the way it was. We've got quite a task ahead of us for a few strong men. How many strong men do we have here? Yes, that will do it. Thank you, guys. We're going to take these outer bench sections and turn them back 90 degrees and face them this way. So who's my team from the side over here? There we go. Thanks, John. We're going to take this bench, turn it 90 degrees, face them this way. And we're going to take this group. Here. Thank you. And that's not easy. That's going to take some coordination and some help. So all the men, please help with the